It's almost kind of funny because when we were doing Star Wars, The Boys was on the mind, and now they're doing The Boys, like a certain game is on the mind.
You think about Boys a lot?
And
Dude, we had to watch how we were typing that because out of context, every time we talked about watching this show, it just seemed weird.
Hey, boy, you want to watch some boys?
Boys.
What?
Dude, that's what Epstein said. He's like, "You guys want to watch The Boys?" It was like, yeah, sure.
Oh no.
No, that's a way to begin a stream.
That's some good stuff. We got it all. We peaked already. We can just stop.
Oh god.
I
So
feel
yeah,
like-
this show sucks.
Oh,
What?
This
Oh
show
my
is
God.
terrible.
Well, I guess we
no,
did it.
what are you talking about? People are saying that the finale, the hate on the finale is forced, even though literally the only thing that anybody is interested in talking about for this entire fucking season is Homelander. I
Yes.
find that crazy that people are like actually trying to pretend that they're going to bat for the finale when they have nothing to say about anything else that happens in it except for Homelander.
Yep.
It's because the whole show is Homelander, and maybe 10% is Soldier Boy. By the way, I've changed on Butcher. I feel like he's like maybe 2% of what makes the show worthwhile. He got incredibly boring.
He
Yeah,
the
actively
show went
he
on.
just pisses me off every time he's on screen.
Yeah,
Because
whereas
they-
Soldier Boy would come and say some funny shit, at least with a very funny delivery.
Yeah.
More so
Wait, how
than the
could you get
actual
mad
one
at Butcher?
itself.
He has his iconic dog throughout the entire course
Oh
of the
my
show.
God,
It's
yes,
very,
Terra.
He's very important dog, Terror, yeah. And he's even in the animated spinoff. Platoon, did you know there was an animated show?
Wait, what?
I watched it. The Boys Diabolical. Yeah, dude. Chat, this
Christ.
time it's not like Daredevil. I've seen more of this
It's
than them.
not like it.
I thought I'd overdosed on enough boys content. I even realized it was an animated show. It's just been non-stop boys for weeks, and it's been horrible.
Oh,
And now
God.
there's
You know,
more.
they actually used that to set up the tumor in Butcher. So if you watch the
Set up the
animated
tumor.
spinoff, yeah, they showed
tumor.
like he's got a super tumor or whatever. There's a whole episode on super tumors.
I love that as well, that this show is like, Marvel sucks, while doing the same thing that Marvel does while also being on Amazon Prime. It's just funny to me.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, man, cinematic universes aren't those shit. Anyway, you have to watch Gen V to understand, like, an important element of this show.
Yeah,
That's
the important
great.
element of how they wasted Gen V. If you didn't sit through 2 seasons of Gen V, you wouldn't
There's
have been
2
as
seasons of
disappointed.
There
Yeah,
are.
2 seasons. Yeah, there were 2 seasons of it.
I was only aware this happened, and I would have bet money there was 1 season that happened, and then they realized, oh, that's not worth our time. But sorry.
Well, and then it got cancelled, which I think is the fate of everything that they do that doesn't have Homelander in it. Because again, Soldier Boy is maybe like 10% of it, but Homelander is actually like all the show ever had. Is what's becoming clear to me. Even as he turned into a bit of a particularly goober clown character in this season, it's like, yeah, but you've still got, he's like the only unpredictable one. Everybody else is incredibly predictable. Butch will be like, oh, fucking diabolical. Huey's just gonna say some lame, annoying shit. Kimiko, I guess, became unpredictable in the worst way possible, in that she became entirely predictable that everything she said was just gonna be really vulgar and lame.
Mm-hmm.
And then Frenchie like, oh, petite Huey, and then that's it. And then
I think
MM
you said this. Isn't it
Yeah.
crazy how bad her dialogue gets the second she's no longer doing sign language? The
Yes,
minute she
it's,
speaks, she just seems dumber.
It was clearly like the best element they had going for the character was that she could only communicate through like body language and sign language, and then like, oh yeah, what if she talks and everything that she says is like incredibly vulgar? Isn't
at
that
least they gave us
funny?
a
It's like,
really-
yep, that's the boys'
Well,
playbook.
she learned from
At least they
porn
gave us-
or something.
Oh yeah.
You sure did. Yeah, porn and music videos, and
And
just
Golden
teleported
Geisha.
out of a prison camp in between seasons. Although the funny thing with her is that they probably give her, I don't know. I mean, this might be unfair, and we're gonna explore this at some length shortly. But I have a sneaky theory. She has a bit more dialogue variety in season 5, and actually that's why it's worse. They had one good thing going with that character, and then they sort of got bored of that one good thing, which they played out at least 3 seasons, if not 4 seasons in a row, or at least variations on a theme. And then they kind of just wrote a different character with different characterization in the name of doing something different, and it did not go well. They probably should have just stuck with repeating it again. But on the subject of us taking our sweet time to get there, obviously this is going to be a stream on The Boys. There's lots to be said about The Boys. There's lots to be said about season 5 of The Boys, and we will get to season 5 of The Boys at some point in the fullness of time. But it wouldn't be, I don't think, a discussion of an Eric Kripke show if we got straight to the point. We actually have to spend a lot of time wasting time before we get there. But it's not going to be a waste of time. The vague idea for this that I had is, so The Boys is a big show. It's been a big show for a while. It's one of those bizarre ones that gets probably more views than the coverage of it might suggest. Like, it doesn't get spoken about, I don't think, a huge amount in our space until obviously season 5 dropped and people briefly covered it. But it's a popular show. Its viewing figures have always been high. Its ratings have always been high. And even the controversial finale has got reasonably high ratings, and that season still does too. So rather than go straight into it and rehash what about a billion other streams have rehashed over the last few weeks, I figured, no, let's not do that. Let's go and give The Boys its due. Work out why it was popular in the first place and sort of chart its decline. Go from beginning to end. We will get then to the point, that we have everything then context-wise. We know where the characters have been, what they've done with them or not. We'll work out what people liked about it, and then how they failed to develop on those ideas, and then in the end, how they managed to bring it to a terrifically awful conclusion. Something a bit like Stranger Things, and there's quite a few similarities, I think, in sort of how that works. Pretty popular, good first season, and then it coasts on its popularity and its tone for about 4 seasons, and then it comes to an end which is not very satisfying, and then people suddenly look back and say, hey, wait, was this ever good? And we're here to answer that question, I suppose. Was The Boys ever good? So that means we have to go back in time to 2019, when superhero movies were at their absolute peak, and it seemed like a genre that could never possibly put a foot wrong, because that's when The Boys season 1 drops. How do we overall first impressions, I suppose, the first season of The Boys? I assume we all watched it back in the day. What did we make of it when it came out, and how have opinions changed on it since, if at all?
I think. No, go for it.
with knowing nothing about the comic, just hearing they're making a TV show that's relatively high budget, starring a bunch of actors that you probably like, that's supposed to kind of lampoon the current state of superhero oversaturation, and it's got an equivalent of Superman and some others and Wonder Woman and stuff, and turns out it's a world that's a bit more cynical, a bit more maybe nihilistic, and the characters reflect what may happen if people were given such great power and didn't have to, care too much about the principles or responsibilities that you've seen typically in more inspiring hero shows, while simultaneously being commentary on the corporatism of just everything. It's like Celebrity, but as superheroes. How would it go if these things existed in real life? And then, I was like, that could be cool. And then I watched the pilot, and I was like, shit, man, all right, yeah. Let's see where this goes, sort of thing. This looks like it could be fun. It seems like it's got some good humor, good performances. I already like the premise for the most part, especially coming out in a time where maybe evil Superman wasn't so lame. I happen to remember a time where people were saying Superman was kind of lame, and that evil Superman was much more interesting. But then we got spammed with it, and now we can't even get a good, normal, happy Superman. So it was like a very different time, and the initial sort of blast of this shit. Yeah, I was like, this is kind of a cool idea for a show, and I'm interested. Let's see what happens.
I loved it. Everyone around me was like, this is awesome. They enjoyed watching it. We talked about the show. And as somebody who's not super, I don't know, I don't watch a lot of shows. Yeah, hi, I'm on the movie podcast right now, but yeah, I don't know. For a person who doesn't watch a lot of media, this was kind of a big thing for me.
I guess what's unfortunate is my perception of season 1 has obviously, inevitably been tarnished somewhat because of the fact that I really dislike, I guess, Eric Kripke's writing sensibilities. And so you can see how that's present in season 1 in a way that's a bit frustrating. However, it's obviously the best season of the show. I suppose what's awkward is that season 1, I don't even know that you could say that it's good. It's actually got a decent number of problems. Probably rises to the level of being okay with some good elements in it. But it's completely makes sense, especially, the time that it came out, why pretty much everybody, myself included, responded to it, reasonably positively. There's like a lot of elements to it that are like worthwhile and cool. And it felt particularly relevant at the time, given that it was basically the height of superhero media being so popular that it's like, yeah, now's about the time that you could stand to release a television show that is hypercritical of superheroes, and it would be sort of well positioned to succeed. But it is flawed. But it's also the only worthwhile content in The Boys, like, at all, basically. Like, taken as a whole. The only stuff that's worthwhile after that is that Anthony Starr will give you some interesting performances and reactions and meme material playing Homelander, but it's basically dead right
to a
after
lesser extent, Soldier Boy and
flay
Butcher.
him in season 5.
Mm-hmm.
And Soldier Boy to some extent as well, yes. But the show dies pretty quickly in season 2. But hey, at least you got season 1. And also something.
I was gonna say, you guys should rewatch The Mandalorian. That came out like 3 months after this. Did you find that season 1 of The Mandalorian was an easier rewatch than The Boys? Because I didn't.
No. The Boys is like, again, The Boys season 1 is like worthwhile enough. There's stuff in it that is kind of cool. Whereas the only thing that you've got in Mando season 1 really is that it has pretty good production values, but like the writing isn't really worthwhile at all.
Wouldn't recommend anyone watch Mando season 1, 2, 3 back to back. It is rough. It's a
hard time. But at the same time,
I just skipped 3.
I would recommend someone watch The Boys from beginning to end rapidly, as we might have done, because that's a nightmare.
Yeah, I mean, I don't really have a lot to add to season 1, but something that I noticed while I was rewatching 5 is that season 1 felt much more livelier. Like, you can see it a little bit on the streamer. They're like outside and there's like people, while in like 5 there's going to be a lot of inside, and it feels much duller and everything as well. But yeah, the premise was fun, like the whole cynical thing, and also the whole, the start where I think A-Train just runs through his current girlfriend, Hughie's or something. It was like, oh shit. And there's like some mystery. There's like, oh, why did that happen? Because he looks worried, and maybe there's like some bigger thing and they have to deal with that, and maybe there's some serious stuff, and you just gonna get to know that there's not gonna be a lot of serious stuff in the show, like in general. So yeah, that falls down on his ass pretty quickly.
Something that's very apparent when you rewatch season 1 is like, oh, back in season 1, like they were kind of taking their world a bit more seriously, like just the pure logistics of how the story's going to progress. Homelander couldn't literally do everything that he wanted with zero consequences whatsoever. For instance, there was actually some effort to kind of, and I don't even think it was a particularly great effort to sort of make Vought like a real organization that has to deal with like real challenges, can't literally do anything that they want. Like they've got sort of objectives that they need to work towards that are somewhat challenging, and it takes it a bit seriously. It's more interested in consequences compared to in this, where it's just like, oh, I guess Homelander can just kill like all of these people and there'll be no consequences and nobody gives a shit, and like that's kind of crazy, like it's just the longer it goes on, the more interested it is in just having explosions of guts. Because Eric Kripke loves that, rather than like actually trying to tell a story.
Yeah,
that's also the thing with Homelander in the first season. You were still like, oh yeah, I get the threats. Like, oh, he's like super powered. He can just beat basically everyone on the 7 or anything. So he is a threat. But as more seasons come along, it's like, why is anyone still alive? Like, why is this even still going? Like, it's insane.
Well, they always tease the prospects at the end of any given season that the next season that wouldn't be what it was. Homelander, as it becomes more and more unhinged, and there are fewer checks and balances on him, and he's more aware of his own power and his own agency, and they always end by pissing him off, and the implicit threat by the next season is, oh shit, he's going to be unleashed, and then the next season kicks off and say, oh no, he's back with constraints. But then he gets more and more clownish and unhinged, and then you get to the point at the end of season 4, basically, where it's like, well, there's nothing, like, well, what's really to stop him doing whatever he wants? He doesn't have the psychological check anymore. He is just basically mad. And they were even aware of that, because obviously when they got to season 5, they teased a whole bunch of stuff about him maybe going totally nuclear and wiping everybody out. There was a lot of publicity materials. Scorched Earth, the stuff people kind of wanted, which is always funny when the show really wanted to tell you a certain thing with Homelander, and it obviously wanted a certain end for that character, and most of the audience said, yeah, but we like him more than everybody else.
Yeah.
Actually, we'd kind of like to see him blow everything up. It would be a more satisfying end than whatever you have in store.
A really interesting conversation to have, because the more I got context through season 5, the more I was like, yeah, they shouldn't have been surprised about this at all. He has so many scenes, and all of them do different things, show different things about him, expose different elements of his history, or show like biases he has based on certain, like, he'll have a similar conversation with different people, but they'll have different results, different expressions, and different sort of commentary, but simultaneously having lots of people commenting to him directly what they think of him and his impact on the world. And so it's just like, man, hours and hours of assessing this character, breaking him down, looking at all the layers, what made him who he is, and how he's dealt with all of these different things. And then it's like, were you surprised that everyone was invested in that guy? He's also like the best actor on the show.
You're just mad that he didn't win, Chud. Come on,
Yeah.
Chud. You're just mad because Trump bad, Chud.
Well, yeah, not to skip ahead. So, we got some time to get there.
Hey, skip ahead, Chud. They've been making fun of you the whole time, Chud. They've been doing it since season 1.
I don't know. It's bold of anybody to assume that I actually care about what happens in The Boys. Like, it's a fucking clown show filled with idiots. Like, I don't give a fuck how it ends.
Well, to your point, right? Any given assessment of all the flaws of seasons 2+, like anybody who doesn't know, we're kind of the opinion that 2+ is just a disaster. But we'll probably go, further into maybe ranking them in some way, like we did with Stranger Things. But season 1, for all of its boons and sort of praiseworthy moments, the DNA is all here. There are serious power scaling issues, which became a topical thing to break down. But The Boys is one of the worst shows for power scaling, obviously, because it's got fucking superheroes in it constantly, and all of the drama is based on whether or not these people are going to kill you. That's like the premise, and it's probably worth moving into as a thing. A lot of people started to realize when you rewatch season 1 as a The Boys fan after watching all the seasons, you'll remind yourself of what you actually wanted from this show after the first few episodes of season 1, which is, ooh, what if superheroes were real? What if they were so very cynically and corporately just all about the money, all about the fame and the reputation? They don't really care about people. They use their powers for their own benefit. They're actually a plague on the world for the most part. And what if a group of average people decided, after a horrifying situation with a speedster, that it is kind of a really good hook for the show because it could happen?
Yeah.
What if a bunch of guys decided, we're going to start taking them down? And, the first, arguably, like a two-parter is the first superhero they kill is the equivalent of the Invisible Man sort of stereotype of like a hero, but he's and they make him a pervert, like, through and through, and then they blow him up from inside out, and it's like, to a point where everyone found that relatively satisfying when it came out as like a solution on how to kill him. There are issues that you could even have with that one when you break it down, but in retrospect, and this is how it works with season 1, it's like, well, it's way better than everything else. Like, way better.
Like, dude, I hope you like this really awesome thing they did with Translucent. They'll never do it again.
Well, it's so obvious,
it's,
right? The way the show works is that A-Train is the zeroed-in villain for the whole of season 1. It's like, we took out Translucent as like the tutorial prologue one, and it's like, so who's next? Like, it was obviously A-Train. A-Train's going down. And he does go down by the end of season 1. ... And it's like, what happens there? It's like, to track A-Train's fucking story is so funny, and then you're like, well, to be fair, tracking anyone's story across the 5 seasons is hilarious. None of it makes any fucking sense. Instead of getting what everyone's expecting, which is maybe 5 seasons, and per season you get a major member of the 7 taken out, and ending, of course, with Homelander. Instead, it's just a show that fucking loops indefinitely on these insane nonsense. The one that really, I think, zeroed it in on just how bad this is it the start of season 4? You find out they're trying to take out a villainous soup by throwing acid in their face.
Yeah.
They're having this fucking Mission Impossible level mission of Ocean's 11 thing where they're trying to get all the pieces in place, and all it is just toss a cup of acid in her face, and then it doesn't work, and they're like, oh shit. It's pathetic.
And then at the end of the season, they'll be like, damn, man, you who just blew up a bunch of people's heads indiscriminately. Oh, man, the show has a bit of sympathy for you. How could Butcher kill this person who was a horrible monster? Wow. How
The
insane
thing is,
Butcher
it's
is,
hard to have redeeming characters when every superhero,
When
with the
every-
exception of like
Yeah, well,
Starlight, is a rapist, murderous pedophile.
Yeah, that I mean, I'd say it's like a fundamental problem with the show is that when the final thing is, man, you can't get rid of all soups. It's like, dude, in your universe, it seems like fucking Compound V makes you evil.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can
Except for
count
like two
on
or
the
three
fingers of
people
one
who
hand.
Well, remember-
like, who would you
Yeah.
not want to get rid of? That's fun. And so Kripke obviously has a certain point of view on the world and the state of the world and the things that he thinks he's satirizing, which is fine. Everyone has a point of view. I think part of the problem is that he hates it so much that season 1 doesn't have this problem to quite the same degree. Season 1 goes out of its way to humanize even some pretty disgusting people. It's and we can discuss more of this sort of in the order as we get to it, but even with Translucent, that you think he's just a horrible pervert creep, and he is a horrible pervert creep. A later season probably would have just killed him amusingly, and then someone abstractly after the fact would debate whether or not they were right to kill all soups generally. But you wouldn't ever really get much conversation, and not a seriously entertained one anyway, about like what the actual human cost of that was. Whereas in season 1, obviously you get to the death of Translucent, but before that, you learn that he actually is a loner, he's quite sad, and he lives for his kid. Like that's sort of, they add an extra layer before the death to ensure you know that, okay, he's clearly not well, and he's not nice, likable, not somebody to look up to, but it's morally complex when you kill him. Whereas by the end of season 5, as we said, you sort of get to the point where it's like, it's morally complex if you don't kill everyone at the end of season 5 because of how shit everybody is. And there's a few nice touches because it's generally, as has been mentioned, it's more interested in the world that it's setting up, and it probably tries to cling a little bit more to realism as satire as well as realism in terms of like, the rules of the internal world and the way that they all work. But when the creator gets sort of so consumed by the hatred of the thing that he thinks he's parodying, then it becomes very difficult to see the humanity in any of the villains that you create. Although in his case, it's also difficult to see the humanity in many of the heroes that you create because they aren't really people by season 5. They're just stock figures. But one thing I was going to ask very quickly before we get on to like the structured, more linear discussion of the show is, how do we think this may have played out if, as was once the plan, The Boys hadn't come out at the height of superhero? It had come out actually as was first mooted as a movie around 2009 was when it first started getting in discussions of movie rights. So like, as opposed to after or around Avengers Infinity War and Endgame, where everybody loves everything that's superhero. If it had come out around the time of the first Iron Man movie, do we think season 1 would have been as popular as it was? Is it riding on the coattails more than it's creating a phenomenon itself, or does it have enough sufficient quality to have like created the thing that it created if it had come out so much earlier?
I think it might have survived
No.
regardless, but it seems to me that it benefited immensely from getting in on people being like, man, there's way too many fucking superheroes. And it's all the same.
Yeah, now, and here's the only thing that's sort of being like critical in this sort of format, and it's like, wow, this is great when it's fucking crap. Except for season 1. It's like the fact that it exists essentially as like kind of the only really prominent sort of, I guess, critique of the genre right now at a time when they're really popular, but also at a time when people are starting to get ready for it to sort of collapse. Not without cause, obviously. I think, yeah, that must be to its benefit. So Fringy hates it and won't be swayed by any argument. Show's terrible. If you can convince me that it's great, please.
I just want.
Please do that.
I don't know if anyone
I'm not
doesn't know,
convinced
because
by,
we did our coverage of season 2 in depth. We hated that shit, and then
like it was so bad that I stopped. I was not watching The Boys like for after season 2. I was done with it. The only reason that I've watched it now is because we're covering season 5. That's why.
But obviously, point being that season 3 is only maybe marginally better than 2 because of Soldier Boy, and then season 4 and 5 are both just awful. Just awful.
It's so bad. It's so bad. I'm not one that particularly cares when something is cynical. But this show is like ridiculously cynical, which makes it all the more funny to me when it tries to actually have dramatic stakes or themes. Like, how are we having a show that's this cynical, where it's like, no, we need to start having like debates about, you know, the world that we want to see. It's like, what are you talking about, bro? You've created a world that's like so grim and miserable, and everybody's such an evil bastard. Like, what's even the point of any of these characters having a conversation about, like, oh, well, what's the best way to proceed? It's like, dude, it's just an evil, horrible world where everybody is a psychopath. Like, what, you know, why are we pretending like, oh, and then we're going to have Hughie or Annie come in trying to bring in some theme about like altruism or something in this. It's like, dude, I don't even know. Do you just feel like you have to do this because this is what you're meant to do in stories? Is this actually what you're interested in, Mr. Kripke? Or do you just want to have more people explode with blood and guts? I mean, to the point that it gets farcical. You've got Soldier Boy throwing Seth Rogen and fucking Castiel from Supernatural, like throwing them into fucking Speedster so that he just keeps exploding them in guts over and over and over again.
In a row.
Like, that's what he likes. That's what he enjoys, is just having shit explode. Like, that's it.
He's
This show is worthless, man. Like, as will probably become apparent, like, I really dislike The Boys. Like, it's a really horrible show.
It's one of those, if we weren't doing it now, I would happily never have considered it ever again. Because going to rewatch it all the way through is particularly difficult where you know how futile the ending of all of it is. So you go all of those cutaways to the Deep's crazy adventures with the Church of Scientology, which isn't the Church of Scientology, but it is. When you know that that's what that's going toward, it was annoying at the time as a pace-breaking thing, and it was so obviously kind of a semi-Deus Ex Machina device. Is that, or you can go there and just get information, which where you put characters if you don't have anything immediately for them to do. But you can kind of tolerate it, I think, as a first watch, because you think, no, we're learning a lot about him, and I'm sure there'll be a worthwhile payoff to all of the stuff that we're spending time here with. But it makes it much more difficult on a rewatch to go and tolerate all of that stuff, because you just want to skip it because you know where it's going, which is always the sign of a terrible finale, is that if it makes rewatching the thing before it way more painful, even to the point of redundancy, then your finale is most definitely not stuck the landing. But I wonder, well, since we're obviously horrible and cynical haters and we can't possibly be convinced that The Boys was ever any good, let's talk about what was good in season one and why it was actually quite well received, and why I think, even, you know, as we've all said, we either liked it a lot or liked it a bit, varying degrees. So we didn't used to hate this show.
Something I really liked about season one was the small ray of hope that is the point that is Starlight, as in, if this world is everyone gets churned up and turned into a monster because that's simply how the system works and that there's no point in trying to push back on it, every one of them becomes a piece of shit. She's supposed to be the character from POV that shows us, like, yeah, you actually, if you like, you can be the one that actually does push back, you can be the one that breaks the system at least somewhat. You don't have to give up. And the way they try and do it across the season in the form of how she's used as a propaganda tool, or what clothes she wears, or how she does a conventional save and the PR team are melting down because you can't just go out and hurt someone without capturing the person that you saved, or getting a written statement and making sure everything works out well. There's another show that sort of does this that I find to be, it's somewhat pretty accurate in terms of a panic, but simultaneously, though, it's a tough thing to nail. And then the person comes out and says, like, Starlight saved me, and then like, oh my god, that was amazing, you did such a good job. Like, everything is really gross at Vought, and she's having a whole like dream smashed for assuming heroes did hero work for hero reasons. But, you know, by the end of the season, when she's getting further and further down the hole in terms of becoming just like them, she stands up, fights back, makes the right decision, and is the example that she wants to see in the 7. Of course, this is made, and this is going to happen with every single fucking thing we praise about season 1. This is made redundant by the time you hit season 2 and she becomes a fucking murderer, where she kills a guy because she's mad. Starlight.
Did you say, though, that in season 1, Starlight basically looked Hollywood in the eyes and said, like, I will not conform to you?
Yes, that would be the character.
Really fascinating. Yes, really fascinating, given, you know, who plays the character. I find that incredible. We'll talk about that later, maybe.
You know, I just want to be clear, like, I like it, I enjoy it. It needs work, as with everything in season 1. It's like the arc needs work, or tweaks need to be done.
Like, with her, there's a degree to which her dialogue can be sort of suboptimal and a bit clunky at times. It's like and also it's just like a pretty straightforward idea. It's not super groundbreaking or innovative, which is not, you know, not like massively to its detriment. But it's like, yeah, this is like an important element. You kind of need stuff like this when you're creating a world that's this cynical.
Yeah.
Especially unless the point of your show is that there is no point, give up, everything's horrible, everybody's a bastard, you can't change the world, it's not worth saving. If that's the point that he wanted to make, which, you know, then there's a conversation we had about that. But if you actually want to tell a story that has some sort of theme that's meant to be in some way useful or inspiring to people, then yeah, that is like an important POV character that you need. And yeah, there's stuff there that's worthwhile, for sure.
Yeah, and you don't get the sense from her arc in season 1, or even from season 1 as a whole, that the show is quite that nihilistic. So obviously we've talked about her, like what she represents. The thing that I didn't actually remember liking as much as I did on the watch through for this stream is like I didn't realize how much of it, like all of what's memorable of season 1 is kind of like the establishment setup introduction. And I got toward the end of the season, and it's like I totally mind-wiped most of the plot, like all the stuff with super terrorists and smuggling compound V abroad to then smuggle terrorists in to then give them V to create super terror, and then like the coup. Most of that I think I had just blissfully forgotten, but I did. The abiding memory is the way that the introduction sort of functions, and the way that they all sort of they mirror each other, but then that's the corrupting element in the middle. So obviously you have these joint introductions because the show jumps back and forth between Hughie's introduction and Starlight's introduction. And you think, well, are these two characters are seemingly on sort of like separate trajectories? So as he feels sort of useless, he's drifting, he has a dead-end job, his boss doesn't really listen to him, but at least he has one good thing in his life, which is his girlfriend Robin, which is about to be, you know, dramatically taken away from him. She gets the call from Vought, she's succeeded in their auditions to the Seven. They're clearly on these very, very different journeys. She's kind of rising into power, and he's been stripped of all power. He has no ability to go after superheroes. Only then to flip that quite quickly when he meets Butcher and she gets into the Seven, and then you realize that most of the introduction was kind of lying to you, or at least they were being lied to about their state in the world. Starlight gets to the Seven and realizes that her ascent to power is actually removing all of her power and agency, and Hughie realizes that at the bottom of his powerless nadir of horribleness is when he discovers the thing that will give him power and agency, which is Butcher. And then you see the things that they are both on their paths aiming toward, being Homelander and Butcher respectively, and that's all done pretty much in episode 1. It's a strong start just for your like main protagonists. The characters in season 1 were actually kind of memorable for good reasons, that they had interest, thematic interest, and like general character interest, plot interest as well, but particularly thematic interest, I thought. And it's a brilliant hook, as it's been mentioned, to have someone's girlfriend exploded by a superhero. The whole introduction to the world of superheroes is a pretty brilliant hook, because if you remember that it begins with like you see like what seems to be an in-universe, or like it seems to be another superhero show. You get like this advert for it's one of the A-Train's movies, it's Speed Force 2, whatever it is. You think, okay, so we're watching a superhero show, then the bus pulls out, and then you see it's an advert diegetically for a diegetic superhero show, and then you see the first like debut of the actual heroes in the show. Homelander does what heroes do, saves a couple of kids, but then in the background you see the guy sort of flop down as he's lobbed him. And it's like, I'm interested now in like the mechanics of it, the realism of the thing, even before we get to the character level, which is the people I'm going to be inhabiting this universe with. It's a really strong introduction. I think episode 1 is pretty good. Not too many issues with power scaling by that point either.
It only gets worse and worse the second the show.
Yeah,
even season 1 has their problems, but we can get into that.
We
But
can.
then what you've got in that introduction scene, though, is also something that I would say pretty much comes to an end in episode 1, but to some extent gets dragged. Dragged out's not, because I would prefer that they actually kept doing this. But persists over the course of the season, which is that Homelander is like meant to be perceived essentially as like a Superman figure, that he's like super wholesome and good and friendly and nice. And it's a facade that is, at least to some extent, you know, deliberately propped up by him throughout season 1, but rapidly disappears the longer that the story goes on. They're less interest, to the point that first scene where Homelander, you know, in Vought Tower with the Seven is acting like a nice guy. It's like, dude, this is out of character, because like never, ever, 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 ever again do we see him like maintain this facade. It's dropped as soon as the pilot's done, as soon as it's, look, he's evil, which Maybe there's a conversation to be had about whether or not that was revealed too early. Maybe it would have been cooler if we had a whole season where Homelander essentially presented as a very good guy, and then at the finale you find out he's evil. But like that as an element provides some dynamism that is lost. But again, I'd say Anthony Starr helps sort of maintain some level of dynamism just through his like raw charisma as the character.
Because you would have had the whole flight recording thing as like a reveal that you could have used at the end of season 1, maybe after he's been just nice the whole time, and then we have season 2 to deal with that or something like that. So it's definitely things to do there.
So when I first saw season 1, I wanted Homelander to be even more subtle than you get in season 1. As in, I wanted to be. It would be nice if we were convinced, or at least we just had to side eye him a bit. Like, no, he's the good one, right? Like, he'd be the. Obviously, with that, if you don't know any of the context from the comics or meta information from people watching the show, because he does such a good job in the early parts of season 1, coming across as the guy that he's projected to be in this universe. And as Free said, you just never get this ever again. It's completely gone.
Nope.
And
to the point that you wonder why anybody would have ever perceived him this way.
It's such a shame.
He's pretty like overtly evil and cynical in a lot of instances. Doesn't even really try and hide it.
And to know on one hand, right, it's like these guys are so money oriented or they're so selfish, and then he's there in contrast saying, it's like, tell me about the people you've saved. It's not. It's more than just he's less interested in money or the cynical aspects. He actually gains like enjoyment from knowing that people are being saved and trying to encourage the team. It's such a weird seeded retrospect because it's like, man, think of all the things it tells you that he would be doing that. It's like not only trying to, because the team don't see it as some kind of completely off character sort of moment, because they're even like sort of happy, smiley, and just okay, let's talk about it because that's something we usually do. And you watch the rest of the show, and it's like this never happens ever, not even slightly in like a remote way or a connected way. It's always cynical. Fucking most scenes with him in Vought Tower have something to do with milk. Like it's got nothing to do anymore with the idea of projecting yourself as a superhero, and that is a really interesting exploration of an evil Superman that's not only not the hero that you want him to be, but also extremely smart to the point of knowing everything that's going on, making sure he benefits in every way, shape, and form, but making sure no one knows that that's how he feels or that's what he's doing. It's difficult to write that. So, by the time you hit the end of, is it episode 1 where he already lasers the airplane?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Yep.
I remember at the time when watching the show, I was like, oh, not that it's not. I like the scene, and I think it's a great moment in theory. But I was like, I was hoping we would wait a little bit longer before making it explicit that he's 100% evil and possibly the most evil. But it's so funny in retrospect because season 1 is holding back compared to the others that lose their fucking mind.
Has to deal with potential repercussions of that choice and other choices. Meanwhile, in season 5, he just explodes the head of the president, and it's just like, oh, and then I guess Ashley, the character who for some reason has persisted as a part of this story for so long, you're just like the president now or something, and nobody gives a shit. That's like how farcical it gets by the time that you're getting to the end of the show.
And on the notion of compliments, I guess, the power you get from that, where he's extremely friendly, whenever you cross him, and he goes from being charming and wholesome to not that specifically, it gives the show a bit of power. And you don't know what he's going to do. He's so fucking powerful. And so then, any character that ever pisses him off early game, it makes for like a scene that's relatively impactful, especially with Anthony Starr behind the wheel. But, that then moves into, as the show goes on, that's just him in every scene with everyone he talks to.
If anybody mildly upsets him, then you should expect that they're going to die, pretty much.
But, no, he's like a huge aspect. But I suppose the other alternative, almost he's reminding at this point, because this is going to come into what we have to say about how this character has changed. But I still remember when I first watched the first episode, Butcher is kind of like a Jack Sparrow or like Spike from Buffy type character, where he makes a huge impact the second he's got one scene under his belt. Extremely charming, very unique, and of course, like, very tempting in terms of his confidence, and then the fact that he's suggesting is like, yeah, this whole world sucks, it's filled with horrible, horrible people, and we can do something about it. And you're like, what is this, like, insane character? This is so entertaining on the front of, like, the way that he talks and what he's interested in, and then all these little, like, quirks, like the diabolical, whatever fucking expression he makes, the way that he's like lying about cover, and then of course that he has a very passionate and personal reason to kill Homelander. Like the guy who confidently comes into the story gives our arguable main hero some guidance on a pathway, like a mentor, but that he's got a personal beef with the main, horrible superhero of the world. It's like, yeah, this is fucking interesting. It's just unfortunate where Butcher only gets less interesting as time goes on.
Yeah.
Yep, the longer it goes on, the less of an idea they have for him, other than he says British slang. That's what he does. He says British slang in a very inconsistent British accent.
Yeah, even he's admitted his
Oh,
accent.
Diabolical. Yeah, that's right. And then he moseys along, and then he, what a cunt. It's like, yeah, there you go. That's Butcher forever going.
Seen
forward.
like a clip of him saying that his season 1 accent is all over the place, and he had to find someone to help him, like for the rest of the seasons. Bring like a dialect coach that's better than the one he had.
That was something we noticed immediately. You're like, wow, his accent's way worse here in this one.
Yeah. But,
which is a shame because it's also the season when he has the most interesting things to say, which is unfortunate. And he works on the pronunciation of lines that probably didn't deserve the work by the end of the show.
I'm almost reminded, because something that happens is that he really starts to almost default, like he slides into a default mode of delivery for every single line, and it's always sort of the gravelly voice, the tilting head, the squint. That's like what he does forever, and I'm reminded of that scene in season 1 where he's like the superhero like support group, where he like notably breaks away from that kind of delivery, but he starts getting genuinely angry and upset in a way that I don't think you get to really see much of past season 1.
You also
where
get
like the facade almost drops, and you start to see like how wounded he actually is.
You also get the pre-Butcher sort of character, the flashback version.
Yes,
it's different again.
Flashbacks.
Carl Urban, there's going to be no question about this. All of us very big fans of Carl Urban, but upon the rewatch and understanding of the show, I don't think he kind of like got Flanderized hard. Unlike
every time he was on screen in season 5, I just wanted to kick my screen in. It's like, if you do this fucking smirk one more time, I'm gonna throw up.
Whereas, and this is not some kind of fight between them as actors or anything, but Anthony Starr takes horrible material for Homelander and makes the scenes fascinating because of the way that he delivers them. Unfortunately, Carl Urban, I guess, he's just got a couple of modes, or rather like specific things that you do for Butcher, and they've just become all he ever does for Butcher. Combine that with the writer's complete disinterest in giving Butcher any kind of like meaningful journey, other than the whole team hate him because he's evil, but the whole team forgave him because he's got a heart. But then he betrayed them and he's evil, but then he's got a heart underneath it all. But then he's also evil under that, actually. No, but he's got a heart underneath that.
But then also, show you've got the big problem, which is that in this world, all the superheroes do need to go, because it seems like becoming a superhero makes you evil, with the exception of 2 or 3 people out of 10,000. Yeah. You can't have a conflict about, man, is it really ethical to get rid of all of the superheroes? Like, dude, they're all like psychopaths. Like, as presented in the show, they're all evil. Very evil. Not just, like, kind of cynical and kind of selfish. Like, every single new hero that gets introduced is, like, a monster. So it's really weird to be like, Butcher, how could you want to get rid of all the superheroes? Like, bro, it's kind of, like, necessary in this world to get rid of all of them. Even if it means that, like, Starlight and Chemical... Like, yeah, that sucks, man, but, like... Dude, out of 10,000, you got 2 or 3 that ended up being worthwhile. And even then, they're not that great.
No,
like, they're not that noble. They're not that heroic.
Yeah, we didn't even have that problem, like not as much as at least in season 1, because we had like people like Maeve, that was her name, right? Maeve.
She sucks.
I know she sucks, but at least in the beginning, we were like, we could think like, she's probably gonna help later on. This will be important in season 5.
You mean Butcher's love interest in season 3?
What a great plot line.
You're gonna kill all the supers except the one that I'm gonna fuck, I guess. I don't know. Okay, all right.
But there was still some mystery, I guess, if is there gonna be some people that are gonna help the others or something, which does happen in season 5, but it just kind of happens because they
does.
get annoyed.
Season 1 has more of a point with Mavis.
Yeah.
She serves a thematic purpose. Obviously, she's what Starlight has to become if she's going to fit in. But then by extension, Starlight refusing to fit in is kind of reflected in Maeve's response to her over time. So that she exists for a reason. Most of the characters in season 1 exist for a reason. I know it sounds like a really basic thing to say, but that stops being the case pretty quickly after that point. Maeve is obviously one of them, but even the ancillary heroes, the Deep sort of exists in the first place to show you, firstly, how like grubby the world of this supposedly polished and high society company really is, but then also how quickly and easily they can be discarded the minute they become unprofitable or controversial in any way. So you have the power imbalance, but the power imbalance flips because the weight of public opinion is the ultimate limit on the powers of Vought and all of its heroes. It's a reputation game before it is anything else. But that's, again, because I think season 1 has something a little bit more optimistic to say. The reason it doesn't say you should basically just kill all soups, and it kind of does lean on the side that Butcher is wrong about that, is because season 1's critique of all of this is that they're not all inhuman scum. The system makes them this way. The thing it's critiquing isn't superheroes necessarily. It's what systems do to people with great powers. It's power corrupts, and absolute power corrupts absolutely. If you can change that system, if you refuse to play along by its grubby little rules, then actually some of the people who are doing great evil now might be good people. It's possible to be a good superhero in season 1. And you kind of see it with when A-Train less, you see where he's gone wrong, but then when Popclaw comes in, obviously, then you see like that's more of a tragic human story again. She has quite a noble motive to be involved in this. Like, she loves him, she wants a relationship with him, but he's playing the game and she's been kicked out of it for lack of profit, and that's the thing that drives her to be a bit scummy. But she's tragic and not villainous in that sense. And there's more of that all the way through season 1, to the point where you see gradually as Butcher enters the story, and he begins by being this very supportive, almost heroic friend, but you sense that there's that darker mystery. And the more you learn about him, the more villainous he seems, whereas, and in certain parts, less sympathetic even than some of the superheroes you're supposed to despise. It's a more nuanced show, and it has nicer things to say, or at least it wants to envision a world in which this doesn't need to be as horrible as it is. And then Eric Kripke fell out of love with the real world, and so he stopped doing that. But speaking of other characters, I suppose, so obviously you have Hughie's introduction with Butcher, and Butcher, you get the sense with him quite early on that there's more mystery to him than even there is with Homelander. Obviously, we've discussed how Homelander could maybe have benefited from being more ambiguous for longer. The show wants to do different things with him. But with Butcher, I think I almost found him more interesting than Homelander in season 1, certainly the first half of season 1, because I had a fair idea that I knew what they were doing with Homelander, and that's because they tilted their hand really quickly. They weren't interested necessarily in is he good or bad. It was the case of, no, he's bad, but in what sense? Like, how controlled evil is he? Is he controllable as an evil force, or is he uncontrollable as an evil force? Butcher comes along. Butcher is he lies early on. First thing he does is tell a lie, says he's with the feds, and that's what gets Hughie on side. But he supports Hughie, understands his condition. He's trying to give him back a sense of power and agency in the world. But the longer he goes on, the more you see, even as he's telling you and showing Hughie how bad this world is and how grubby and disgusting superheroes are, you are also seeing him all along show that he's prepared to use and abuse and then discard himself, like much the same way as Vought does to its heroes.
Yeah.
He uses people when they're useful, and then when he stops finding them useful, he doesn't actually give a shit about them. And that kind of goes hand in hand, obviously, with, you know, there's something you don't know about him. You know he's obviously possessed by some sort of extremely powerful motive, but the show leaves that a mystery longer than it does anything that you know, Homelander's true nature, for example. You learn that at the end of episode 1. With Butcher, you don't really start getting a lot of the stuff about Becca until sort of mid to late in the season is when it really becomes strong. It's what makes that therapy scene so powerful, is that you see his reaction, but you don't quite understand the reason for it yet. That's when you start to ask of this character, was I right, and was Hughie right by extension to trust and like him? Is he going to turn out to be the actual supervillain in this show? The normal man is actually more powerful.
I'm actually, I'm very inclined to agree about the sort of sway of, I would have been much more invested in Butcher overall than Homelander, because I would have assumed, especially after episode 1, Homelander is evil, and it'll just be watching Madeline Stillwell trying to control him before he maybe loses his mind and kills everybody. It would be crazy if he just went nuts and killed everybody. That is the question of all
It'd be crazy if he
season
didn't.
finale. Yeah, I know.
It'd be crazy
but,
if he never fucking did that after.
But they just keep
yeah.
talking about it happening all the time. However, I would say the balance shifts in the finale in kind of both a major boon for Homelander and a big ol' unfortunate flaw for Butcher, right? So with Homelander, Butcher's set it up so he's captured the person he in theory cares about the most, and he's gonna blow up. He's got the plan to take him out, sort of thing. And that scene, I would pull it up. It's just logistically difficult because I'm dealing with potentially juggling 5 seasons. The idea that Homelander comes in and he's just not even remotely phased. He's kind of like, this is almost funny, and walks downstairs to completely undermine Butcher's plan by having the baby in his hands. It's like a actual diabolical move that Butcher set all this up to try and fuck him over, and then Homelander almost counter bluffs by bringing in an even more innocent member of this like whole sequence. And so and then you have Homelander talking about how Butcher might not even be right. He has no way of knowing what the case is with Becca. He's just based off of very few pieces of information, likely manipulated by people who want the powers of Vought taken down. And then a third layer of, oh, you're threatening Stillwell. Hang on, give me a second, and melts her in front of Butcher. This to me is like a huge statement on how Homelander's a hell of a lot more complicated, as well as like the many sequences in season 1, the way he talks to people and how he deals with different things. That to me pushes him all the way up to like, okay, he's probably my favorite character at this point. Just finding out more about him and how he can manipulate the situation. He's a lot more intelligent than people give him credit for, sort of thing, which is funny considering how it goes. Meanwhile, it's a little bit disappointing, but perfectly in character for Butcher to abandon the boys. But deciding after he hears from Homelander that there's more to the Becca story than he probably even knows, that he might have been manipulated, that Homelander doesn't care as much as he thinks for Vought leadership and even the control they may have over him, and that there's now a baby in the equation very explicitly and overtly, Butcher decides to detonate anyway. I don't think that was a good writing choice at all. I think that was actually a really bad one, to the point where it damages Butcher's character completely, because a lot of people cite it as like an awesome moment where he just says, fuck it, and blows it up anyway. It's just like, why would he blow up a fucking baby? Like, I don't think that was something that, like, he wasn't a completely soulless piece of shit throughout this season. Obviously, that's what he becomes. But then secondly, it's like, to what end? It's not going to do anything to Homelander. You're just killing yourself and a baby. That's really fucking weird, man. And then, of course, what I think makes it even worse, arguably, is that Homelander saves the baby and Butcher.
Yeah, because at the end of season 1, you're like,
Yeah.
oh, wait, holy shit. And then in season 2, I think it's just like, oh, yeah, no, the baby's okay. It's like, Kripke, what are you doing?
Yeah,
Like, why would you write
at
it
the beginning
so
of
that
season 2?
Homelander
I think
is the
there's-
hero
is-
in this situation?
Is the mechanic that simultaneously he picks up the baby, and he picks up Butcher, and he takes the baby 18 miles in one direction and leaves it in the middle of a field, and then he takes Butcher fucking miles and miles and miles in the opposite direction at the same time. He can do this in this season, and drops him off because he's made. Well, we don't know why at that time. Obviously, season 2 does not give a very convenient. Well, it gives a convenient explanation, not a very convincing explanation as to why he would do that. But it's one of those things that makes it. There were a lot of these cases where you say, A, that's kind of impossible, and the decisions that took you to that place don't make a huge amount of sense. B, but again, it tells you something important about Homelander. Like, he really is genuinely this quick. He's unbelievably quick, literally unbelievably quick.
What? He's fast?
I know.
I don't see any problems with this whatsoever in 5 seasons of show.
It's like basically impossible to stop. I know, it's mad.
What?
And to be clear, right, I'm fine with Butcher killing innocent people at certain circumstances. Like, say, for example, if killing Hughie meant killing Homelander in season 1, I was like, yeah, I could buy you would do that a lot with a lot of people. But it's like killing a baby in order to not even hurt Homelander.
To do
It's
nothing.
like,
Yeah,
what?
literally pointlessly killing a baby because you've kind of lost.
What they need to show there is well, I'm not sure you actually could do this in any way that's consistent with his character. In that decision, he can't believe it will do anything to Homelander, and he's found out that like the reason he's doing this obviously is because he believes he's found Homelander's weakness, and he's just learned that isn't a weakness after all. He was totally wrong. You have to convince the audience that he is convinced that he has just lost, and this is him trying to kill himself, to the point where like that loss is so crushing that he doesn't even think about who he's taking with him when he does it. That's the position you need to have him in at that stage, and I don't think they quite manage that. Like, he's not the kind of person who gives up quite that easily. He's not the kind of person, as has been mentioned, that would kill a baby for no particular reason. It seems like it's a very convenient way for them to end the show, but it's not a very good way for them to represent the characters in that situation.
No, and I remember people had said at the time, it's like, that's more of a Butcher from the comics decision. It's like, yeah, but they're very loose with their adaptation of what kind of characters we're even dealing with. They come in and out.
And the comics are terrible.
I've heard that. I haven't read them myself.
I watched a YouTube video 5 years ago. I'm extremely informed on this. But yeah, the comics are awful.
It's more informed than most people, to be fair. So.
Yeah, I mean, I read up bits and pieces about them just to see what the differences were and whether or not were there few enough differences that they were even worth discussing. It's not. It's like it's just a different thing entirely. They have some of the same nouns, some of the same events. The show is, if anything, more subtle than the comics in many respects, which is kind of shocking when you realize how unsubtle the show tends to be. But it's like simple things like the Starlight in the comics, I think, is gang raped by most of the Seven, and then obviously they swap that out for just the Deep, which is less overt. They all jack up on Compound V way earlier. They do it more often. It's the stuff that actually we, I think, won't like when we get around to discussing the later seasons is stuff that happens more often than earlier in the comics. So I'm not pretending to be an expert, but what I saw about the difference is in season 1 at least, and even season 2, to be honest, it sounds like the show maybe had done a better job. But
I'm looking at the chat, they're like, shut up, Nick. It's way better than the show. I'm sorry. Do you think I think the show is good?
Yeah.
Wait, whoa. Okay, like, which turd tastes better, dude?
Waffles and pancake shit is like, Dory, I don't think Nick likes like the season 5 guys. I don't think he thinks that's good.
It's not particularly. I mean, since Stillwell's come up there, I suppose now might be a good time to talk about not only her, but Vought in general, how it works, how it functions, relationship with Homelander, her relationship with Homelander in particular. Because that should be extremely important to the show. And it's always a bit, even in season 1, which I felt was kind of, I can see what they are trying to do. I don't think they flesh it out or make it solid enough for me to totally buy how this company operates, what it's trying to do. So the basic premise, obviously, as everybody knows, Vought is very, 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 very keen on getting Soups into the military. That's what it really wants to do. You find out in later seasons that it's been trying to do it for like 70 years, and so you wonder at what point they would have chosen to give up, but they persist. It is run by the shadowy Mr. Edgar, Gus Fring. We don't see him very much in this season, but the main representative, Vaught's main representative in the show, obviously, is Stillwell herself. Who is shown to be, a very canny operator. She is on first name terms with lots and lots of congressmen and senators. She knows what buttons to press. She gets lots of compromising material on them. She uses the Soups as her assets in doing that. They're very good at spying. They're very good at entrapment. They're very good at doing all of the stuff that makes politicians squirm. And she's very slowly and methodically working her way through the Senate in particular to try and get this militarized soup bill onto the floor of the House, going one step at a time. And you see over the course of several episodes that the number of senators they need is growing smaller and smaller, and the plan seems to be going ahead pretty well. But that brings her into conflict with Homelander, which is like, once you know he's evil, and they do that very early on because this is the bit they're really interested in. It's not that he's evil, it's how he's evil, and it's how that actually operates in the realm, first of this corporation, and then secondly of the world as a whole. So he has his own agenda, which he goes along with, takes it off, and is operating without their knowledge, trying to accelerate things, be even more dramatic than Stillwell is. As she goes through methodically, he goes through not always carefully, and as he does this, he grows in power. Some of this works really well, like the Flight 37 thing, which he does successfully use to their advantage, but then some of it doesn't work quite so well, presents huge amounts of risks, and she becomes very aware of the danger he is becoming, not only to her, but to the company, and sort of by extension to the world. So then you see how she learns like his basic personality, how she manipulates him, and it's not anything to do with high corporate malfeasance, it is quite simple because it's bedded into, and it's when they start to tease his absence of family life, the strangeness of his upbringing, the thing he's really missing being this parent and a mother in particular. And so she starts trying to mother him, basically, and this is shown working. That's kind of obviously most represented in the breast milk thing, which I know I never really liked that just because I think it's disgusting, but it becomes very, very cringe as the show kind of turns it into a bit, flanderizes the breast milk thing for Homelander later on. But what do we make of like that overall storyline and that relationship in particular? Obviously, parking that we would have rather he be ambiguous longer. Did they do a good enough job? Did they do a good job making him realistic in the world, I guess, by showing this relationship?
I think they should have kept Madeline Stillwell for a bit longer. I feel like she helped keep things a bit more viable in terms of the connection between the superheroes and the upper level Vought.
Well, yeah, they
noteworthy,
didn't want
right?
him to go fucking crazy. They wanted to do 5 seasons, but they killed the thing that kept him bound in season 1.
Yeah,
And they had
exactly.
no idea what to do. Again, like in this case, yeah, I like this a lot more, and that's going to be my answer basically for every question with season 1, because season 1 just feels like it had more time to cook, like it's cohesive. The pace is
Well, I think,
extremely quick, but it knows what it wants to do. It loses that immediately as soon as this ends.
Once she's gone, Vought turns into a goober clown company, you know,
Yeah.
whereas in season 1, it's like, yeah, it's a little bit goober clown, but it's still, you know, making some effort to sort of present as like a real organization that has genuine challenges that it needs to overcome. Whereas afterward, it's like, which is funny when they fucking introduce Gus as, you know, more prominently in season 2. And yet, as an organization, it feels like it makes less sense and is less tangible. And then the longer it goes on, it just becomes, oh, I guess it's just the Homelander's thing, I guess. To the point that he can then just order the Deep to just go through the building and kill a whole bunch of people with 0 consequences. Because, oh man, yeah, superheroes, they can do whatever they want or something. Like, yeah, and then that's sort of what it becomes. You know, after she dies, the whole company loses its grounding. And I'm not even a huge fan of the character. I
No.
find her like off-putting in a very in a strange way that I can't quite put my finger on. But
I kind of agree
yeah,
with you on that.
like I don't know what it is. It's the way that she's played as a character. It's like she's kind of almost frustrating, like a lot of the time. The mannerisms, but nevertheless, the character, as is the case with pretty much all of them, serves like a relevant role in the story. And then once she's gone, it's like, yep, all right, well, ripperoni any effort to try and like make this make any sense at all as a company.
Yeah, which is a bit of a shame because I expect, yeah, we'll get onto Staniger a bit more and when we discuss season 2. But the fact that they introduced the boss, like the person who's supposed to be bigger and more powerful than she is, and he is in every single way less competent, is not very satisfying. Just constant setbacks and defeats. Whereas, like she is competent, evidently. Like, and the key, obviously, is that she thinks she knows how to manipulate Homeland. That she is the mother he never had. And they play that creepily, but well enough. And then you start to pick up when he's like that effect is wearing off on him because, as has been mentioned, he's not dumb yet. At least he is intelligent as well as extremely powerful. He's manipulable at the time earlier on, up until like the midway point of the season, until like her attempts to control him become ultimately the problem. What he does, of course, want this mother figure, but actually it's the lack of the mother figure in his life which has made him not constrainable by it because he wants adulation and adoration generally. So she manages to put a lid on him fairly early on. He does the Flight 37 thing. He manages to turn that into a victory, but it's a tactical rather than the strategic one. And she realizes and he keeps telling her that he can do more. He can help more. Why do all of the suits get to dictate what he says? Why can't he write his own speeches? He's the voice of the company, the image of the company. He should be able to write his own lines. And as he's seeming to become more independent, is when she turns on like the weird Freudian Oedipus complex thing when she goes for the flirtatious motherhood, and a bit to keep a lid on him, but it then starts to intersect a bit with like the more plotty elements of the show, I guess, because as he becomes more interested in himself, I suppose, and his own backstory, and in whether or not people have been, including her, lying to him, the thing that he really can't stand anybody doing all the way through. You start to see his expressions change in some of those scenes in a really, I think, kind of an interesting way, because again, Anthony Starr does this role extremely well. You start to see, before she starts to see, that some of what she's doing is losing its effect.
Yeah.
So when you get to the final scene, obviously when Butcher thinks, right, I've got his weakness, and he thinks that Homelander's weakness is his weakness. It's love, basically. It's the person that he cares most about in the world, and he thinks that he's clued in on this, that Homelander's great weakness is Stillwell. And so when Homelander reveals that isn't the case anymore, you did see it coming, you registered it, you didn't necessarily know where it was going, and so it's like, it's an oh shit moment, but in that satisfying way of like, oh, of course, as opposed to, oh, that came from fucking nowhere. I think their arc together is really well done, much more so than like her role in the company or the company's role in the world. That was clearly like one of their big ideas, which they seem to pull off.
It's almost like an interesting cliffhanger of, she was his main handler. She knew how to manipulate him really well. He knew eventually more than she did, and he was conducting plans that she didn't know about. And he could see through and knows now how much she was lying about different things to do with him, and then he killed her. To me, that was like a statement of, all right, so he's taking her role, like in Vought, and he's even scarier now because there's no one on his team that's holding him to account or can. And then season 2 kind of undoes that really quickly by making him extremely stupid and still sort of subservient to Stan Edgar in a way that I don't find in any sense compelling. Stan Edgar is the same as Moff Gideon is the same as a lot of his like, you know, I love The Gentleman, but he's not gotten very far in that either. It's just Gus, but shit. Every time he turns up, he delivers his lines in a particular way that everyone likes, and he's always the boss of a thing. And he's, look at him, he's barely emotional. He's always so calculating. And then it's like, please rewatch Breaking Bad to know why Gus works. It's not just the actor being like, "Hello, how are you today? It seems that you've been a thorn in my side for too long." Like,
Oh my God, Gus Fring!
yeah. And it's just it's very disappointing. Like, sort of the elements that they worked to have with Homelander and Vought are pretty much gone as soon as season 1's done, until they just give up and they're like, nah, Homelander just is Vought or something. And then when that goes to shit, it's like, nah, he's not though. Don't worry about it. The effort for everything, every piece of material for making this story have any kind of consequence or substance is just thrown out as more and more time goes on. But there's a promise that's made, I think, by season 1 that the rest of the show cannot deal with, and it goes all the way to the last few episodes, or last few elements of the last episode for each of the characters.
Was that Scorched Earth?
One of them. It's one of the things.
Oh,
Oh man,
Scorched Room works, you know.
Scorched room, scorched
got
desk.
a lot of rooms, got a lot of rooms and desks. That's for sure.
I suppose on the subject of on Vought more generally, then, and this I guess takes us into like more of a world building direction than a character direction. There's a couple more characters we can return to shortly, but still Vought world building. Compound V. So this is the source of their super secret power. This is the thing that they've been using. It turns out since, well, sometimes they say in the 1970s, and then it's even before then. Compound V is the thing that, as of season 2 at least, has been worked on basically since the 40s. It creates these superheroes. They've kept it a secret all of this time. And they've kept it a secret all of this time despite shipping it all around the country, and indeed all around the world, as we later learn, into various hospitals. They secretly pay various mothers, tends to be single mothers, to remain silent about it, and they will give their children the chance of having superpowers in exchange for silence and money. And they do this by sending it to hospitals. Hospitals link it up to babies. And I, as a concept, I think is kind of neat. You know, I like a little bit of mass corporate conspiracy in my stories. I don't believe the world works really very well, even in season 1, though. I don't believe nobody knew about this. I don't believe the hospitals never leaked about it. I don't believe that none of the parents ever spoke about it.
No,
Or that everybody was so. It's madness, which is a shame because it's quite a pivotal part of the entire story. And that tends to be the case whenever the plot, I think, gets involved, even in season 1. When it's sticking with character work, when it's introducing all of these people, their relationships, and it's letting those relationships drive its story, it's quite strong. When it starts getting into its strictly plotty elements, or any plot that relies on its world building, that's when you tend to find nonsense, quite a lot of nonsense. Even early on, I think that I had forgotten the bit until I rewatched it, where Butcher's sort of taken Hughie through the streets doing his Matrix tribute act, which it gives a nod and a wink to. It knows it's doing that. Takes him to that like the back room of that extremely huge, large, very public and yet totally secret bar, where they get to spy on Ezekiel, who is the Christian preacher, pray the gay away type, who just quite openly is having doing the gay shit with the gay people in the bar. Yet another one of those things that would obviously have leaked. So on the one hand, the show is telling me that this is all locked up, super secret, narrative is totally controlled, and then every time it shows me anything, whether it's that for some of its villains, or whether it's Compound V for its overarching plot, or whether it's even Homelander's plot of like smuggling in super terrorists and all of that, this is all way too overt for me to believe the subtlety that you tell me has to exist. I don't believe nobody knows about this. And it harms the story, I think, every time it happens. It was annoying to rewatch it, because like, I like what you're doing with all the people in these scenes. I just don't like everything you're doing to get them there. You're very contrived, and that's the kind of thing that starts. It's one of those compounding things, right? You see how they're lazy in their approach to one area very early on. It very rarely improves from that point. If you start off allowing yourself this kind of leeway and laziness, you're not going to stop doing that.
And I think there would have been a lot of value in the reality being that Vought don't make a deal with parents to inject their children as a sort of experiment with the concern they could die, or they could end up with a shitty power, or they could end up with a good power, and they're set for life at that point. It's like, wouldn't it be even more horrifying and cynical that Vought have like maybe one or two dudes that very secretively have to get into hospitals with, you know, just people who any given children that are just born, find a way to get V into their blood through whatever malpractice, and then get out, and that's it. Just don't be seen. And these are like the fixers that get this job done. There's maybe 2 or 3 of them, and they've just been doing it for a long time. Very reliable. Maybe they are the one they like have, you know, like invisibility or some kind of power that allows them to do this, because their experiments from really early on, like fucking, they mention, you know, like the experiments in the 40s with the war and everything. So yeah, like you could have people
This
from
is
then.
gonna blow your mind. They literally have a character in Gen V where she will walk up, touch you, and go, "You will go jerk off now," and the character just has to go and do that. That's the exact type of power that would be perfect for this.
Yes.
You're going to inject this baby. You're going to inject this baby. And then they'll just.
And you won't remember, that sort of thing.
You won't remember that you'll dispose of this, and you won't remember. Yeah. This is in universe. They could have done it.
Yeah. And then Vought is just like, wow, you know, we'll help out these heroes that are popping up spontaneously. And then you know, because I like the reveal that it wasn't a natural thing, and that it was the company that almost creates these in a really cynical way. But I was never convinced by. Like, do you remember how many soups are in this in total? It's like, so parents.
Well, they said
across...
10,000. It's like you're saying 10,000 and not one person leaked it. Bullshit.
Well,
Yeah,
20,000 parents.
Bullshit.
10,000, 20,000 parents, not one of them came clean to their kid. People would leave their family rather than tell their kid that they're being lied to. And what about all the people who didn't, who had it offered and turned it down, who had no incentive?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. There's no way it would be a secret. That's stupid. That's way too many people.
Yeah, especially because we're talking about a world that has social media up their ass, just like we have in real life. And that there's not a single person who just went on their version of Twitter or whatever and was like, hey, my baby, they wanted to stab my baby with Super V. Like, yeah, no, that would have happened.
Yeah. So, no, I agree. It's kind of nonsense.
Yeah, and because I'm not that at all familiar with the comics already. So the comics obviously were written quite a long time before the show, and so I don't know if social media plays a huge amount. I think they started in 2006, right? The comics, so that would have been pre a lot of what we now consider modern social media, and the show wants to update all of that because, you know, it's setting itself in our modern time, not the pre-archaic, prehistoric times of pre-iPhone. So they try to keep a lot of the basic plot mechanics, but those plot mechanics don't function in the updated world that they've set themselves in, and they don't really try to fix that problem. So they want to tell us that, you know, superheroes, especially in the 7, are constantly surveilled, as you say. But at the same time, most of the plot relies on that not being the case. The plot still relies on them being able to walk the streets, not in disguises, and that nobody will recognize them or show their images everywhere or shares them, unless the plot wants that to be a plot point, in which case, yeah, all of a sudden everybody recognizes them. And so they use that to distract people when A-Train takes on Kimiko, for example, in the train station, and say, oh, no, this is the modern world where everybody knows everybody on social media and you can do that for clicks. But for the rest of the time, you can walk the streets totally fine and no one will recognize you. You can walk into secure facilities pretty easily. It's a bit more difficult in season 1. It stops being difficult at all after season 1. They have to do a bit of planning in this early stages, but it's the kind of thing that works better in the older world that the story is taken from. And a lot of the times when people do adaptations and they do try to update them for modern stuff, they do struggle with that like the whole change in society that's happened since the source material was written. It's a bit of a shame that they didn't work a bit harder to do that. But then again, it's not only that, because a lot of the other plot stuff as well tells you that they will do things which are just convenient for them. They will, the nightclub thing being one example, as has been mentioned. There are others as well, where it's like, so the Homelander Flight 37 thing was like, well, I can't save them because I can't stand on the air. And then 2 seconds later, you see him hovering with Maeve. So he's obviously got the force resistance to be able to, hold her up, but maybe not an airplane or people. And there's a whole physics argument you can get into about what that happens. The show doesn't want the physics argument, though. The show it's not interested. It's too interested in the drama of the scene and not enough in how that drama has been achieved, what the logic is, even the basic physics and power scaling that make that drama possible. It's a strong scene, but like many strong scenes in the show, if you ask how you got there, it doesn't quite pass the smell test, I don't think. And probably the biggest example is the baby blanket, right? So there's that bit where Homelander is taken to this fake house to see his fake family, or to talk about his fake family. And nothing there is real. Everything's been staged, and he's having to go through it. But the one thing in the room that's real is one thing that no one on the camera crew should ever possibly have access to, which is that he gets someone in production gets the blanket that Homelander had when he was in the top secret Vought science lab being created, and puts that in the house, and it triggers a strong scene. Like the acting, the performance carries that through, you see, and it's a really good way of getting the audience interested in, like, okay, what is the backstory there? Where did that come from? Why is he reacting in this way? And then if you ask how the fuck that blanket ended up there, no clue. But that's how the show's written.
A good question for another time.
Yeah, I wonder if that will ever be addressed properly. No. So overall, it's strong characters, but sloppy writing is kind of like the general vibe of season 1.
Yeah, you get this sense of like, all right, foundationally, it's rocky, but you got a lot of stuff here that you can work with, and it's an idea that sort of stands in opposition to a lot of what's very mainstream and popular right now in this genre. So let's give it our best effort, improve with season 2. You're like,
maybe not.
Maybe not.
We can reset a bunch of stuff. Well,
there used to be a time where shows did improve as they went on. I know it's crazy, especially from their first season onward, but we've mentioned this before. We're in the era where the first season is basically the only good one a lot of the time. Like, that seems to be all that happens now. And a lot of the time it's explained by the first season, they worked for longer, more carefully, and it was the one with all the ideas. And then the rest is just...
Prep Key afterward was like, oh, now I get to make the show that I want, which is that people explode in blood and guts.
Well, lots of explosions in season 1 as well, but less of the other stuff.
Yeah, but now I don't even need to pretend to be telling a real story. Now I can just... It is just a vehicle for that.
Well, and then... And stuff. On one hand, you think, like, so... Some of the things that stand out about The Boys for style in season 1 become its tropes in such a lame way that you don't want to see it anymore. Like, there's an aggressive explosion from a speedster trying to run around and kills an innocent woman. You're like, holy shit. And then you realize, like, well, that's just explosion 1 of 7,000. And you're like, oh.
Yep.
Not exactly as impactful.
Find new and creative ways to get people to explode in blood and guts.
But yeah, Arcane, Squid Game, Stranger Things... There's a bunch of examples of more modern shows where the first season really surprises and impresses, and then everything else is like, what the hell happened?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
A lot of that is lead-in time. It's development time. It's how long people spend thinking about it. Because certainly in the case of Stranger Things, obviously that they'd been working on this Montauk document for years. They'd sort of pitched it in various different formats over the course of several years. They'd had loads of time to write it, refine it. They'd had loads of feedback when pitches failed with the various different people. They iterated, and The Boys was kind of similar in that respect, because like they didn't scrap everything when it was first rejected and way back in like 2008. Like that was the original set of work, which was then carried over and developed on. It went through a bunch of other pitches all the way through like the early 2010s, and again didn't quite work out, or studios weren't quite keen, or they put it into production and cancelled. But all like most of the showrunners, or at least several of them, I know Seth Rogen was attached basically all the way through this process, but like they continued on going. So they had many years, basically more than a decade in the case of The Boys, to fine tune, iterate, hone down. Still quite a lot of sloppy stuff in it, which is a shame, but that's how long it took. It took them basically 10 years to get season 1 into the shape that season 1 is in when you finally see it. Season 1 comes out, huge hit, massive success, and then it's, a couple of years at most until season 2. They didn't have the same time. They knew it wanted to be 5 seasons, but they didn't know like necessarily where they were taking any of it. So that difference in the amount of time spent working and iterating and all of the feedback is why when you move on to something like season 2 and the quality is so much less, or even just the same but slightly worse, that's because they just haven't thought about it. They actually need like a decade to get a script into the kind of state that you see it in the debut.
Another sort of element I think as well is worth pointing out is season 1, because there's a scene right now on screen with Mallory, and then Hughie, and then Butcher, and of course Annie, and you're like, oh yeah, characters that didn't speak the same way every other one does, which is throwing fuck in every other word, or constantly talking about dicks, or splattering shit all over the place, talking about porn all the time, talking about how everything's covered in cum. Like, everyone does this throughout the whole show going forward from season 1, and when you rewatch season 1, you remember, like, oh wow, that was actually only a few of the characters that spoke that way,
Because
and they stood in contrast.
Yeah,
like
Yeah,
that,
they come from different fucking places. And he wants to
Exactly.
save the world,
And then-
essentially. Hughie has just lost like his girlfriend and has no powers. So obviously he's gonna be scared and talk about different things, talking about a bit more hopeful with Annie. But yeah, as you said, just later on it's just like, the cum. And don't get me wrong, I think cum is funny, but
Well, it gets insane.
There's so much cum I can
In
take.
season 5, it'll be like,
Clip
here's
that.
a new character, and then they say, shit, piss, cum. You're like, okay, now here's another new character, completely different origin, different
That reminds me
location.
of the time that I face fucked fucking Marilyn Monroe at the Met
Oh
Gala.
god, yeah, Paul
Yeah.
Reiser's character, he just exists to tell archaic sex stories. Like,
That
that is
was,
his character.
What about
Oh.
when they brought in the guy from fucking Alien and he came and his
That's
whole
Paul
thing was
Reiser.
just,
yeah, that is him.
Yeah.
That's him.
oh,
yeah.
I'm sorry, I thought you said Soldier Boy, but yeah, it's funny because they did the exact same role. He's just older Soldier Boy.
Well, and it's such a shame, too, because he's such a fucking good actor that when they allow him to do something meaningful with Homelander in that one scene, that's like one of the few kind of good scenes in season 5, if such a thing could even be said.
And by the way, your chat's right. I was going to say Melanie Mac.
And it's just like, so you spend 90% of this actor's dialogue saying shit, piss, cum instead of him. Why? Why do you do this? And the people from Gen V who come in temporarily, because I haven't seen Gen V, but all of them talk
Sound
the same
exactly the
fucking
same.
way. And you're just like, man,
Yep.
it's so boring. And you just realize, yeah,
Not
it's
only is it
infected.
boring, but it's actually just you can't do this as a writer because people don't sound the same. So like, there's no justification for that.
No.
Even if you want to present your world as this world where, for some reason, literally every single person is born considerably more cynical than in the real world, it's like, yeah, you can't write people this way, and you didn't write people this way in season 1. I'm just reminded when you were talking about Mallory, it's like, isn't it crazy? Ryan pushes her like into a wall and breaks her neck, and it's just like the show doesn't really care or seem to realize that Ryan has like a pretty high body count.
Yeah,
Like
he's a
like
fucking
as if,
nutcase.
oh no, there's a conversation to be had about whether it's like, because there's that dude he threw into the wall. That's one thing, but there's the fact that he was smiling when that dude got lasered, in season 3 by Homelander. That's crazy. What the hell? What's everybody in this show sucks, man. They're all so they're all just evil. It's great.
Yeah.
It's unbelievable.
And he's got like the fucking Gohan voice, like that's my dad.
It's remarkable how reliable it is that they'll be like, here's a guy called Grizzle Grozzle, and it's like, he's from the fucking thing of the thing and does this, and we're going to need him to work on the thing. And then he's like, hey guys, shit, piss, cum. And he was like,
Oh, that's my boy right there. The ship has come guy.
and every single
love that
time they
guy.
say it, it feels like the writer is sort of sitting there like, yeah, he's making an impact immediately. You're going to like this character. Like, there's no nonsense with this character, and they're quite fun. Like they'll say the most outlandish things that you'd never expect someone to necessarily say. You're just like, that's all anyone ever fucking says.
That's all. Yeah,
I think that's why
you do,
Soldier Boy
Cripkey.
just stands out so much because he goes like, "What the fuck are you doing?" A lot of times, like, why are you so weird?
We'll have to, I guess, maybe shelve the conversation with him until he's introduced. But it's going to be interesting to.
Yeah.
He's such an anomaly with how this show works.
Yeah, which is funny, but it is amusing because he is also very vulgar, but I enjoy him. I enjoy everything he says. I find funny, like every word that comes out of his mouth. It's the way that he delivers it. It's such a plain, matter-of-fact way. Well, what he's saying is so unhinged.
I mean, it's like what Mel said. I like how disgusted he is with everyone around him. It's annoying him as much as it annoys me, you know.
Also, because you guys were talking about I was grabbing something that it took apparently like 10 years to get season 1 to what it is while being so wonky. I guess there's like the very obvious thing to talk about. Like, oh man, the first season came out, what was it, 2021, 2020 or something?
19
even.
Yeah.
Jesus fucking Christ, that might be even worse.
We're old.
It's another show that gets 8 episodes and it takes just forever to come out, and then you have like this.
Well, and they don't even have enough story to fill it.
Yeah, exactly.
Those 8 episodes.
Oh man,
this has been happening so many times in recent years. It's like, oh, we took 2 years to make season 2, and then they have 45 minutes of episode, and 20 minutes of those at least feel like filler.
Yeah,
when nothing useful or meaningful happens.
Barely any time.
This became a problem with the show, I think, pretty much immediately after season 1.
Yeah, so the realization with season 1 is like there's like a series worth of storyline in season 1. They blast through almost all their payoffs way too quickly. One of the things that kind of sucks is that there's not enough space for certain payoffs, certain character developments and relationships. Like I said, I think they get to certain like killing Stillwell or revealing Homelander is completely and utterly the most evil, or giving the boys and butchers sort of like a major payoffs in terms of who he's going to pick over what, and revealing all these different things about the reality of like V and all that stuff. It's like you could have made this go a bit longer. You could have done all kinds of different things, but what you realize is they've rushed to the premise of the show. This is probably everything that he pitched as what he has to offer for what the idea of the show is, and then you hit season 2 and it's like, oh shit, slow down and start looping, because I don't know where the fuck we're going with this show. And they do that for seasons 2, 3, 4, and 5 until they're like, oh, we're allowed to end now. Like, oh, well, what are we doing for our endings? Like, I don't know, kill Homelander? That's probably, let's just do that.
Yeah,
and there we go. And it's extremely disappointing because the opportunities are just fucking flushed in terms of what is on offer. But it is, as you've referenced, a sign of the era. The fact that there's so little in terms of episode number, and yet so much bloat, and yet so much time between each season, to the point where we've referenced storylines already. We haven't even gotten past season 1, and people in chat are like, oh, I remember that. Where the hell did that go? And you're like, yeah, nowhere. But for example, by the way, we've talked about so much of the show, and we haven't mentioned the Deep really at all.
Nope.
Yeah, because what a stupid, worthless character that is.
Utterly
I find
insane.
it funny that I find it amusing that the show has a worse opinion of the Deep than it does like several characters who are worse than him, like morally. I mean, he's a piece of shit, obviously, because everybody in the show is, but like, it's crazy that the show's like, yeah, man, the Deep is horrible. Meanwhile, Sister Sage, whose objective is to kill everyone, basically everybody in the world, yeah, she gets to have a happy ending, gets everything that she wants.
I'm going to the wizarding world of Harry Potter.
Yeah, wow, that's amazing.
What a piece of shit character. Holy moly.
Oh, yes, the smartest character
realize...
is written by Eric Kripke, the smartest person in the world in his world.
That's a fate worse than death, because J.K. Rowling is a transphobe. That's why Eric Kripke wrote that.
Wait, I was actually going to suggest, because like I've seen people say they like Sister Sage, which is always insane. But was there some kind of like interpretation with that in Harry Potter or anything? Did any people get mad at that? Because the thing for me is just that it was a horribly... We shouldn't be talking about her yet. It's too early. She's introduced way later.
I think the implication is that the dumber you are, like the lower your IQ, the more you like Harry Potter. I see. Yeah, that's probably just that.
That is the implication.
I mean, again, not to...
Money coming from Eric Kripke.
But not to go too far to it, it's just that her superpower was a enormous brain, and then without her superpower, she becomes dumber than fucking rocks. She doesn't become
like
neutral.
An actual idiot, which is really awkward because that, like, Kripke, that means that's her baseline. Like, if she never had Compound V, she would have just been an actual idiot. Like an idiot. Like a stupid person, not just a normal, like a Xander Hall level IQ situation. Like, it's
Borderline retard.
oh, that's not good. It's not a,
Well,
point.
I mean, yeah, the idea that so Kripke's interpretation of intelligence is she likes quoting Shakespeare, and then as soon as the V is taken off her, she can no longer quote Shakespeare. Like, huh?
Yeah.
What?
Which
What is it? What?
Like, yes,
And she's happy about that as well. It's such a pain and a drag on her life that she's able to quote Shakespeare, that when she can't do it anymore, it comes as a relief. But I mean, she's retarded with her superpower, though.
Well,
That's the other problem.
Just to be clear, right? Like, the implication there is that the V knows what it is to be smart in a social sense or cultural sense with humanity, such that it provides her knowledge on Shakespeare. You're like, what do you?
Yeah. What does that mean?
It's like you know, if you're whatever it means to be intelligent via V, if it's taken away, presumably it doesn't take your memory away. It takes your ability to, like, you know, work with knowledge and create wisdom, essentially. You'd still have the knowledge, but you don't know what to do with it. Or your recall on... You know what I mean? I can't believe I'm bothering. His portrayal of an intelligent person is fucking hilarious.
It's basically
an idiot.
In season 8, episode 10 of Family Guy, Big Man on Hippocampus, there's a moment where Peter Griffin gets bonked in the head by a coconut, and he screams, "I remember everything!" This is the opposite of that. As soon as the V is, like, removed from her body, she remembers nothing.
Remembers nothing, yeah.
It's a good show.
Yeah, wonderful show. I mean, that kicked off by someone saying we haven't mentioned the Deep yet. We can mention the Deep, but
We just
like, very
avoid the Deep.
briefly. I mean, I really want it. The Deep is way more indicative, even in season 1, of how the rest of the show is going to be written, in the sense that I think Kripke even said, like, once every season, basically, he just picked some kind of popular celebrity of the relatively recent past and just gave him a similar character arc. 'Cause obviously, when the Deep goes and becomes a Scientologist, he's sort of doing the whole disgraced, just John Travolta joined Scientology. He's not doing it because it really fits with the rest of the story. It's kind of a slice of life. It's like, this is an aspect of corporate American culture and celebrity culture, which I couldn't really write into the show, so I'm just going to put him out in his own little mini-series, and we're going to do a series of that. In season 1, it'll be like Scientology, and in season 2, that will wrap up, and in season 3, it'll be something else, and in season 4, it'll be something else again. He's very rarely, like, intersecting with the main plot in any way. Obviously, like, he kicks off with the sexual abuse of Starlight, which is important to where she goes and how she comes to see the world. But as soon as he gets packaged off, the point, of course, is his disposability and his redundancy. But the show then finds that bizarrely interesting, and it seems to think he's a fun character, so it keeps cutting away to him doing pointless shit with this church, and it's like, it's just trying to be, it's almost like a protracted SNL sketch. That's his entire storyline all the way through this show, to the point where you can almost comfortably skip it and miss very little. Like, if you didn't have any of those scenes, and that you didn't see anything with, like, Eagle the Archer and all the rest of that, or the head of the not Church of Scientology for legal reasons, if he were just to pop back into the show when he does intersect with the Seven later, and give this obviously rehearsed corporatized apology that he tries to do, and say, "Oh, I've been working on myself," etc., basically the same thing would have been achieved. You just would have saved yourself a lot of time and pain. He's unnecessary.
I'd forgotten how much of the Deep scenes in season 1, I want to say, more so than the others, is he cares about fish, and then they get brutally killed.
Yep.
He cares about fish, then he fucks the fish, and then he brutally kills them. This is a great fucking...
and then the fish eventually hate him, and then they kill him
they
for something he didn't even do. But then the show gets mixed wires, because then they make it about the
Ambrosius,
octopus. Yeah. Even though it wasn't about that. Samuel L. Jackson said it was about the pipeline, which wasn't his fault. He got revenge for them, but it didn't matter. But haha, funny. Also hilarious that Annie took him to the ocean when she had no idea that the fish hated him, so she brought him to the one location that would be to his benefit.
There's
good thing.
The finale, the audience know things that the characters don't problems are so funny, because it was pointed out, like, in viral tweets. It's like, Starlight took him to the ocean because she knew about the fish thing. It was like, no, she didn't.
No, she didn't.
Like, oh. Yeah,
He absolutely
He
did
looks
not.
confused when it happens.
and then of course the boys assaulting the White House, not accounting for Soldier Boy because wait, I guess they knew that Soldier Boy wasn't in commission. It's like, no, they didn't. They didn't know that.
Nobody did at this point, I think.
I do want to mention this because I do think it's interesting. Do you notice that the Deep has like one of the? I think I mentioned this to you offline already, but the Deep is one of the only characters whose arms are fully on display. They're not covered by like any aspect of the suit.
Because he,
That's actually because they don't actually get these guys personal trainers. He just did that himself.
Yes,
And
I
he
read
put more
that.
effort in than
Yeah.
everybody else.
It
Yeah.
really
his name is
He's
it
a
Chase or Chance
character.
Crawford? Right? Is it Chase? I
Yeah.
think.
Yes,
Chase
Chase Crawford,
Um,
yeah.
I don't think it's a shock to anybody. I've seen a lot of tweets about this as well. It's like it's a bit of a shame for the actor. For the 5 seasons, he does everything very well. Unfortunately, he's given like -1 out of 10 script to work with. So,
Yeah. It's,
not even
it's a bit-
Anthony Starr in the show would have been able to make much of the Deep. There's nothing you can do. I'm afraid you're given absolute slop shit. So
At least he got to do the no meme at the because I found that kind of funny when he screams no in the finale.
I mean,
it's like, yep, good on you, buddy. You know, like you're giving it your all.
there's a part of me that kind of just I do kind of like the actor's attempts to do. He does all of this to exactly like the letter. He does everything they want him to do, and it's just like a
It's just
would have
the
been
character as a loser, clown, worthless.
which all comes from originally. Everyone thinks Aquaman is a joke. His powers are stupid, and it's like, what do you? Really? Like we're still there? Have we not gone any? Like
I feel like we've moved on at this point from that as a thing. It's like that's a bit of a out of date, Mr. Kripke.
as with every fucking reference in these shows, everything is like the popcorn.
And I don't
bucket.
know why that needs to extend to just the insane cruelty that the show has towards the aquatic critters in this show. It's kind of
Dude.
weird, man. Like dolphin and the octopus and all that. It's like, what are you doing, man? Like, why? Do you get a kick out of this? Like, what's the deal?
Out of all the things I pick up on watching shows with you guys, it's like Fringy absolutely hates when they just use an animal as a punching bag to just kill for like a plot device.
Yeah, it's really
This show-
really annoying.
This is the king of doing that. This has got to be like your fucking worst nightmare.
Well, yeah. Again, particularly with all of the aquatic animals, it's like, yeah, what? I don't know, man. It's just weird. It's just a weird thing that because it's like when the Deep eats the octopus, it's like, what's while he's there, you know, and of course, like every time, because like the problem is, what am I meant to conclude when the way that he communicates with the animals makes them like basically kind of people, you know, and then this is like their fate. They're like actually like sort of just people.
No.
It's like, what are we meant to? But now this has prompted people to say that this is his schizophrenia or something,
We
like
can-
imprinted on the animals.
Have you heard
or
about
we'll
this,
save that for
Platoon?
later?
Have you heard about this explanation of the plot holes for the Deep, the schizophrenia thing?
I don't think I have.
I don't know if you want to get into it now or not, but it's an explanation for why he died the way that he did when it makes no fucking sense at all. And why? I mean, fuck it. So basically, like the fish never spoke to him ever in the entire show. He's imprinting his like psychosis on them. He thinks they're talking to him, but they're not. When in reality, he's simply controlling them to do whatever he wants. And so that's why they want to kill him. It's because he feels guilty about the person he is, and so he kills himself almost with the fish at the end. Now the problem with this, of course, is manyfold, but like the fish act as like a network for him, and they speak to him, provide him information that he doesn't have himself, if you know what I mean. So it's like, how is that possible?
Well, it's how he finds the camcorder from Flight 37 as well. Like, he couldn't find the black
This is
box,
what I'm saying.
but one of his group of friends.
It's fucking
brought it to him.
cope. It's cope because the show doesn't make any fucking sense and it's filled with plot holes. And this, to be fair, this is what loving fans try to do. Like they try to make it make sense.
Don't do it. Don't bother.
You don't need to give it this kind of deference. No, you just give it up.
It's just bad. You've unfortunately invested a significant amount of your time and attention into something that was crap, and now you have two choices before you accept it. Just accept it and move on, or cope, you know?
Yeah.
But I think we know the correct path, all right? In front of you. Do it. Make the right call. Accept that this show has been bad for pretty much the vast majority of its run, except for season 1.
But
It's
no,
always a
someone
good sign. Oh, go ahead.
had said in chat, I completely forgot this. Apparently we skipped all the Deep scenes when we did our season 2 coverage, which makes a lot of sense.
Is
It's
it-
just
I
worth
wanted
the
to.
narrative.
It's just stupid with the Deep. It's always great when the fucking writer and director of the fucking show goes, I was like, yeah, I didn't really think I have had a place for these types of stories, so I'm gonna make a main character that's there all the time to just give him all these random things every season that are annoying and you can just skip.
Well,
and
like him doing a
do-
podcast in season 5.
Yeah, exactly.
You want
Ah,
Fresca?
yes. How contemporary, Mr. Kripke. He's doing
Here's
a
a crazy
podcast.
here's a crazy idea. If you already know you can't really put it in, leave it out. Do something else that fits. If you think yourself it doesn't work, why would you even fucking put it in?
Honestly, the crazy part is I know that several people who think the show is terrible, and they're like, "Well, the Deep stuff's funny at least." It's like, oh, jeez. Like, I guess
not.
I said that yesterday, and he doesn't like season 5 at all. I was like, no, it's just fucking cringe. What are you talking
The
about?
show is not. Yeah, it's not funny.
Your boos don't
really.
phase me. I seen what makes you cheer.
That's me with my friends all the time. Yeah. Because you guys are not my friends. Fuck you.
Aw.
But if we move toward the culmination of season 1, then a couple other people we haven't mentioned. Obviously, we have MM, we have Frenchie, Kimiko, Mallory, and Raina, who all serve various different reasons, various different purposes.
Oh
in the
yeah,
plot.
Raina.
Another big mistake killing her at the beginning of season 2.
I think it probably was. Yes, I mean, arguably a mistake all the way through season 1, given that. So her role in the plot is like she is the deputy director of the CIA. She's an ex-lover of Butcher's, and she's the main contact. And their whole plan from about the midpoint onwards is that if they can get proof about Compound V, and later on if they can get proof about the super terrorists that are being smuggled into the country, if they can get it to her, their problems will be solved. They don't really ever consider just giving all of this information to the press, because that's something they can try and do in season 2 instead. But so they're very insistent on giving it all to her. And toward the end of the show, they even do give basically all of it to her. And then she's summoned away from that scene where she learns everything. And they even give a picture of Kimiko so that they know about the smuggling in of various super people who have unlicensed Compound V. They give her all of this. She gets called away. Because there's a Navy SEAL raid going on, and it goes wrong because there's a super terrorist who blows them all up. And that sort of brings everything to a bizarrely inconclusive end. She still has all of this information, and then but because she gets distracted by something else in plot, then all of a sudden that kind of just doesn't go anywhere. She stops acting on a lot of the information she's just been received, and the rest of the show carries on as though that is a little bit on pause. She's not a very interesting character either, which is kind of, unlike a lot of the other people in the show, makes her quite annoying in the sense that she's a receptacle of plot contrivances and conveniences more than she is anybody that I actually give a shit about.
It's the same way I feel about Stillwell. They're not characters that I particularly care about. They allowed you to do some. It's like Wesley in Netflix Daredevil. Like killing him. Well, actually, it's not like him because I really like that character. But the killing them makes it harder for you to write plots because they facilitated a bunch of stuff for you at times. You know, maybe not like in ways that were kind of cheap, but at the same time, it's much easier to have them around than to not have them around for your storyline.
Yeah, and so at that point, the calculus becomes like, well, how much value do you think you get from their death versus keeping them alive?
At least for a bit longer.
A lot of the time. Yeah, which is so hilarious considering that the Deep survives until the fucking finale.
That's a lesson. Useless people thrive in society. I think that's what the show's trying to tell us.
Oh, is that what Kripke's trying to say? Kripke?
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, he's evidence of it himself. So
Many such cases.
I think Raina suffers as well from being a bit of a duplicate role. So Mallory is the other one. She's more interesting and she's more important for the plot, and she's very much more important for the backstory. And because she is the one who kind of unites all of the main characters in the boys. She unites Butcher and Frenchie and MM. They all worked for her once upon a time, and her links are with the CIA, which are portrayed as being very much in the past in season 1. Then they're suddenly very much more active, basically from season 2 onwards. So they kind of created themselves two versions of this character, because what they want to do with With Mallory, obviously, is like this is someone who has already reached the end of a story like this. This has already happened, and I like it as a little world building device. Like Superman does the opposite of this in the sense that everybody pops into existence the minute the camera starts rolling, and The Boys takes very deliberately the opposite approach. All of these people already know each other, and that's all kind of facilitated by Mallory's role in the story. They all have a history. We don't know what it is. It unfolds slowly. There's a reason for them all being like this, and them being like this has led to them making big mistakes in the past, which compound their make their future relationships or present relationships particularly difficult. So as an approach, I think that's nice because it tells me that this world has been in existence for fucking ages. And it beats that very tragic thing. You understand something of Mallory. You sort of learn over time that she lost her grandkids to Lamplighter, and that this was partly Frenchie's fault, and he won't tell anybody why, but he's blamed for it. So that kind of, when these characters meet for the first time, they aren't meeting for the first time, they're all meeting again, and so they have to try and overcome all of these various old grudges they had, because nobody really understands what went down, what went wrong, when it went wrong way back in the past. And it's why season 2 being relatively empty narratively was kind of a surprise, in the sense that this season goes all the way through and it gives you characters like MM and Frenchie, and like you see that they have these relationships, and the show says there is a history here, trust me. It might not be time for it yet, but we will get onto that, and it won't even get much to like getting onto it by the end of season 1. So it's like, so you've stored all of this stuff up. There's a lot of stuff stored up, and it is the more interesting part of season 2, I think, is when they do deal with some of it. But it's kind of, you've told me how much story there is left to tell, and then you get onto season 2, and then you realize that actually the stuff that they said was like in the past is kind of the only story they have left to tell, unless it involves Homelander, and that's kind of like the two things they have left to them. But at least with MM and Frenchie, and to a degree with Mallory, her role is mainly tragic, but with MM and Frenchie, obviously their relationship being so fraught for quite a long time, but them being quite clearly shown to be good people in their own respective ways, I think makes them kind of interesting. And it sort of harks back to when we were talking about like later seasons being full of contemptible scumbags and you hate all of them, whereas this show goes out of its way in season 1 to say like, these people do dirty, dangerous, horrible things, but we're going to make you like them pretty early on, so that you introduce Kimiko because it gives Frenchie a reason to not just be a drug addict gun runner. Like he wants to care for people. There's a reason to do this. You don't know it yet. MM is the moral anchor of the group. He's the one who's kind of, he got out and he became happy and he had a family life. And then you see the effects that Butcher has on him because he breaks that up again. That I think is all pretty good stuff. It's also, I think, the best it gets. Does anybody prefer the later instantiations of those characters when we know more than the early instantiations when we know less?
What was kind of crazy for me?
MM like deflates.
Deflates. Well, on MM actually, that's probably a good starting point. I completely I had this moment, I think, in season 5 where they said some line that prompts like the notion of the team and everything and everyone's membership in it, and MM was like on screen, and I just had a moment of like, what do you even do? What's like the point of you?
I had the same thing.
Because Frenchie's their science-man, and then Kimiko-man. Like he has those roles that give him purpose here and there. Hughie is fucking useless. We'll happily talk about that if you want, as well as time goes on. But MM is someone I think who slips by, because is it season 4 that does this hilarious nonsense temporary arc of you are leader man. That is your role. You've always been leader man. Too. What a leader man you are, Mr. MM, the leader man. And it's just pointless.
He's a professional guy who says fuck over and over again.
Yeah.
It's
this is one dialogue.
I don't know why he's fucking there. And so when you rewatch season 1, it's like, well, I guess he's got some facilitation of like planning or networking history with Butcher. There's some stuff, but I feel like they never actually cracked why the fuck he's even in the group.
There's so much to say about this too. It's like, I don't even know why he's there. I know why he's there. He doesn't remember why he's there. It's because Soldier Boy ran through his fucking family, but everyone forgot this dude even existed in the entire finale. And just disbanded the group after killing Homelander.
Yeah, he has a couple of stories to tell. It's sort of season 2 tells a slightly different story for his background than season 3, which I suppose we can come on to. But season 3 is the bit I think where he says, like, Butcher even has the conversation because the show is vaguely aware that it hasn't really told us why MM even exists. We know why he's there thematically. He is supposed to represent kind of like, this is what you can have if you get out, but you can never really be out. But season 3 even has the conversation where Butcher turns to him and basically says, oh yeah, you're here because you hold the group together and I can't do that. So you're the leader and I'm not. Or like, I have to go away and be an asshole. So I need someone to keep the boys while I'm being a dick. which is kind of as much as you get really for his purpose and utility. What he is very good at in season 1 is that he knows people, and so he can receive information from off screen when the plot needs to move on.
Well.
Someone can send him a message about something, and he'll say, "Oh, by the way, this my guy told me this," and say, "Okay, fine, we need this information. Let's go with that." I never really like off-screen detective work because it's not detective work; it's cheating. But at least he has a utility. He knows people. That's a job.
By the way, because well, we're talking about it's coming back somewhat to the power of Homelander in season 1. Do you remember the scene? And again, too fast as far as I'm concerned. He knows the identity of all of the boys. Not even before the finale of season 1, Homelander has that information. It's just funny to think it takes him this fucking long to kill. I say kill them. That never actually happens. However, the way he portrays this scene, slowly unthreading everything, knowing all of the details, basically manipulating the hell out of everyone here and displaying it all in a more kind of fun way, you could argue. He's like, you did this, you thought you could get away with this, and then this is happening. It's undermining the entire team. They killed Translucent, all this, and then Annie steps up to say like, whoa, I didn't know, and he just goes, keep those hands down by your side, Missy, and just stares at her with the red eyes. Actually, like, one of the few times I remember being like, fucking hell, like, you know, because it's the contrast, right? Jovial, almost wholesome, in complete control. He's borderline, still got those pieces that you wonder about how he portrays himself, but then the way he says this in a sense of like, I swear to God, if you give me a reason, I'm going to burn your face off. And it's just like, oof, careful with this guy sort of thing. Yep. But that's just how he treats everybody constantly, I think, as soon as season 1's over.
Honestly, he kind of sucks about halfway through season 1. In the very beginning of it, when they're looking for Translucent, he is the only one who cares. Yeah. It is his entire job at that moment in time, whatever, that for that part of the show, to identify who the fuck did this. And as soon as he finds out, he just lets them live for like 6 fucking years.
Yeah.
It's crazy. He know, oh, you know what? Let me go send Black Noir. Let me go send fucking the Deep. If he just goes and kills them, the show ends. And it's obvious the writers didn't really know how to navigate that.
They made him extremely powerful that they had to spend 5 seasons explaining why he never killed the boys.
He had a deal. He had a deal with it. That's the reason. He keeps threatening to do it, yeah, because as soon as he finds out about Hughie, that's kind of leverage over Starlight. But will be, there's a lot of blackmail discussion to be had about season 2, so I want to kind of resist the urge to go into, I have this information that I can use against you, because we'll have that's most of season 2. It's really boring and annoying. I suppose what left to be said for season 1 is we sort of come toward the end of the show then, so everything starts like culminating, that they've learned a whole bunch about what Homelander's secret plan is. He's been working against Vought secretly to accelerate the plan to get supers into the military. He's been personally, with A-Train getting this Compound V abroad to create these super terrorists in order to justify the existence of superheroes in the military. So that's where the plot is all culminating with that. Obviously, Stillwell finds out about that as well, and by that point, he's kind of exceeded any use he has for her. He kills her, and it ends on a kind of cliffhanger, because you think it's going in a almost it concludes certain things, and then the main point, of course, is that it's not conclusive. So the CIA gets this information, but they don't make any use of it because we can't do that yet. That's for the next season. Super terrorist thing is found out about, but then they can't tell it to anyone who already matters. And it's all brought to this abrupt end. But characters have a bit more of a defined ending position, I think, in season 1. So obviously the purpose of Starlight and Hughie in particular, even though Hughie's useless practically speaking, he's still there usefully thematically, because this is like, if you have somebody else to fight for, then it's still worth being the optimist. It's still worth being a little bit naive even, but clinging to your conceptions of what is good and right. That's Starlight's kind of debate, and Hughie's the thing that helps her resolve that. It is still worth doing. She doesn't want to become like Maeve. She wants to be the optimist, the bright-eyed kind of, she wants to lead the world in a better direction. And that's kind of where season 1 ends off with her. You don't get the sense, what I'm saying is, at the end of season 1 that she's utterly defeated by her experiences in this show. I didn't anyway get the sense that like she went through all this journey and then realized it was pointless and futile and became horrible and cynical and a bit of a bitch. That kind of wasn't the object of her journey. Unfortunately, how do you continue character journeys if you've made them happy? That seems to be the show's problem. And its answer is kind of, well, we just make them unhappy. It's like, yeah, but does that involve
it's so funny you're saying that,
established?
considering how Butcher's story ends.
Yeah.
There's a lot of examples, to be fair, but
just make them unhappy. I don't even know what you mean.
are we allowed to talk about Black Noir quick?
Oh yeah, sure. I
Which
actually
one?
forgotten he exists.
Well,
But yeah, which one?
So I say this knowing full well what the 5 seasons are, but like when I first saw season 1, my hope for the character was, especially with the introduction and no knowledge of the comics, was like the scene where he says, "Everyone tell me about who you've saved," and he says, "Black Noir, let's start with you." I thought that was like a nod to what's going to turn out to be Black Noir is one of the silent members of the 7, and he does his job really well because he's actually like probably the best one there. As in, he actually does save people.
I thought as well.
He actually does the work. He is kind of representative, but he simultaneously isn't sure about all of them. So he keeps to himself, and he just does the job. And that there was going to be some kind of really cool fucking payoff for that. I thought he was like you get so minor pieces like him sitting at the piano and just looking at the dude playing it until he leaves, so he can play it himself. It's such a tiny moment, but I was just like, I hope they do something cool for this guy. He seems kind of fun, and. Yeah, as time goes on, they have no idea what to do with him and just kill him, and then replace him with a new Black Noir that they have no idea what to do with and kill him. I don't think there's a more hilarious storyline for any character than in
He's like a
Black
pet.
Noir. Yeah.
It's like what you do, like, oh, my goldfish died. I'm gonna replace him with goldfish number 2.
And then kill Goldfish number 2. The comic version of his purpose is infinitely more interesting than anything they did in the show.
Yeah.
Yeah.
From what I understand what the comic one is, but yeah.
The secret clone of Homelander and the backup.
He's
Homelander as well.
The idea of a failsafe for Homelander with a clone of him that stays silent and dresses like that so that he'll never know is just a really good idea. And just always have that ready in case he goes out like that. Why didn't they just do that instead of what the fuck they did, where he sees cartoon animals and struggles with trying to figure out exactly what he wants to do and then just dies?
Yeah, it just goes back to help see off Soldier Boy, but then off he goes. I wonder whether they thought. So we have obviously a big reveal about sort of Homelander's true nature and the existence kind of another Homelander in the form of Ryan, which I kind of like the way that he goes around figuring all of that stuff out. But obviously compares the story that he's told by Vogelbaum and then by Stillwell spots the subtle difference because she mentions a miscarriage and he does not. That's how he figures it out. But then the revelation is that there is a son. He has progeny. There is another potentially Homelander-esque character going to be entering the show, and whether they thought, like, do we want to do that twice? I suppose if you already have that kind of that notion that there is potentially a duplicate, or not a duplicate, well, an offspring anyway. Do we also want to have it that Vought was covering up the existence of a backup Homelander on top of covering up the existence of the son? Maybe they thought that was too similar to be worth doing. The comic didn't think that, obviously, but the show may have done. As I say, and so there's a room for it anywhere. But that kind of, I mean, is there anything who have we not talked about? I think we've talked about most people.
We haven't really talked about Hughie, the main character.
Well, yes. I mean, yeah, we talked about him only in the sense that, like, he exists to enable other people to have their arcs. That's Hughie's role in the story. So obviously he's introduced, but just thinks he's useful. Brings him along because he gets some knowledge that he deploys his tech skills a couple of times in the first 3 or 4 episodes, right?
Yeah.
He builds the shield for the RF thing. And in the finale, he knows a couple of things. Yeah.
Well,
he sells remotes.
The idea seemed to be, again, not knowing anything from a comic POV, that it's just like, this is the insert for the audience of you idolize heroes, you get inspired by them, then you find out in an instant they don't give a fuck about anybody. They do it for the money, they do it for the praise and the... how does that make you feel? Crashes his whole world down, and then it puts him on a path of, you know what, something actually needs to be done about this. It's not just that they're not the heroes you can look up to. They're actually menaces. They're like demons running around destroying the whole world, and maybe you could stop them. Little insignificant guy who's just living a quiet life with his dad, who is so passive that nothing ever happens, and maybe you can make all the difference. That's like the inception of the character. Once you've seen the 5 seasons, I genuinely am just like, what the fuck is the point of you? You shouldn't even be here. You serve no purpose. You're just annoying.
But it's the difficulty
His
of writing.
purpose.
After you.
Oh well, I'm gonna. Mine's a meme. All I would say is that the purpose he serves is for people to pretend that they think that Hughie's great, while never, ever, ever, ever coming up in any conversation about this show ever.
There's obviously an idea that he's supposed to be the heart of the team, or the one that has the integrity, where everyone else has the power to act, right? Like, be it in
But he's not the
superpowers
heart
or
of the
guns
show
or anything.
because
Well, no, he's not even got a
nobody
spine.
wants to talk about him. No, he's just really pretty lame and annoying. And the only reason anybody's here is to see Homelander do crazy shit.
Yeah.
They don't care about Hughie. Nobody's talking about Hughie's ending in this show.
No.
Nobody. It's all about Homelander.
Just
I just
mad
find it funny
Judd.
because people just kind of pretend like they like Hughie. But and also I don't know, I think the longer it goes on, the more frustrated I get by the performance as well. Feels like he sort of slots into a bit of a routine as well, very similar line delivery, and almost weirdly sort of smarmy kind of attitude the more the time goes on. It's like this weird overconfidence coupled with a character who rarely makes any like choices ever, except in season 1.
Yeah, I mean, because in season 1, it's what is he going to be? It's that debate that he and Starlight sort of share together. They're both being pulled in these directions. Is he going to turn out like Butcher? Is she going to turn out like Maeve? Will they chart their own way? And they provide each other's answer to that question. They're the thing that sort of stops each other from becoming a hopeless moral wreck of a character. The problem is that's not a very active role. So like he gets a few moments in season 1, as we mentioned. Like, he's the one who comes up with the plan to shield the room they keep translucent in. It doesn't work very well, but he comes up with a plan. He comes up with a couple of plans sort of later on. But it's the problem with writing an essentially powerless character in a world with such powerful and skillful people. Even the normal members of the boys all have these pronounced skills in some respect. And he's tech guy in a world that doesn't really make much use of tech. Firstly, because it's set when it is. So he doesn't have a huge amount of opportunity to take the active leading role. And in season 1, they make a point of it. They try to develop it a little bit in later seasons, that he's aware of how useless he basically is. That motivates his later decision to start taking Temp V. He wants to be the one who can save Starlight rather than being the one who is saved. But I think he's a difficult character to make more than one season of TV with if you want him to be important. Because he kind of goes through his arc. His arc is complete in season 1. Like, he finds his reason to hope. The rest of it is then like, well, he's there to have occasional conversations about his father, and he's there to have occasional relationship arguments, and then he's there to occasionally bitch. And you might tell me that he's Butcher's canary. The show tells me that several times overtly.
They do show you that.
But I don't really believe it.
No.
And I don't think it really impacts the story very as much as it should, anyway.
Butcher has never made a decision until they start using that, like according to what Hughie approves of. Are we joking? Watch the show again. Watch how many times Hughie would be like, Butcher, you can't do this. And then he's like, shut the fuck up, Hughie. Just moves on. Nobody gives a shit.
Look, that job is taken by MM anyway. That's his role in the team for most of the shows. That he's supposed to be the moral conscience and the one who can, tell him, no, you're doing something wrong. So like, there's duplication of the role there anyway. So it doesn't make Hughie stand out. Then they tried to make the link with the brother, with Lenny in later seasons, to try and give him a bit more of a defined parallel and more of a defined identity, more of a reason that's not just the same skills MM has. Even that's kind of like, I don't mind learning that stuff about Butcher. I think the fact, like, trying to tie it to Hughie is so very obvious, and it still doesn't make that much difference in the story. There's a couple of moments where Butcher doesn't even really say, because Butcher's response is always like, oh, I'll just knock you out and go and do what I was going to do anyway, but I'm good now because I saved you from it. It's like, yeah, but it's for the canary thing to work, you need Hughie to really stop him doing the thing to begin with. And he'll do it kind of at the end of season 5. He doesn't do it much until that point. I like him in season 1. He's fine in season 1. He's not the most interesting thing at the time, and that's the debut season.
It's an in retrospect thing of like, was it worth having him for the meaning you get out of the whole thing? And ironically, of course, I'm like, well, Homelander, absolutely. And then it's like Hughie, like, well, I mean, season 1, yeah, I guess.
He doesn't really feel like the main character anymore at this point, anyway. It's just the Homelander show.
It's the Homelander show, yeah.
Yeah.
And in season 1 and 2, it's the Homelander and Butcher show, and then it gets a bit more. I mean, even Starlight kind of is a bit redundant after a certain point. Useful to get them in and out of Vought Tower, but then in later seasons they can just walk in. So what's the fuck is the point of her being there? But it's supposed to give the show a nice moral center. It's supposed to give it a nice romantic center. I think these are the two bright-eyed kids that you can kind of get behind. You want them to do well, even as the people around them do horrible things. And it works for a little while. It does work in season 1. I quite like their relationship's kind of nice. Obviously, the chance meeting, they both come at each other from their respective low points, having just entered this brand new world. And by virtue of him being such a nice guy, she opens up to him. And then the sort of the betrayal because he's having to use her, and then she discovers it. That's all fine. I quite like that as a story. It's not exceptional by any means, but they dovetail it with the plot as well in the way that they don't in later seasons. In later seasons, there are specific scenes set aside for them to talk about their relationship, and then they go off and do their own stuff, and it doesn't really intersect with the plot much. Like their relationship is kind of circumstantial. As at least in season 1, he has to use her to get in to see Ezekiel, and then she finds out about it. He supports her nonetheless. Goes back to because he just being there is the thing he can do to support her. And that's all part of the A plot. So you can say that there's some use to them being where they are. That will just disappear as the seasons go on, to the point where, kind of like the Deep, you can almost skip their arguments because they're very similar every time they come up. But I think that probably does wrap up all the characters. We've done the world building. Anything to be said for the theme of season 1? Obviously, the obvious one is probably the dangers and the corrupting nature of vengeance. Butcher is the ultimate representative of where that can go. In one respect, and even Homelander to a degree is primarily motivated by his vengeance against the people who created him, and then his consequent desire for love and affection. Simple, not hugely thought-provoking or complex, but they show it kind of interestingly through their characters. They give them all these different ways to express it, and they give different characters different reasons to be vengeful, and they see the destructive influence in various different ways. It motivates most of them in various different parts of the season. Is there anything left to be said about it beyond that vengeance is bad, though? Is it as deep as some people say it is?
No.
No?
No, not really.
There's some other stuff definitely to be drawn, certainly in season 1, of like, can you change the system, or does the system change you, for like Annie? But then broadly, like, how much of a problem is Vought / the system that everyone is a part of in this society, that it needs to be torn down, or it needs to be addressed, that it's the individuals in it that cause it all to be this way or not? There's like stuff in there for sure.
Yeah, the only problem is that the longer the show goes on, it's like, no, Vought is evil. If you have Compound V, it makes you evil, with very, 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 very few exceptions. So even beyond the scope of revenge, I mean, how is Butcher just not basically like in the right, like in terms of his objective? Like, it's kind of untenable. I mean, by the point that you're getting to season 5 and you're literally about to have, it's like you've got a crossroads by the end of season 5 of Homelander is pretty much going to kill the vast majority of people, or Sister Sage's plan, which is to have everybody killing everybody, so there's literally nobody alive. This is like the end consequence of people with Compound V in this world. Either you reach that level, or they're a more relatively benign evil of just being incredibly like self-serving. They kill people and they don't, in this case, benign, comparatively mundane, because of the scope of how insanely evil the characters start to get and the amount of, destruction they're going to bring on the world. It's like, I don't know, man, like, oh yeah, the revenge, it destroys everything. It's like, yeah, but I'm tired of like Hughie's like, oh man, but you can't do that. It's like, dude, we got to get real about this world and how insanely psychotic it is, Like, at this point, I mean, it's just hard for me to take any theme seriously when the world becomes like this insane, compared to even in season 1, the vast majority of the heroes in that world are bad, but like they're bad in ways that are a little bit more understandable and comprehensible, and maybe there's like a pathway back compared to how evil they get later on. You know, like even with someone like A-Train, right, who's like really is just a horrible person. There's like, yeah, but there's still some effort to sort of explain who he is and what motivates him. Or someone like Maeve, right, the sort of who becomes cynical.
Yeah.
But then the problem is she gets pretty annoying, particularly in season 2 and 3. The show has a really much higher opinion of her than I do, that's for sure, in terms of like her morality. And it's like, yeah, everybody sort of just turns into Homelander. So, you know, I don't know, like what, like, oh, revenge is bad. It's like, yeah, but the thing is that if somebody has revenge as a motivation, that's not great, but the end result is that they're actually going to save the world by doing it, then that kind of hurts your theme a bit, you know? Like, maybe, you know, maybe it is corrupting, but like, dude, Homelander alone at that point, you know, it's like, oh shit, but when literally all of the heroes are evil, all the people with Compound V are evil. It's like, I don't know. It's just hard for me to take it seriously as any theme. Kind of retroactively, unfortunately, in the case of season 1. It's like, dude, you've created a story that's kind of like worthless in terms of like offering any meaning or guidance for how to move through the world. Because our world isn't like this world. Our world isn't this cynical.
Well, and Kripke would disagree, but
Yeah.
He would disagree, but he would be wrong.
He would be wrong. Yeah.
Kripke's more cynical than the show. He's just cynical the man, apparently.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that was one of the stories that came out around season 5. Is how it was. Anthony Starr was the one who kept having to insist that we can't just do allegory of certain orange people for this character. This character is a character, and deserves its own payoffs based on the character we established in season 1. And it's always. I like hearing stories when actors are that invested in their characters and the stories they have, because it's good to know. It means something resonated with them. But I always think it's a bad sign when the story is, and then the fucking showrunner himself admits it, because he's the one who puts the story out there, that his actors had to remind him to tell a story. Like, that's your job. That's your fucking job. Why are you in this position? Give it to somebody else if you don't want to do it. But
Yeah.
So yeah, see, I mean, that kind of wraps up the discussion of season 1 mostly. I think we covered most of the bases. It's a strong start. It was really popular. You can see why it was really popular. For all its got quite a bit of clunk in it, and it's quite a bit contrived in certain instances. There's enough there to like. You know, there's enough about the characters to like. There's enough about the world to find really interesting, and it's kind of a corrective to the Marvel style of superhero, where everything is very grand and very huge and very epic and not particularly grounded. So it does, you know, it proves at the time at least superheroes, they aren't really a genre. They're kind of a medium, and then you can do genre pieces with them. And to a degree, I think everyone has lost sight of that. The Boys itself loses sight of that. It takes itself far too unseriously by the end. But as we move on then, I suppose, to season 2, this is where things kind of start going wrong, quite badly wrong in certain instances.
Just completely destroyed. Game over. It's already game over by season 2.
Yeah, I think the first thing that comes to mind to me when I think back on season 2 is like, how are the boys alive? There shouldn't be any way for them to be alive. Because I do remember quite vividly that there's a thing where they're in like some sewers or something, and Homelander is actually chasing themselves with the intent to kill. Mm-hmm. And somehow that didn't happen. I can't remember how that didn't happen, but I know for a fact it should have happened.
He tries to make Starlight do it, and then right. Kimiko's, I can't remember who was he in relation to her, but he had the powers where he dropped the like train on him or something. And
it's her brother. Kimiko's brother is kind of the MacGuffin for a bit of that.
And then Stormfront kills him.
Oh, stop! That fucking character.
Because remember, that's the introduction of her being like evil, essentially, like hyper evil, insanely evil. But
yeah, this is also where sorry, go ahead.
No, it's continue with what your thought was.
It's also where the show shows that it has like no bite whatsoever, because they want to tell these stories.
Yes, because she's an edgy
look, we have these incredibly racist characters, but don't say any slurs. It's like, won't say
the specific words. Which again, if you're going to commit to it, if you want to write this story where you've got all of these evil psychos, like this is you made yourself do this. Okay, you didn't have to write this story. You could have written something different.
It's like this funny thing. It's like, yeah, look, she's killing all these people. It's like, oh, yeah, okay. The others do too. Like,
yep.
You keep telling us there. So she's called Stormfront. I get it, but I think she's gonna drop some bombs when she's around. You know what I mean? Like, this is. If you want to tell that story, just do it. If you don't want to do it, don't introduce a character who's incredibly racist, allegedly.
I was going to ask, my first question would be like, what specific? When was the first moment in season 2? Does anybody have a specific moment where they realized, oh shit, what's
It
what's
wasn't a
going
good
on?
sign when what's her name's head exploded. That's for sure. That was like a oh shit. Uh-oh. What are we doing here, lads?
From memory, I feel like I took issue immediately, even with the will building like drop you get at the beginning.
Oh,
with-
well, you get that opening scene with Gus, right, where he says a lot of stuff that is like bizarre, doesn't even really make sense. Doesn't he say something along the lines of like, well, how much collateral damage are you willing to accept? And he's like, oh, well, officially 0, but unofficially like 30%. It's like, what does that even mean?
Yeah.
Yep.
What does it mean that unofficially you are willing to what does it mean? What is 30% what does that even mean? You know what I mean? Like if there's some event that's happening out in the world and then a superhero gets involved, what does 30% casualties mean? What would 100% be? What does that mean? Everyone? Like in the general area? It doesn't even make any sense as a statement.
Yeah.
You know, putting to one side, like, what does it mean? There's like, oh, well, unofficially we only accept 30. It's like, okay, why that? Why not like 50? Why not 60? Like, it just feels like a scene where you have characters talking about serious things, like, you know, oh, look at how methodical they are, but none of it makes any sense. And while that's happening, we're playing music that's kind of a bit, you know, it's sympathy for the devil, right, is what they're playing during this sequence, while Black Noir is doing all of this evil stuff. Well, no, it's, you know, violent, right? Because these are the bad guys. But this also feels like another example. It's like right at the end of season 1, they set up that you've got the like terrorists now that have it, and then he just kills the guy straight away that they set up at the end of season 1. It's like, what do we felt like that was something that was going to be carried out for the rest of the season, but nope, that's just kind of a dead end, I guess.
Well, yeah, I think they realized they
It's
were
not a
at risk of
reassuring sign.
duplicating it again because they're going to introduce the Shining Light Liberation Army in this, which is kind of that takes over the role of where that terrorism thing from season 1 was leading. Then that has to get transferred. They can't do 2 of those plot lines, they think, so they sort of very quickly abort one of them in order to throw the other one in. You didn't need to do it that way. I think you probably could have got to much the same place if you developed your original plot line, but there is a bit of a fear of duplication, I think, that covers a lot of the show because they don't think things through. So they accidentally introduce these contradictory things, and then they have their own parallel plot lines which cover much the same grounds, and then they think, oh shit, let's just get rid of one as quickly as possible. So you get most of the like the Syrian aspect of the super terrorists is done really in the first, like the opening setup beat for season 2.
Pretty much.
Yeah. Any advances on? So we've got the world building faults. There's more to be said about those. Obviously, there's the head exploding. Was anybody else taken out by a specific moment, or was it just the general vibe of season 2 from what you remember?
Well, I've mentioned before, I've got like a whole script that I didn't manage to turn into a video of breaking down. It's basically every single scene of this season, I think, is just a
Well,
catastrophe.
start reading it out then. We're here
So,
for a reason.
Obviously, we went through a bunch of it when we first did the coverage, but yeah, it just in everything that was worthwhile starts to get just significantly worse, and everything that was bad gets worse. It just falls apart really quickly. You know, your standard stuff, plot nonsense, character assassinations, world building that's creaky and falling apart, and then an attempt to just rerun what was working and waste time. And season 2 is where it begins also getting way less subtle, which is really funny because The Boys was never subtle.
No, but it didn't have an actual literal Nazi character who says lines like, everybody agrees with me, they just don't like the word Nazi. It's like, yeah, well done you. Very, very clever, Eric. Good stuff. But yeah, so the opening world building thing, I think, was the thing that did it for me. Just the opening monologue, because you got Stan Edgar is kind of asserting his power and his dominance over the government, when, if anything, the opposite should be the case. What the show wants you to believe at the beginning of season 2 is that though everybody now knows about Compound V, everybody knows it's Vort's proprietary product, everybody knows it's being given to superheroes, because that news comes out really early, and everybody knows it somehow made its way into the hands of terrorists. This was all the fault of like the junior vice president of the company from season 1. So now she's dead. the company's kind of it's okay again, or at least none of that redounds upon Mr. Edgar himself.
They
so he's able
pull-
to sit in the room with the government and basically dictate the terms, even though like all the investigations would have happened in the interim. None of this should be like his company's fucked.
How many
All-
times
like,
do they
the
pull
idea
that
it
card
would come
where
down.
a member of Vought dies and then they show us like an episode later, oh, it turns out they were behind all the evil, so now we're good. And the public's like, cool, thumbs up.
Yep.
Yeah, as if that's the way that it would work, other than it's like, no, your company's like dead, pretty
It's
much.
it's like another problem with like story writing. They want to include what the populace thinks and how they're gonna be like convinced something did happen in a certain way. And it's like, no, like this is not gonna work. They know better. Again, we have a whole social media world in this universe, so this information just being like this just doesn't work. Like even besides the normal how investigations work, it's just
It
they
seems
just
like
never want to deal.
the
They don't
show-
want to deal with it, but they want this to be like this big, lively world with like, yeah, people exist, but then they don't because that's way too much to take care of.
Don't they?
It seems like it's sort of almost this vaguely thing of like, well, government can't do anything, and the corporation always wins. It's like, this isn't even true. Not in our world. There have been heaps of instances of like pretty big companies exploding big time, and there being like actual consequences for the people at the top. Like that does
Yeah,
happen.
and they
It
don't
happens
just
sometimes.
they don't just
you know?
scapegoat one person who happened to die or whatever. There'll be characters who get hit with like they're behind it all. Like Stan Edgar goes down at one point, and then they come back later. It's like, nah, I'm fine. It's all good.
It's like
and
that's not how it works. People remember.
I think
People
Annie
remember
gets
these things.
hit with like, she's awesome, she's terrible and the worst. No, turns out she was framed and she's awesome. No, she is the worst thing ever, actually ever, and we need to stop it. Actually, she's okay. Like that's like Vort's position on Starlight throughout the whole series.
Yeah, I was like, it seems impossible, but sure. I don't know, it feels like in Daredevil Born Again, like, oh yeah, no, Fisk is popular or something. It's like, oh, he wouldn't be, but okay, sure. I hate that. It's just like, oh, well, the show ordains it. It's like, what are they going to appeal to? Oh, I guess just vaguely, oh, bad guys get away with stuff in the real world or something. Like this sort of just nebulous thing, as if there aren't and like consequences for the actions that people take.
It's weird because I think in season 5 they mentioned like actual numbers of like polls they did one time, and then they just never deal with it ever again. Only this tiny amount of people will like this, and then it's like, yeah, we're just gonna do it anyway, and then we never deal with this again.
Well, then by the time you get into season 5, it's like you're going to poll whether or not people will believe that Homelander is literally God.
Yeah.
and if people don't think he's God, they'll just get murdered.
Yeah,
and that's
but-
like his plan. Yeah, like it just gets to a point of being totally farcical.
One and two
And it
kicks
begins
off
here.
the because season 1 you go from borderline neutral contemporary world but with superheroes, and the reveal by the time you hit the end of season 1 is they're all mostly horrible. We've got a team that's going to try and kill them. Their most horrifying member, being Homelander, is aware of this. The stakes are set. What will happen as a result? Little bits and pieces are just like moving on. It's like 2, 3, 4, 5. We're done with progressing the plot line. You'll get things that need to be dealt with and are dealt with in like isolated ways, but you really you could just skip 2, 3. What was it? If you do the previously on for like season 5, you probably could just go from 1 to 5 and you'll be fine, right? You're not going to miss much.
You might be able to. I mean, everything with Stormfront is ultimately meaningless.
Yeah.
And the only context that's relevant will be provided to you by Soldier Boy anyway. And then with season 3, them using Compound V to get powers, which we'll talk about that as a choice. I was like, well, that doesn't really fucking matter later anyway. I mean, you could just jump to the point that Butch has got like superpowers anyway by season 5, and it's like, oh, okay, I guess that happened or something. You skip over the Newman stuff, which ultimately doesn't matter.
Nope.
Like in season 5, it doesn't matter at all. Other than I guess there might be some references to it occasionally, but who cares? Like it really is pretty funny.
Yeah, I
For
mean,
a
that's
show that
what
they wanted it to be 5 seasons, and they didn't do fucking anything seasons 2, 3, and 4 ultimately.
I mean, this is what it was for me, because I wasn't aware we were going for like briefly through all the other ones, because I dipped after season 2, and then Mala asked me to give 5 a watch to talk about it. And I started watching. It's like nothing has changed. Like,
Yeah.
Oh, he's got 8 tentacles now. Okay, I guess. It's like
What is the logic is he took Temphy until he overdosed and got like parasites and diseases eating through him, which then his psyche told him to accept and become Tentacle Man.
Negan was like, "Hey, come on, be evil or something." And then he was like, "Yeah, okay, I'll be evil." And the thing that Butcher does that the show thinks is evil is get rid of one of the most evil characters in the show. I find it crazy that the show doesn't realize that Newman is like horrible.
Many such
They're just
cases
like, "Oh
in
no,
the
you
show.
kind of done some bad things." It's like, what do you mean, kind of just do bad things? She indiscriminately blew a bunch of people's heads off. Like,
yeah, but she said that those people they shared like doctored photos of her doing sex acts, and that just like so she doesn't care. That was one of her lines. It's like
well, the random people in the courthouse, right? It was just
that's why she's. I think she has a line about that when I think Starlight throws it at her. It's like you blew up a bunch of innocent people in Washington. She's like, yeah, but you know they probably photoshopped me blowing Bin Laden, so I don't really care. It's like that's kind of evil, though.
That's a rationalization for taking their lives.
Yep,
some shit she made up. I don't know. It's just the show is very bad at realizing the nature of like how evil. And it's crazy because this is a show that deliberately writes everybody with Compound V to be evil. Like even Starlight and Kimiko, they're not like great like in terms of their morality.
No,
they're not paragons.
That's why I know that you keep mentioning this. It's like, yeah, everyone who has superpowers is like a fucking psychopath. You're right.
Yeah.
I mean, that comes out basically in the first episode of season 2, as they had the moral degradation of Starlight in particular, and by extension everybody else. So the basic setup for this is that even though everyone's photo is like should be plastered fucking everywhere, Homelander knows what everybody looks like. There's a manhunt out for all of them. They're still able just to kind of wander around and just do shit on the streets. And so Hughie goes and meets Starlight on this train, the underground train. He's worried that she has been tracked. It's like, dude, how many cameras have seen your face? But we're not going to worry about the trackers much later in the season because we forget how those work. But he meets her and tries, like, he wants her because she's still inside Fort Tower, still part of the Seven. So can you pull some strings, get someone who can get their hands on more Compound V for us, because we need that. I know we got it all in season 1 and we gave the CIA all the evidence, but we need to do that again because we have no new ideas. And her idea for doing this is like, oh, I know a guy. I used to be friends with this guy back when I was a kid, and I know what he does now, and I know that he wouldn't like that to get out. So I'm going to go and take pictures of himself amputating himself for other people's sexual pleasure, and I'm going to threaten to release those to the world unless he smuggles me Compound V, so I can give that to the CIA. And so I guess the greater good argument comes into that, but that's not the same character as you kind of half liked, at least in season 1. That's not how she acts. It's not how she concludes that season. It's kind of evil. And this season, because it wants to begin by basically saying, yeah, they actually totally failed in the last season. They made no difference to anyone. No one changed their perspective. So now they've been hard cut to bleak, cynical, amoral assholes, because that's where the story's got to go. It's not been earned. But that makes, as you were saying, everyone with Compound V in them just seems to become a dick. Starlight was supposed to be the one who didn't do that kind of thing, and yet here she is doing that kind of thing. And you don't like very much for that, which is bad, because you need to like some people in a show, and there aren't many of them left even at this point in season 2.
Yeah.
But that's the basic setup. We've reset a whole bunch of stuff. Edgar is now in charge. Stillweller's gone. Edgar still wants to get Soups into the military, and apparently this is still possible. He, I think, suffers a huge amount from being an idiot and not really a character. Like, he's much objectively less intelligent than Stillweller is. His plan for controlling Homelander basically involves saying, I think you're bad product. And that's it. Like, he just belittles him and seems to think that's a kind of method of control. So obviously this is just going to go very badly for him. But immediately, like, in their first interaction, you're supposed to be really interested in these new stakes, these new characters, the way that they're talking around one another. Like, Homelander has a new, even more powerful boss to defeat. And your first interaction is that, oh, you really have basically nothing on him, do you? So where's the threat to the only character who's interesting? Not really, seeing where we're supposed to take that story.
Mm.
I also think it just undermines the power of Homelander a lot. Any promise of season 1 is already starting to depreciate because he gets really petulant, and the fear anybody would have for him and the intelligence, it all starts to drain. Unfortunately, that's just going to be the case now going forward. Again, we were saying season 1 wasn't like perfect on this front. It's just that what people like about Homelander is so very complicated, and the show doesn't do anything to help you. It's you sort of like have to pick out the things that make him more interesting, and then deal with this relationship and others. Constantly trying to make him something that I don't think he was going to be, and it just creates like an awkward experience, while simultaneously not quite letting grip of the audience go, mainly because of Anthony Starr. But there are also some scenes here and there where maybe I would even be inclined to say the writing still somewhat keeps you in enough to make you think, like, I gotta see how this ends, I gotta see where it's going.
Yeah, there's a lot of it is those specific character scenes, interactions when he's very good at doing that seemingly friendly threat thing. So rather than just losing his shit at a character immediately if they cross him, he does that. And this is largely a performance thing, but it's partly a writing thing as well. He'll do that thing where he goes in really close and that he'll put his hand on their shoulder and it'll slowly move to their neck in a more threatening way. And he's not visibly angry, but because there's something behind the eyes that, like, this is not friendly. In fact, like, he's 1 second, one wrong answer away from killing you, which makes all of those scenes like really riveting. And I think it's kind of a strength, but it's also a kind of weakness, and that they can rely on those basically independent scenes. You don't really have to connect those to anything else in order for them to work. And the rest of the show doesn't live up to them either. They would work regardless of the context you put them in, almost. Since we're talking about Homelander, though, so what's the takeaway from anyone remembers after season 2? Is he? I found him a little bit less interesting, I think, throughout this. He's still the most interesting, but less interesting throughout the show, partly because I think they make him a bit more of an idiot in some important respects, principally around Stormfront's debut and the relationship he has with her.
I mean, this is the case now. It's just everyone drains. So let's just say a baseline interest of anything on a scale. Let's say in Hughie you have like a 5, Homelander's an 8, Butcher's a 10, or something like that, just for example. Everyone gets knocked down by like 5 points going forward every season. Just like, or maybe I should say 50%, with every season 50% down. So by the end, everyone's at 1s and 2s, and maybe there's a 3 or 4 in Soldier Boy and Homelander, and maybe Butcher for some people.
Yeah,
pretty much agree.
Yeah.
So they do some reset, I think, work with Homelander in this season. Obviously, the end of season 1, quite coldly and almost without feeling, lasers still well through the face and kills her. And season 2 then realizes it was onto a good thing with that relationship, so it brings it back, and now he's sort of pining over her. There's more of the breast milk stuff, which is lovely to watch. His main rivalry, though, obviously is with Edgar. Edgar is the one who puts Stormfront on the 7 over his place. It's like an assertion of authority, and she's just such a horrific joke character that I find it hard to take any of her scenes seriously, which is bad because she shares a lot of scenes with Homelander.
Yeah.
And so, like, on the question of like, can you skip this season? Mostly, yeah. It's the genesis of his turn to, I don't know what you'd call it, division, like divide and rule, I guess. Like, he's so obsessed with popularity in season 1 and the beginning half of season 2. She gives him this idea. This makes no fucking sense, which is why I really don't like it, because it makes him dumb too. But like, he's supposedly worried that his popularity is less than Starlight's, for example. Or he's worried that his popularity is slipping. However, he continually brags that he's still at least the second, if not like the joint most popular member of the 7. Something like 70% of the country views him favorably. He doesn't really have a popularity problem yet. He's worried about losing his place, but he's still wildly popular. Stormfront comes along, and she seems to act as though he's really unpopular. And her pitch to him is, you can't make half the country like you anymore. All you need is 5 million angry people. And that comes like a scene after he says that his approval ratings are above 70%. So it's like, you can't make half the country like you, except that 3/4 of the country likes him. And that's supposed to change his entire outlook, his view on power, his view on people, his entire mannerism, the way he's going to present himself to the world now is less about seeking this mass popularity. And she turns him into the person who will like try and radicalize a small number of very devoted fans, because that's more power than mass popularity. But he still has the mass popularity, and he goes along with it as though the contradiction isn't obvious. And it dictates many of his future actions. And so he becomes really annoying, and it's like his performance is great, still fantastic, still the most interesting, but she's the one that the show is more interested in than he is, and she's awful. So,
and I'd go as far as to say it as well, it really does make the first season look subtle only by comparison, to go from what we had, and then you're like, okay, Stormfront, you're like, what's her thing? You're like, well, so she's an actual Nazi from, you know, the like, she's one of the first Vought superheroes. She worked with Hitler directly. And she's just the evilest evil you could ever imagine. She's getting reintroduced, and somehow people don't recognize her because she wears black now instead of she was Liberty before, right? And she got into controversies because she was extremely racist. Am I remembering that right?
Well, yes and no. She got into controversy in particular because there was one, like, we're shown and told at least about one instance. It's where they go and finally learn her real identity. And we meet this person. She's the sister. You get a flashback, and the guy is like, his car is attached to a robbery. She yanks him out of the car and kills him in front of the sister. Leaves the sister alive for no particular reason. This is blamed on racism, and that family is paid, I think, $4,000 to shut up, and so they do, obviously. And like, obviously, yeah, we're told she is very racist. Other than that, that's the only one I think in the backstory you're really like explicitly told about, though. So it's not like there's a whole massive succession of hugely known about controversies. You just sort of have to say, well, it happened that once, so I assume it happened again.
Well, in any case, she's the Nazi superhero who is extremely prejudiced and racist to basically everything that isn't. Because she eventually says the whole white replacement thing, right? And even Homelander's like, wait, what? This is what I mean about, like, wait, what is the show again? What are we doing? It's like, she's doing that. She's majorly influential in Homelander. We've got all these, like, political rally scenes. I think you just sort of slip really fucking quickly into, oh, I thought this show was about other things. I didn't okay, yep. I guess we're doing this. And it's like, yes, we're doing this for the rest of the show now. And you're like, good, okay, gotcha. All right.
And her involvement generally is confusing. So as has been mentioned, it's Edgar's idea. He appoints her. It's a big reveal later on in the season where Starlight just walks into her trailer and like breaks into her laptop, because her laptop is her mother's name. That's the password. So Starlight breaks into Stormfront's laptop using the mother's name as a password, and then just finds a whole trove of emails from Edgar himself, basically revealing this whole big conspiracy, which I already don't believe. But why he needs her and why he wants her, and therefore why she's in the show, is always kind of like, I'm never even sure I understand it, never mind agree with his reasoning, because I'm not genuinely that sure what his reasoning is. So she comes in, and she has like this big but personal social media following. We're doing, radicalization on social media. That's part of one of the political themes of this season. And most of that time she spends shitting on Vought, the company he's trying to save, and save the stock price of in particular. So like, it seems to be counterproductive, and he knows who she is. He knows that she was Liberty, and he knows that she goes all the way back to the Nazi Party. He knows that she's massively racist, including against him. And he's using her for something. And I'm never entirely sure I know what that thing is, which is bad, because that's like the whole reason for her existing. And she's so obviously a liability. So not only does she leave that witness alive in the first instance when she's Liberty and she commits the racist hate crime, but when they're chasing Kimiko's brother through the big apartment complex, she just goes around like, so there might be like a black family in a room, and she will throw the dad out of the window and then move on. It's like, what are you doing about everybody else that saw you do that, though?
Yeah.
Like, how do you expect to get away with any of this?
No, there's only cameras in that first episode when they were in like that weird sex room or something, when Butcher was getting the evidence on whoever the hell that was. After that, cameras just don't exist in the show.
Cameras don't exist, but also people just don't talk when superheroes murder their family. So that's like,
unless they're only in season 3.
Oh, he holds that back. Well, yeah, we need to save some material.
And something embarrassing about the show was always that she's so racist, she will casually just kill anyone who's non-white. Like, whoa, God, yeah, that's
Yeah.
terrible. But she won't use bad language. Like, come
That's
on
what I
now.
meant earlier. Yeah, it's just, killing is alright, but saying a slur, that's
It's kind
kill
of
them.
hard to buy, and then you realize, like, guys, this is like performative. You know, look at how awful this racist is. We're gonna kill the shit out of him. You're like, okay,
Yeah.
this is a little bit pathetic, but you go ahead.
And so she being the proximate antagonist, her overarching thing is that Frederick Vought, way back in the 90s, gave her the first dose of the original compound V, and like he helped instigate this plan for this 1,000-year Reich comprised entirely of racially superior white people. Like that is the villain plot of this season. Not if you don't count Homelanders, but he kind of takes a backseat in many important ways to whatever she's doing. She also then gets involved with there's the subplot where they go to the mental asylum where Vought is still experimenting on trying to give adults full V but stable, and creating a whole bunch of wacky, zany, psychotic adult soups in the process as well. Yet more kind of like how the fuck didn't none of this leak kind of stuff. So she's kind of like dovetailing with that as well. She's probably more involved in most of the events, I think, than even Homelander is, and more involved than a lot of the protagonists are as well. Like she's proximate antagonist in the show, which makes it bad when like her entire character is just I'm a racist Nazi lol.
Yeah.
She's good at social media though, so you know we can get some jibes in about how easy it is to radicalize people. There's a point where they there's a guy they show like a couple of slices of life. He's starting to watch all of her like podcasts, and he's watching Homelander speeches.
Oh yeah, Fat
Yep.
Neil. That's right. Yeah,
Fat Neil, then
Neil,
you see him get
yes.
more psychotic, and then he goes to an Indian shopkeeper, and he thinks he's a soup, so he shoots him in the face. And
Is that the last
Isn't that
episode or
current?
the penultimate?
that's
that
a
is
penultimate, I
the
think,
penultimate.
isn't it?
Yeah, I think it's the penultimate.
He says, "Are you bulletproof?" and then shoots him.
Jesus God.
People still hold to that being one of the best sort of like representations of how radicalization works. And I was just like, I need you to watch it again. It's the funniest nonsense. It's so cringeworthy. This fat dude who watches a bunch of podcasts that just shoots a local shopkeeper because he's like, "You're an evil soup."
You're bulletproof, and then he shoots him. And if he was correct, he would just be fucked. But if he's wrong, then he's wrong, and then he goes to jail and he's killed an innocent person.
It's funny.
It's a lose-lose
there's like
scenario.
There's like
Yeah.
a scene in season 4 that I ended up getting in a lot of trouble for talking shit about on Twitter, and in
Oh, no.
retaliation, Xander Hall sent me that scene of the guy who shot somebody, and I still think I agree. I think this is still better than what's to come. This scene, like, I still agree with this. Whereas,
Well,
like-
season 5 probably is the worst season.
No, I'm
yeah,
I'm
it
talking about
probably
the
is.
season 4 shit where the
No, yeah, the
introduction
firecracker
to,
shit is even worse,
Firecracker.
sure.
They're
I
pedophiles.
get
They're
you, right.
killing us. Oh, the alt soup movement on YouTube. Yeah, like I think this is actually still better.
Dude, that character is worthless. Firecracker is totally. What is the point of her being in the show?
How many times
She's
are we going to
totally
reference
worthless.
a character and be like, what
And
is the point of
Isn't it crazy that like the show like makes a point of pointing out that she's a horrible monster as well as just
Yeah.
literally everybody else, and then in her final episode they want to give her some sympathy. It's like, dude, do you forget what you established about her in season 4? Do you forget
Yes.
in certain
Do you remember,
elements of
yeah.
the backstory that you wrote?
Do you
Hey,
remember
her name is Clarence. Okay, she's
Reggie? Her name is Reggie. Do you remember when The Walking Dead was coming out, and a big criticism of that show was you have like 1,000 characters, and then the one episode opens up and it's like, "Hey Bob," and it's like, "Yeah, Bob." Bob is like, "Do you know I used to have 3 kids that I raised back in my farm, and it was a wonderful
Right, so you're
thing." And
gonna
blah, blah.
die.
You're like,
Yep.
why is Bob talking all about like how much his life matters? Like, oh, there goes Bob. He got killed, eaten by a zombie. Like, damn,
Yep.
this show does that all the time. When it's your character could be in here for fucking 3 seasons. Suddenly, they're extremely human.
Suddenly
You're
we're
like,
doing
huh?
a
Yeah.
backstory about it's like, oh, I guess she's gonna get impaled. By the way, I find it amusing that people like she got impaled on the right wing. It's like, but it was on the left wing. Like the eagle was on the. I think the reality is that Eric Kripke didn't think about that.
I don't think he thought
doesn't
about
think
it.
things through.
No, very, very funny. I guess.
Oh God, that cringe. It was cringing. That's all. It's like, see, you just do the fucking soy memes. Like, it's the right wing. It's like, it's not though.
It wasn't anything.
It wasn't
was nothing.
anything.
It's nothing.
I don't think it doesn't matter
Chud.
which wing it was.
Okay,
At this point, I was
you're
like,
just
oh, end of
pretending not to
episode. Someone
understand
needs
the
to
meaning.
get killed now, I guess.
What a tragic story Firecrackers was.
You'll be remembered for a very long time, I'm sure. I say that as though I haven't already forgotten the vast majority of it, but it's cool. I wrote it down. That's what I have to do with this show. So Stormfront is a ridiculous joke character, and drags a lot of the tone down. Obviously, makes everything extremely unsubtle. I guess we should talk more about Homelander though. When he's not with her, still has some of the show's strongest moments in season 2, because then you get more of the relationship with Ryan in particular, and you get the sort of his conflicting views on what being a parent is, what his own expectations are, because he had none of this for himself. He's kind of his most interesting, I find, in this season, or at least his most memorable, when he is interacting with Becca and with Ryan. You even see it's the one time he sort of visibly disagrees with Stormfront is when she gives the white replacement theory speech to Ryan. And he kind of looks at her and is like, not sure that's what I was quite talking about there. But it's kind of, it gives him a human element, which I think even in like season 1 didn't quite have. It might be the only place in which season 2 adds something of substance, is that like season 1 gives you his backstory, you understand the tragedy of the thing, you understand the cynicism and even the horror of the thing, having been a lab experiment, having been lied to his entire life, all the rest of that. He doesn't necessarily have a human interest. Even with Stillwell, it's kind of like that's obviously perverse and it's obviously exploitative in one direction, and then the direction shifts. Whereas at least now in season 2, you have like he is attached to something in a seemingly positive way, and the drama is like, is it a positive way? Like, what does his conception of parenthood mean? What direction could he possibly take this child in? Is the child going to be a good influence on him, or is he going to be a bad influence on it? There's not enough of that, I would say, in season 2, but there is some of it. So it's not like totally without merit. It's just you have to put up with a lot of other shit to get there. And beyond that, he's a bit more of the same. Obviously, you see him, he's still quite clever. He still learns how to manipulate, particularly manages to turn the tables on Edgar by working with Newman secretly, as we learn later on. So we still got like most of his old qualities, and the performances are still there. It's just he fits into a rhythm, I think, and this is true of most characters in season 2. They have an established type and they rarely deviate from it at this point. So you know roughly what you're going to get with most Homelander scenes, with the exception of the ones with Brian. And otherwise, you're kind of like, yeah, I like much the same as I liked about him in season 1. We haven't developed a huge amount here, which is bad because he is supposed to be like the star of the show. But he's also not the only one, because a lot of the other characters suffer more. He gets something a little bit added to him. Most of the others get stuff taken away. So can anyone remember a single thing that Hughie and Starlight talked about in season 2?
No, but
No.
they drove through a whale, I think.
Yes,
That happened.
yes, they drove through
Yeah.
a whale.
Yeah, yet more weird animal cruelty. Yeah, this whale just gets impaled. And of
Because why
course,
not?
Hughie gets covered in blood, because that's the meme. Hughie gets drenched in blood all the time, more so than
I think
any
the
other
writers'
character.
room for this show is just like, how many dick jokes can we fit between the CGI gore?
Yeah, probably.
That's it.
Yep.
It's a challenge.
They did. They lost a few writers between seasons. I think the biggest jump is between seasons 2 and 3 in terms of writers' room flux. But season 1 had a couple of guys. One of them, I think, worked on Breaking Bad, and he didn't return for season 2. Most of the core team stays, but it slightly shrinks and they lose him.
He just looked at what's happened in season 1. It's like, nah, I'm the fuck out of here. They have no fucking clue what's going on next season.
And then a whole bunch more jump there before season 3. They sort of leave the same core 3 or 4 people, but it might be partly explaining the change in tone, style, substance, and quality of the entire thing. But yeah, the question about Starlight and Hughie is obviously to get at the point that they've sort of been reset, they've been put into a more miserable mold, but then they sort of just don't do anything. We have to repeat much the same arc that they both go on in season 1, just a slightly more miserable version of the same. So Starlight still has to debate what is the merits of hope in this world. At some point she even says, because at the end of season 1, I think she reaffirms her belief in God, even though she says like she doesn't know the answers, nobody does, but she still believes that there's something out there. Season 2, she's changed her mind and basically says there is no God, everything's fucking pointless, no one's coming to save me, everyone who's good dies. You don't get the development that takes you to that position. She just sort of begins the show with that position.
Dude, she's so boring. Like,
yeah.
She's so boring.
She runs out of story as
of
of the end of season 1. They got nothing for her.
She runs out of facial features by season 3.
No.
Oh,
She gains a couple more in season 5. She doesn't lose them forever.
Well,
But,
I mean, she starts slurring her words, right?
She
Molly
starts
pointed
using
that one out.
slurs? Oh my god.
No,
Finally.
no.
Finally.
Been waiting for this since season 2.
It's funny, she slurs more than the actual Nazi character, which is not how it's supposed to work. No, but boring is a word for her, absolutely. I think it's a shame because if you want to carry her story on, and they need to, it's a 5-season show, having her get to a position where like her faith is ultimately challenged, like all the hope she ended season 1 with disappears over time, you can make that work. You can turn season 2 into way more of like a tragic story than it is a cautiously optimistic one. They just don't do that though. They just think, fuck it, she's now cynical and atheist, she believes in nothing. And yes.
I think what bores me about it is that it's very what you see. I feel like this, I must have mentioned this recently, but like it feels like that's sort of almost a composite for the way that like a lot of terrible writers will try to approach both Christianity and atheism, which is that they'll sort of espouse like this sort of universalist kind of vague, like, oh yeah, maybe there's God and he exists or whatever, but we don't know anything about him, and he loves everybody and everybody goes to heaven and that sort of thing. And then when they have their edgy atheist arc, it's not like it's not like one that's thought through either. It's just like, oh, the world sucks, so God can't exist, compared to like other arguments that somebody might be convinced by that would make them an atheist. It's like the worst of both worlds, that they become sort of this vaguely sort of like like it'll espouse like a vaguely sort of universalist non-denomination sort of like, yeah, God and be nice to everybody, and then it will commit to like, oh yeah, the only reason anybody would be an atheist is because they're cynical. It's really like an annoying worst of both worlds, instead of like actually trying to give some thought as to why anybody might be a Christian or an atheist. Because I don't know. It's just lame, and the fact that it would be with this character, it's like that's the direction you take it. Like, yep, boring. Seeing this in a billion terrible TV shows and movies.
It would be more interesting to see her cling to her faith even against like all the odds and all the evidence. That would be something a bit different, and it would be more definitively her. It would make her more of a character. It would involve a little bit of deeper introspection, though, and obviously that rules it out as a prospect for this show. But like, see, season 1 does what you're kind of expected to see, but it still has her evince her faith ultimately in God in non-denominational ways, as you say. But its targets are kind of the stuff that most people accept and acknowledge, A, exists, and B, is bad about elements of organized religion. It targets hypocrisy, it targets pay for play, it targets religion as an excuse for just being a dick, basically, without ever saying that makes the religion itself worthless or without any merit whatsoever. Which is, it's not like that deep or interesting, but it's something, and you know, it's an acknowledged part of the way the world sort of does function. These groups do exist, they say these things, they take that money. Season 2, having her just sort of renounce all of that, it's done because toward the end of the show, they want to have a scene where her mother gives her a crucifix again. And she says, well, I'm not going to wear it. And her mother says, well, I don't mind if you wear it just as long as you have it. But that's not like her evincing a faith in any kind of religion or any kind of God that really motivates her. That's to settle a specific family arc that she goes on. She has nothing to do with really in this season, so there's a lot of arguments about her mother pressuring her into stuff, which we had from season 1 and carry on in season 2. That closes their arc without really telling you anything about what Starlight positively believes, except that she's remembered not always to be a cunt to her mother. That's very flat as far as arcs go. And, you know, in a world like this, which is supposed to be so cold and cynical and heartless, you'd think like some discussion of that or a character motivated by the opposite still has a lot of utility. But everyone else is cynical. Why do we have to make everybody cynical? It makes them less distinct from each other. But the show doesn't really see the utility in distinct characters at this point.
No, not really.
Yeah, I mean, otherwise, like her only real plot role, she goes around like she smuggles Compound V out again for evidence. She blackmails a bunch of innocent people. That's lovely of her. She has arguments with Hughie occasionally about who's saving who, and that's kind of it. Like, there's not really that much else to say about Starlight, who was set
Well,
up to
then
be
she
one of the
kills
most
that
important
guy,
characters.
right, as well.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, that was a big thing where it's like, oh, Ripperoonie you, that she just sort of kills that guy and doesn't really give a fuck because it's like, oh,
Well, and
well,
Butcher's like,
no one
"Haha."
stays good in this world.
Yeah.
No one stays. She's like fucking Superman in the Snyder universe. That's like a rationale for it.
Well, she even says, because there's the scene in the car, that's after the so they break out of the psych ward, and Huey is badly injured. They need the guy's car, right, to get power from, and he refuses to let them have it. Pulls a gun on them, and he goes to shoot, so she knows she kills him. And then there's the scene in the car, and her explanation, as I recall, is I know I should feel sorry for him. Maybe once upon a time I would have cried for him, but now and then in that moment, I just viewed him as another man who is in our way and needed not to be. And the Butcher does his little wry smirk, and she surfaces the theme of the show, because this isn't very subtle anymore, and she even says, "Nope, we're nothing alike, I'm nothing like you," and he just smiles at her and says, "Yeah, but you are," and that is the whole point of the show, and everybody knows that's the point of the show at this point. Again, could have done something more interesting. I think I would have preferred even to see her break down and have that be a challenge to her pre-existing faith.
It's an insane scene. Butcher's just like, "I'm gonna kill you," and then brandishes the fucking pistol, and the guy happens to be carrying, so he's just like, and he's helpful too, even offers to take them to the hospital. Basically just complete innocence. And the Butcher just being a fucking meme of a character is like, "Oi, oi, oi, diabolical," and then she just decides to kill him for her.
It's uncanny. That's what he said all season.
Yeah, because I remember this was like, well, yeah, Annie's done after this one.
Yeah, finished. It helps that I didn't care, even though at many times I forget that this is even something that happened. But it's just, just a worthless character, really. It's just, I don't even know, like, why Kripke did this, really. I don't get it.
I just think he thinks it's clever. It's it's so gritty and down to earth and realistic. This is a real superhero show, don't you know? It's not like one of those Marvel things which have characters in them.
I remember people at the time trying to defend this, being like, "She had no choice. He was about to shoot. It's like, just stand in front of Butcher. She's bulletproof."
Yeah,
you are bulletproof.
Yeah, like this is an incredibly lopsided situation. This dude is basically powerless. Not in the sense that he doesn't have superpowers, but you get what I mean, like powerless entirely. At her mercy, and she gave him none and didn't even care. And it's not something that will ever get brought up again, even though it should really linger forever that this is something that happened. But he's not a named or important character, so who cares? Who cares about his life? We forget about him. Not relevant anymore. Because that would get in the way of maybe the happy ending that you don't deserve anymore for doing that.
It's only a temporary fix as well. She because they leave the huge shard of metal in Huey when they cauterize the wound around it, and then Butcher says that won't hold long, so we still need to get him to the hospital. So like, why didn't you just go with the guy in the car to the hospital? You still need to get him there.
Don't know.
No, it's a baffling scene. Bit of a baffling sequence, the entire psych ward thing anyway.
He's so reasonable. Like, he just says, I want ID to prove who he's saying you are, so that I'll give my car away, but if you can't, then I'll still take him to the hospital because he's clearly injured. The most reasonable person ever.
Yeah, but isn't it shocking that she just killed him or something?
Yeah, well, it goes to show, you see, all soups really underneath, they're kind of just assholes, and you're like, oh, okay.
Oh.
But they all can't die, remember? That would be bad if every
Yeah,
soup
we
died.
still need them for a couple of seasons. So.
Yeah, so that's basically all there is to say about Starlight, which is more than there is to say about Huey. I think I even struggled to get he's in this show, yeah, believe it or not. I almost forgot. I think if I scroll too quickly through all the notes I took, I miss him completely.
You know what's what? We forgot to talk about his dad. Did we talk about his dad?
Well, I mean, he comes up in a bit in season 2 because he's ignoring his calls and stuff, but we didn't talk about him in the context of season 1. So if you want to do that, we absolutely can.
I just wanted to, I don't know. Actually, I have a story that I'll tell when we get to season 4.
Fair enough, but his dad's still like on the scene. But that's the thing with because they have nothing else to do with these characters. So I think seasons 2, 3, I think 4 as well. They only have to talk about like basically family history stories because this is supposed to be deep and characterful. You don't really learn anything new about either of them. So Huey will start off in season 2 by saying in season 1 he says about his dad like I'm just sitting there on the sofa with him watching TV, and it's like we're both already dead, and I don't want that for myself. And that's kind of his, he wants to go out, go get, and that's kind of his psychological urge to go and work with Butcher, is that he doesn't want to end up like his father. Season 2 comes along, and I think it's season 2, and he's says, oh no, I sat there with my dad watching TV and I thought this about him, but this time I've decided that I didn't want to die, and actually he was just trying to do his best by me. And then season 3 comes along and say, yeah, I used to sit with my dad in front of the TV and want to die, but then I realized that he was just trying to do his best, and now I realize that actually it took a huge amount of strength for him to do this after my mum left. Is that you get this tiny amount of iterative development in all of these scenes, and they're long scenes where there's nothing but dialogue, and it usually just advances the backstory family to explain your present character's condition by an inch, and for all the time it takes. And these are 2 of the most important characters. There's a lot of that with the other characters as well. Starlight will tell stories about going to all of the Christian festival. She does that in season 1, and how her mum made her do it and she hated it. And in season 2, it's like, yeah, her mum made her do it and she used to have to hide how painful it was, because they're going to have the callback where she puts her wrist behind her torso when Homelander announces their relationship. And in season 3, it'll be like, yeah, she used to take me to all these pageants, blah, 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 blah. But this time I realized something else about her that I didn't realize in seasons 1 and 2, and that's that I kind of love my mum. It's like, yeah, okay, that's fine, great, but like, this is taking so long. We're learning nothing.
That sounds like they have like this one thing they realize, and it's like, all right, let's not think about this for another year or 2. And then they come to a situation, it's like, oh, the same situation. Now I can go a little bit further.
Yeah.
Just
I think
get it
they're
done.
They're
Like, what is
banking,
it
I think,
you're
on
doing?
long gaps between seasons, so people don't remember the previous conversation. So this seems more
Oh, yeah,
deep and
that too,
revelatory
yeah.
than it is. So, but if
It's
you
just
try and
jarring
binge it,
how the pace just dies. As soon as season 2, episode 1 comes, we have to now stretch all the things we want to do across 5 seasons, like the kid from Willy Wonka who got fucking pulled to the point where he's like flat. That's every character in the show.
Well, yeah, because even the beginning of season 5, starting with like A-Train's conclusion, is like, oh, things can happen now, like, because he's been around since season 1, episode 1. So it's like, oh my goodness, consequences finally have arrived. Which is funny because not that many people actually die in season 5 who
Yeah.
matter.
no.
And it's like, I think Anthony Starr made it, like, he was like, oh, I watched Stranger Things recently. He didn't say it explicitly, but he was obviously talking about Stranger Things. And it's like, yeah, dude, that show was afraid to kill off really anybody. Our show is going to kill off, like, tons of people. And it's just all the expected villains. And
Yeah.
obviously we'll get to who dies when we get there.
We will, but for now, this show's sort of, well, Hughie's might as well be dead in this season because he has nothing to offer at all. His basic story is just, I have PTSD, but I refuse to be a victim, and the Butcher is leading me down a dark path that I don't really like. But Annie, I love you. Again,
Liar! You're with him.
And like his resolution at the end of it is that he wants to fight the fight, but he's bored of being covered in like whale guts. So instead, he goes into politics because that's notably cleaner. That's how he ends the show. There's like, honestly, I'm not even really condensing his. There's just nothing. He's just empty. He's pointless. Butcher is more interesting. Butcher, because Homelander and Butcher both have the Ryan element in the equation, and the fact that Becker is now back on the scene and alive. So he has some interesting stuff. He's not totally Flanderized just yet. Like, you have the extension of what you knew about him in season 1, and now he knows that she's alive. He has additional sense of purpose. He's even more like, ruthless in his pursuit of that, getting back to her. He's not introduced well, because I remember watching it, and I couldn't remember from ages ago when I last watched season 2. So I know he gets back in the show, I just don't remember how. And having rewatched season 2 recently, I know he gets back in the show, but I don't remember how, because the show just doesn't really tell you. It's just like, so Becca strikes a deal with Homelander off screen between seasons 1 and 2 that unless he lets Butcher live, she will kill herself in front of Ryan, and he will blame a Homelander for doing that. That's why Butcher is alive. So then we join him, and he sort of just teleports across the country and then walks back into their lives. I don't find that very satisfying. The show tries to hand-wave away her doing it again by saying, yeah, it only worked once. I was like, yeah, but could it work again? No? Okay, fine. We're not going to try. Cool. Once he's back in the show, you get a lot of the sameness of Butcher, as has been mentioned. Like, he is largely his mannerisms, he's largely his dialect. But when he does go to find Becca, like, you get that interesting drama because he is so passionately against Soups as a concept. He hates everything about them. He wants her, but he doesn't want Ryan, and he can't hide the fact that he doesn't want Ryan, to the point where she basically tells him to leave because he knows that even if she goes back with him, he will find a way to get rid of the kid. Now, whether or not she has enough information to believe that about him, I think is debatable, because she hasn't been around for all of the time when he's become the person he becomes. So she doesn't necessarily know how cold and ruthless and horrible and vehemently against Soups he is these days. But, you know, it's another slightly clumsy way of getting quite a strong dramatic scene, because you've spent all this time getting them into this position, and it has to end. Except, of course, it won't end forever because she can't stay away from him. But that first scene when they get back together, it's so clumsy because, like, she has to go away and lie about getting cigarettes, but then the second time she doesn't do that, and they spend all night out together and nobody notices. There's all of that stuff which doesn't really work, but the character moment between them is kind of, you can forgive some of the clumsiness because it is a really strong thing. These are still at the moment quite well-defined characters, and you do care about their stories and their arcs. So they meet up, they have the sex. There's lots of the sex in this season, but it's, you know, it's with feeling. They haven't seen each other for many years, and then you get they try to speak to each other as though they're their old selves, even though they've become very different people in the many years that have passed since she disappeared. I think that's all pretty strong stuff, right? There's not a huge amount missing from it at this stage in proceedings, with the exception of the clumsiness. What do we think about her death, though? How does that? Because it's almost worth making an entirely separate topic about the fight that leads up to it. So we'll loop back to that, but just the moment of her death, how they stage that, the fact that Ryan is the one who does it. Earned, unearned? What are we thinking?
I'm envious that the sweet release of Oblivion came for her, and we still have to watch 3 more seasons.
Everything that leads up to it, because it's all power scaling stuff usually. Everyone, where they are, what they're doing, why they're doing it, all the way up to here has been really stupid. So I don't know exactly. It's like if you were to break down all of those things, it just can't make this satisfying or I guess engaging. It just feels stupid. But I don't know. I guess a lot of people really loved it at the time.
Yeah, I mean, it's melodrama. I think that's part of what a lot of people do like about it. I mean, anime has this thing as well, in the sense that a lot of what appeals to people is the obvious melodrama of the thing. It's so almost overblown in how, like, emotional it's trying to be, that, like, you can't ignore what it's aiming for, and it's easier to ignore how you get there than it is to ignore the thing you've got once you get there. The Boys becomes, like, increasingly melodramatic as time goes on. This is an extremely melodramatic scene. So you get, obviously, the fight in the woods, and Ryan accidentally, in getting Homelander away, kills his own mum, which is very powerful in isolation. If you ignore that they shouldn't be there, because none of that makes any fucking sense whatsoever.
Well, just how did he blow, like, the arms or legs off Stormfront, not affect Butcher really in any way that matters, and then cause a hit on Becca that makes her bleed from the neck only.
Yeah, so that she doesn't look horribly mangled. It's like, it's not the ugliest death, right?
Because we still need to talk to each other for a little bit before she dies.
Yeah.
And because she has to tell Butcher, it's like, it's not his fault. Tell him it's not his fault. Promise to look after him. It's like, but he is just there, so you could tell him that yourself before he dies.
So I just want to say, Stormfront just rambling in German was hilarious.
Yeah, it
That
feels
was really
clownish. It
Yeah.
feels like it reminds me of this scene in Silicon Valley where it's it's never mind. It's just funny, just having her sitting there, like, quietly just rambling. Like, what? It's not meant to be funny, I assume. I assume it's meant to be, like, disconcerting.
Well, Butcher walking by her, sort of with the Pepe couch sort of feel of when she's like, "Hut du fliegen, dich Kaschgefagen, der Doschken." It's just like, okay.
That's not what she said.
I happen to know the script 1-to-1, dude. That's 100% what she said.
Nuh-uh.
It's close enough.
It is close enough, yeah.
Yes. Yeah, that end. You also you sort of watch at the end. It's like, yeah, but I've seen you heal in the show, and I've seen you heal from laser specifically because there's a whole scene about that. So, like, you'll get better, right? And then, of course, in the next season, you might pick up with her in hospital, and you think, yeah, she's going to get better, right? And then she just kills herself off screen because we have nothing else to do with her. It's,
yeah.
Oh, she's gone.
At least that leads to something interesting.
Soldier
I
Boy,
Wait, what?
Homelander, or
Yeah,
Oh.
you know what, Cliff? Yeah,
I
that's a
thought
good
you
one.
meant because the ending of this scene, I hate it. I hate the Maeve part of this scene. It's so stupid.
oh
I think
yeah.
I've repressed that.
I guess we should talk about
Well,
it as well. But just before that, the way this show,
The girls get it done.
yeah, like so this. When did this season come out? Was it 2020?
2021, I think.
Okay,
think,
so I remember, and I know that we brought this up on our season 2 breakdown. Loads of people were like, the boys are so fucking based and awesome because it's making fun of like stuff like Avengers Endgame, where it's got the girls are gonna do it scene. And throughout this season, they've got like marketing of girls get it done, and it's supposed to be like it's self-aware, like it's saying that's cringy marketing in a corporate way. And you're like, okay, gotcha. Then the men fail at the end, and the women all beat up the bad guy, and they say, wow, girls really do get it done.
They did the
It's
thing.
just like,
They just
what
did
the
it.
hell? Like,
And they did. What they did was just the three of them punching. Say what you will about the Endgame one, but they're all using different abilities.
well, not just that, but also this just seems to betray the fucking point of the show. You got all the soups beating the soups. It's like, I thought the whole idea was that the soups are like this corruptive, horrifying force, and it's up to the average person to stand up against them in a system that destroys you for doing so.
Yeah, but
You got all the
instead it
soups
is
doing the work.
Because again, the whole premise, or at least the pitch, it's what you mentioned before, Mubes, is the appeal of the show is regular guys having to come up with innovative solutions for killing superheroes. That's the appeal of the show. To then abandon that and just have it be like, yeah, you actually need the super people to just kind of punch each other, and that's how you win. It's like, it doesn't feel like a betrayal of like the whole point, and it's not very interesting at all. Like, this is way less. Oh, the three of them just sort of punching each other. Yeah, that's way more interesting than having to watch, you know, a collection of eccentric lads having to figure out solutions to crazy, you know, problems.
Well, and remember too, Kimiko can't fly, Maeve can't fly, and Starlight's not very good at flying at all.
Yeah, it's not really a thing
So,
yet. Meanwhile,
you know who
Stormfront
can fly really
away.
well is Stormfront.
Yeah. And then she just leaves, which is pretty funny. They don't get it done. She gets away,
No.
and then it comes down to Ryan. Ryan gets it done.
Well, all I was saying as well in relation to this, it's such an indulgent fucking scene that, you know, they forget that Stormfront's power over them basically means that they're fucked. She flies up a bit, and then they're fucked. It reminds me of
No, but
Star Wars Bounty Hunter. If you encounter an enemy that only has melee attacks, as Django, it's just like, I'm just gonna fly, dude. And then they're like, hey. Like, you're just like, boom,
not
boom,
fair.
boom, boom. It's like, you're dead now.
Or
And
does it
would be the
remind
same
you of
thing.
in 007 First Light where you jump over the table? But remember, in real life, people can't account for tables. I think that tweet that alluded to that had about 100,000 likes.
See, I was referring to like dogs or creatures that don't have any ranged weaponry of any kind. Like, I was about to say sand people, and I was like, no, they have rifles, so
No, but
that game would account for that.
They haven't unlocked the license to kill themselves yet, so they have to just do it with punches.
Listen, chat, okay? We're resisting commenting at all about that game, but it's going to have its time.
But it is fascinating to see so many people insisting that they love it when you know that in 2 or 3 days, when all of the new games get announced, with all of the events lining up, it'll just be dead. Nobody will care anymore because everybody will be moving on to new stuff, because there's new stuff that's getting announced like real soon this week.
That game is beloved, and it is melting brains to the point of yes, to
the point that I've seen people defending the idea that you should be able to run into an NPC and they don't react to being hit by a car. It's like hitting a wall. That it's like, as opposed to in Grand Theft Auto 3, they either react to it or jump out of the way.
Yeah.
That game came out in 2001.
They do that on Simpsons Hit and Run too. They jump out of the way.
They do that in all real, because real video games account for the things that you can do, and if they don't want you to do it, they don't let you do it. Like, they don't even facilitate it being possible. In Metroid Prime, it's very hard to break your immersion in that game because the scope of your ability to interact with it, you can't really venture beyond it. But within that scope, there's like an immense amount of interactivity in that world. This is the nature of making video games, lads. And if you make a hyper realistic world, makes things harder. When you play Super Mario Galaxy, everything can be interacted with in some capacity, even down to if you jump on the NPC over there, they'll go boom. They'll like do a little bounce. They don't let you do things that they wouldn't want you to do, but everything that you can do, they account for it. And if you want to make it hyper realistic with, massive environments and all this sort of stuff, unfortunately, anyway, sorry. Girls get it done. It's pretty cringe, isn't it?
I like the one, the table thing you're referencing, the one where it said, yes, jumping over a table with a guy following you is exactly how it would work in real life, so I don't know why you're complaining. I was like, you would infinitely chase someone jumping over a table? I was like, what do you mean?
Yeah, you would never find some sort of solution to that problem. You would just keep going around in circles
maybe
and circles.
Throw something,
100,000 people are like, yep, that's a good point.
That's exactly
that's a real good point, yeah. The best part is how many
people said it was a good point that you can just run into the guy and he doesn't react. He's like a brick wall.
How many defenses reflect defenses of mixtape is the big fun thing for me.
That's the amazing part. Yeah.
Spoilers.
Don't want to spoil mixtape to Nick. God.
I didn't
play Bond yet, but I went today to try on the watch, and it is comically large. It is like a clown-sized watch. Shit's like 17 millimeters tall.
Well, you go shoot your lasers out of there, obviously.
A watch for Bond.
But yeah, no, the Maeve thing, because season 2 is when Maeve becomes particularly annoying because the show starts to. It's an interesting sort of phenomenon that's kind of hard to quantify, but when like a story's perception of its character starts to deviate significantly from yours, it can be like a real problem. It is like a difficult thing to judge because what is the nature of a story having an opinion on what it's presenting can be very difficult to ascertain, particularly when you do start to delve into stories that are, have aspirations of being a little bit more morally complex compared to like, archetypal clear good guys and bad guys. It can get tricky. But in the case of Maeve, it's like, you don't seem to understand Sho. Like, I don't view her like, the thing that happened on the plane, that's really bad for her. I view it close to about as bad as it is for Homelander. But the thing is, the show obviously realizes that what Homelander did was hyper immoral, but they seem to think, man, Maeve couldn't do anything. It's like, I mean, you could have tried. You didn't try very hard.
The thing I think
really.
The creators and even some audience members get confused about is, so Maeve has enabled Homelander's shit for, what, like a decade or some shit? Like ages? I don't know how long the timeline is, but a lot of brutally horrific things have happened. And the idea that it's like, yeah, but she beat up Stormfront. You're like, are you
joking? Are you kidding?
She fucking enjoyed doing that.
Mm-hmm. That was for her own personal satisfaction, because, she doesn't really save anybody. But the fact that she's gonna come along sort of almost standing on like the moral high ground here, it's like you don't like have any when even when it is, Homelander is worse than you, I guess, but you're not much better.
Well,
I just view her as hyper immoral. She didn't do shit. Yeah, she never did anything to stop him. It was like, well, she's not powerful enough. It's like she didn't even try. She never tried.
You could have easily done a thing where she tried, and Homer's like, if you don't shut the fuck up, I'm just gonna fucking kill you because I'm infinitely more powerful than you. It's like, oh fuck, yeah.
There's something that works against the show. So like the show wants to portray her as being extremely tragic because she's been here for so long that she's been beaten down, and all of the hope and aspiration and morality even has been kind of beaten out of her at this point. And it wants you to think this is really sad and tragic. Obviously, the plane thing is a huge episode, and there probably haven't been that many like it before. But there is a moment later on when Homelander basically confesses to a crowd accidentally that, like, several times in the past, in fact, it's not an infrequent occurrence that superheroes will go around, do things, and just randomly kill innocent people. So you combine those two pieces of information. Maeve has been here for fucking ages. She's been bored and drunk most of the time. She hasn't done anything about any of this at any point, not just after the plane, but all of the many years preceding the plane when bad shit also happened. So she's even worse than the show necessarily realizes. The show acknowledges the plane is really bad because it even has entire scenes dedicated to her pretending to deal with that. But it doesn't really acknowledge how bad she is overall, just her mere existence and the way that she exists there. It's not tragic. It's more than tragic. She is an active participant by choosing to do nothing over a long period of time to alleviate pain and suffering. She's kind of evil. And just having her teleport into a field and go, haha, no, that's not how this works,
and then
show.
Teleported to this scene where it's like, right, so Homelander's going to kill Butcher, obviously, right here. He wins. Homelander wins. There's nothing that any of them can do to stop him. For Maeve to be like, you know what? You're going to leave them alone, or else I'm going to release this video. And it's like, dude, why doesn't Homelander just immediately, like, fly through her and, like, rip her in half?
Yeah.
She can't, like, she has no leverage. She's standing right here. All he needs to do is kill her, and that problem is solved. Like, instantly and immediately. And, of course, it's very funny considering the ending of the conclusion for this video, you know, in season 5.
Yeah,
Jesus Christ.
When you watch this moment, you can basically say to yourself, like, can't Homelander just fucking cover it with PR anyway? Or can't he argue it's a falsehood? Or does he really care? Like, is it something he believes that she even has as leverage? Or is he just gonna, like, whatever? His counter bluff is, if you release this, I'll just destroy everything. All of these things get said later on.
Yep.
Yeah, exactly. And then the show seems to think that the winning argument is like, oh yeah, but like everybody will. I think what's crazy to me is that Maeve is like, yeah, it doesn't matter though, because everybody will think you're evil. It's like, are you telling me that if you want me to think Maeve is a good person, it is not good that she would apparently be relatively comfortable with him destroying the world because, hey, at least everybody would hate him, but then they're all gonna die. You know, it's like, you suck. You're terrible. And also, I do enjoy, bit of a pet peeve of mine in stories, almost adjacent to what I was talking about before. Sometimes a show believes that like the audience cares more about a specific character or relationship than they would have any reason to. And I almost find it hilarious that Maeve would be like, you're gonna let the boys go, and also you're gonna leave Elaine alone. It's like, dude, nobody cares about Elaine. Like, why are we pretending like this matters, you know? I know that she matters to you, but it's almost like I'm looking at the show like, you do realize I don't care about that. You know, I'm out of the show already. I'm already checked out, but like I'm only invested in the boys and Homelander, you know, as like a dynamic. I don't care what's going on with Maeve. I don't know why she's inserting her little crap into this, you know, important ending. Pet peeve, doesn't actually matter, but it's just funny.
It doesn't, and as you say, it shouldn't work because it's not only the exact same things are said later in the show that you know they come up with excuses. They say it's deep fakes and lies when the plane footage eventually does leak. But earlier in this very season, Stormfront explains to him how to like just use memes basically, and people will start believing what's true. That already happens once earlier in the season. He's already seen it and learned from it. That's midway through the season even, so like he already knows that shouldn't work. She should know that shouldn't work. But then yeah, on Maeve more generally, the way it's sort of contrived, she's almost like baited into doing the right thing by Alina is her girlfriend's name, right? Yeah. It's like she's like not even quite guilt tripped into doing it because she only sort of partially acknowledges guilt. The show kind of stops anyone really calling her out for her involvement or lack of involvement in that plane scene because she tries to. Alina finds this tape just already connected to Maeve's phone, which she just leaves in a drawer in her bedroom, which is fucking retarded, but why not? Watches it, is horrified and scared, but never, like, she doesn't ever fully say, no, what you did is evil. She kind of goes along with what Maeve says and says, no, I like, you in that position were a victim too, basically. I know it was
That's
really horrible for you.
That's
Yeah.
the show's opinion. She couldn't do anything. She couldn't, you know. And they'd be like, well, what is she meant to do? You know, Homelander would, like, physically beat her. It's like, it's already what's been mentioned before. She didn't take any of the action up to that point that could have potentially prevented this from happening. And she could have tried harder to try and save people. She could have tried to save people without him. But no, she's too selfish. She wants to preserve herself to the detriment of everybody else. And she gets a happy ending at the end of season 3 because that's the show's opinion of her. It's like, you're great. And it's like, you're pretty bad, actually. Even by this show's standards, you're a pretty high scorer for being pretty evil.
Yeah, and I sympathize with the show in a way because like, Superman generally difficult character to write, evil Superman very difficult character to write. So it's not as well. Hold on, it shouldn't be as easy as saying, well, like she should have. Obviously, like she could have taken way stronger action because like the show wants you to believe there's nothing really you can do about him if you lose control. It has to tread this very careful balance with what characters can do about Homelander, which stop like they can't kill him, they can't defeat him, they can try and disempower him in a sense, But they have to enable his continued existence. Everything they do has to be with the mind to saying, this guy's going to continue to exist and he can destroy everything. So I need a form of leverage that doesn't go so far as to say, fuck it on his part, I'm going to go wipe the world out. That it gets completely undercut if you then say, oh no, it's really easy actually to get rid of his powers. You just turn a microwave on Kimiko and then it's fine.
Yeah.
Because at that point, it's like, okay, in which case Maeve's even worse because she didn't even try to explore ways to take Homelander's powers away from him when it turns out to be so easy to do and loads of people know how. But it's not only that's not only a Maeve problem, but it's a big
Maeve problem. They have like
problem.
the most smart person in the world on their team wants to get rid of him at some point. That would be embarrassing for the show and the writing.
Well, she knows exactly which setting to put the microwave on as well. So like, she's really helpful.
She did maths.
Hey, there's notes, okay? It was a book.
But having mentioned Kimiko, then I suppose in terms of characters, you've got Frenchie and Kimiko sort of continue their arc. Their major story in this is anchored in the first half of the show around the brother. The brother is smuggled in by the Sacred Heart Liberation Army, and she desperately wants to go rescue him. So they go rescue him. They capture him. He's very powerful. He has like extreme telekinesis powers, which for some reason don't work when you sellotape his hands together, except sometimes they do. Stormfront obviously kills him in front of Kimiko, and that's, I'd say, basically the end of their actively interesting role, not just in this season, but almost of the show. Because after that point, most of their conversations are, oh, I'm a monster. No, you're not. My powers make me a monster. No, they don't. My powers don't make me a monster. I'm good. Yeah, that's right. Oh no, I'm a monster. No, you're not though. And it sort of goes around and around. I like the two of them. I think they have good chemistry. And in the first couple of times you hear it, it's nice because, you know, it's technically character development. They haven't had these conversations before. They've only just learned to communicate properly. That's all fine. The problem is that it's kind of like the only idea they have with them for a little while after this point. Well, the brothers there, it's interesting because there's that dynamic element. There's a mission, and that mission is kind of provoking dual loyalties in Kimiko, I suppose. Like she wants to get her brother and escape and ditch the boys. Frenchie is still slightly more loyal to the boys, but then he starts promising that once they do one last mission, they can both escape together, and that becomes the ongoing conversation after that. So it's a good start, not a great start. They're more interesting, both of them, than they were in the first season for those few episodes. Their problems kind of kick off more in season 3 with the lack of real development on either part there. But it's also part of the show's, I suppose, its structure. It has a bit of a formula going on, which you don't notice in season 1, and then you start to notice in season 2. But what it will do is it will introduce, say in season 1, it introduces all of these characters, and you learn a lot about Butcher's backstory. Like, he's the background POV character for that season. And then season 2 comes along, and actually it's mostly Frenchie's background POV. That's the one we're doing for this season. So you learn about what went wrong with Lamplighter and how Mallory's grandkids got burned. He gets an opportunity to exposit. There's a couple of flashback scenes to do it as well. This is kind of his season for development. Then season 3 will come along, and it will be MM's turn for exactly the same treatment. I don't know. I mean, to the extent anybody remembers much about this story at all, Frenchie's backstory, I thought was one of the more interesting, I suppose, aspects of the season. I quite liked the way that they introduced the tragedy. The events itself were tragic. The thing that I found was the problem was, like, he just didn't tell anyone that he was basically innocent for no good reason.
Yeah, because he's like self-hating sort of thing, right?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it's a struggle sometimes to sort of compliment.
Not really compliment, just like you telling me all these things, or us all these things again. It's like, oh yeah, those things did happen. I forgot all about this. It's just.
I mean, they all feel isolated. The seasons we've kind of gone over. That seems to be how they're made. It's just that there's a promise that eventually Homelander and the boys will have their final confrontation.
Yeah.
Someday.
And won't it be epic and potentially destructive of the entire world? They've been building up to all of that.
Scorched earth.
But yeah, no, it probably is just, I think, indicative of the quality of season 2 as a whole, because all that stuff is like the middle third of the entire season. So like that dovetails with the entire plot line around breaking into the psych facility. This is where like, all of this comes out.
Some innocent people as well in that sequence.
They kill lots of innocent people in that sequence.
They shoot him, and it's like, what the fuck? Like, what? Jesus.
Yeah, and takes
is
some sort
wrong
of
with
weird pleasure in it as well. It's they just bait the guard to open the door and then shoot him repeatedly. And
Shoot him. Yeah.
Yep. It's
fair enough, you need
there's
to
a
get
thing
in, but-
about writers not anticipating problems. It's like you portrayed him as trying to help someone who was having a seizure, and then you shot him.
Yeah. But I mean, this is not, this is not unusual for Kripke. I mean, Supernatural has like big problems with this, as like an element of that show.
Hey, people like
Yeah,
seasons 1 through 5. Okay, that's what everyone says.
Yeah, but the problems are they're in those seasons.
Yeah.
Like the knife to kill the demons, but it also kills like the innocent person. It was like, all right, that seems a bit like untenable, but okay, sure.
Yeah, it is. I was just trying to work out if there was anything else to be said really for the Sage Grove. We have an X-Men cameo because Iceman is in this, but he's playing Pyro. That's a nice little twist.
Oh, yeah.
It's probably the most surprising twist of anything in this season, but he plays Lamplighter. And you get all the backstory element there. There's he's blackmailed into working with them, but then he tries to turn the tables and burn Mallory, but then he accidentally burns her 2 grandchildren instead because he's a bit of an idiot. That's the thing. There's a lot of blackmail in this show. That's the blackmail in the backstory. You have Maeve blackmailing Homelander with the tape. You have Starlight blackmailing Gecko with the photos. There's I think like 2 or 3 other blackmail incidents as well in this story. And the lack of leverage problem is basically true of all of them. It's a real writing crutch they lean on in season 2. And in most cases it's just like, yeah, but if I just ignore you, then you're fucked. And nobody ignores them. But yeah, so if that's, I think I don't think there's even anything worth saying about the Deep in this season because there's not.
Yep.
There's not much worth saying about A-Train in this season. He kind of brings up occasionally
what do you mean?
happened.
He's going on his arc of becoming a good person. He's going on his arc of becoming a
Say
hero.
his name.
His name is. What is his name?
Reggie.
Yeah, that's so funny to me. That's hilarious. Though, it's just amusing to see where the end for that character dies with a smile on his face.
He does. I mean, it's like, it would be nice actually if he were on an actual redemptive arc, but he never is. So like, he's being kicked out of the Seven again because he's fat and he can't run. So he goes to the Church of Scientology for a bit, and then because he's pissed off with Homelander basically and Vought, he just goes into their basement and finds the most compromising material you could possibly find lying out in the open. Oh yeah, by the way, Stormfront is Liberty, and Liberty was a Nazi, and then he just leaks it, and it's just like, oh, so now that was you, was it? Great. And he does this to sort of gain himself some leverage and get back into. He's still a dick. He's not that good a person and never will be a good person again. I preferred him when he was a bit more obviously cut up over Popclaw, because it's like he's actually a bit more human in those scenes. And they do put a couple of them in this season. It's just, it's not a huge motivating thing for him anymore, which is, they think they're cleverer than they were, but they're just slightly more boring. I mean, is there anything else to really say about MM? Even he kind of continues being much the same guy. You start getting a bit of teasing about his backstory, but...
Somewhat random nitpick, it does annoy me that Lamplighter keeps sort of having a showdown between, it could be French, it could be MM, where they're aiming a gun at him and he's aiming his lighter with the intent to blow flames at them, as though if both of them were to do these at the same time, that they kill each other. It's like, no, it's just you die. Lamplighter, you just die. That's it.
Yeah, off he goes.
But,
and then... Well, he takes himself out later by self-immolation, which is kind of lame. That's when, because you already know as well, like how lazy they are in getting to scenes that they like, even in the first season. And in this season, it really, really picks up just in terms of like general bad pacing, bad moving of characters from place to place. Because there's a bit where they need to go into Vought Tower. Get more compound V rates. Starlight needs to go in and rescue a mum is trapped in there, or Hughie goes in to rescue Starlight as well. But the idea that sneaking into Vought Tower is supposed to be this really difficult thing to do, and they just sort of appear there because they never changed the security code. So Lamplighter's his palm print still works on the tower, even though he's been working in an insane asylum for years at this point. But he can just get them in, and he goes in and then just bursts into flames and dies. Then Hughie steals his hand and runs all the way through. And it's just like, Then they get the reunion with Hughie and Starlight in there, and it's like, oh, great, they're together again. I don't care about either of these characters. I'm slightly annoyed at how you're trying to pretend that I do, and at how you earned your way to this scene. It's just kind of a joke. They've stopped paying any attention to them being like highly wanted. All of their appearance is known. They don't sneak. They don't have to try and go undercover. They can just walk from place to place and get into the most top security areas in the world. Not as bad as the White House yet, though. That's season 5's preserve, but season 2 is not great in that regard. So yeah, I mean, that's kind of, there's not a huge amount to be said for the rest of the characters in this season, to be honest. That's kind of it for them. There's not like, I wouldn't even say themed, but the theme is less coherent in season 2 than it is in season 1 by some distance. But season 1 at least is simple but clear, the dangers of revenge. Season 2, I guess it's like hope can still be found in dark places, but not much of it.
Yeah, I think you draw some bad luck on trying to get any kind of theme out of these seasons as they go on, because it's just such garbled plotting that like whatever you come up with, it's going to just be drawn probably from one character saying something pretty explicit randomly, and that's the best you can hope for.
It is, and I suppose there's all that's left is sort of like garbled plotting. There's just a few isolated, like the whole idea when they go and capture Kimiko's brother, and then you pick up with them on a boat. You're like, okay, why are we out on this boat? Aren't you supposed to be undercover?
You know what's funny? I forgot Kimiko even had a brother. I think they briefly mentioned 5, and I'm like, oh shit, she's like a sibling.
Yeah, he tries to get her to come away with him because he's now a diehard believer in the cause of the group that basically murdered lots of his friends and tortured him. But he believes in their cause now, so he tries to get her to go with him. And she says, no, we can go away together, because and then at no point does she seem to think, oh no, wait a minute, so you hate Vought and I hate Vought, so maybe you should join the boys. That should probably have been a conversation, but it wasn't a conversation because they weren't aware of it. But the fucking boat thing is like, so you pick up them on a boat and say, well, why are you on this boat? Because you're supposed to be undercover. And it turns out that they're on a boat waiting for the CIA to send a helicopter to come and pick up the brother from the boat. And then things go wrong because the brother breaks out. And so they call the CIA, and then Mallory says, oh dear, you fucked up. Take him to this normal safe house on the land. So wait a minute, so we came all the way out here to waste an episode fucking around on a boat when you could have just gone straight there. And that's a lot of the interstitial episodes of this entire season. It's just that we are in an implausible situation because it drags the runtime out. It makes no sense that we should be here. It would have been more efficient if we hadn't been here, but we're doing it because I guess fucking why the fuck not? Maybe it's a scene from the comic they wanted to throw in, or maybe they had no other ideas for what to do. But it's yeah, the plot itself is a garbled mess, kind of all culminating in that big fight where the plan is to go and rescue Ryan, distract Homelander with some sonic devices after Stormfront fucks off, and then go in, grab Ryan, Butcher gets Ryan back to the others, tells the others to take Ryan away. He stays behind, or at least this is his changed plan. He stays behind because he's betraying Edgar in order to distract Homelander a little bit longer, but then it all goes wrong because Stormfront just turns up, but then everybody else just turns up. The amount of teleportation in that fight scene to make that happen is kind of insane. Culminating in Girls Get It Done. Not earned at all, completely ridiculous. And that's just how the rest of the show is written. It's just like set pieces with no connective tissue.
Well, yeah, season 2 is the big signal that this is going to be the plan from now on, so there's no point watching it anymore. Obviously,
and so I obliged them.
Well, yeah,
So
I was
I
going to say,
obliged,
until you get to season 5 where things can happen again, but it's just crazy how self-contained a lot of the major events of each season are going to be going forward.
Yeah. But I suppose it means, unless there's anything else anybody wants to say about season 2, it means we can go forward. We have season 3 coming up next, which I think it was my least favorite when I first watched it, and having rewatched it, I don't know why. I like it about as much as the rest of the 4 seasons after season 1.
For what you guys had with 2, this was my 2. Like 2, I thought was bad. This is where I was just like, nah, this is done.
What was it that really kicked you off on season 3?
I just think it's crazy how long we spend with A-Train, where it's like, oh, his heart's becoming an issue. Like he kind of has the same arc again in like season 4, and they get him to a point where he like avenges his family, and he dies, and they're like, we're just gonna give you a new heart. You're doomed to do this again next season. That drove me fucking crazy.
So they're looping then.
They just loop. Yeah, they're like they were prepping him to die this way, I think at least. And they're like, wait, fuck, it's only season 3. How long can his heart fucking fail? We just got to give him somebody else's.
What was crazy for me with season 3 was like I was checked out, but I don't even remember why. I think I just happened to have a space where I could watch something, but I needed it to be something I didn't have to pay attention to. And I was like, oh, the new season of The Boys is out. I guess I'll watch that. And all I remember from the first time watching it was, this is shit. This Soldier Boy guy is interesting.
Yeah, it's really it.
Yeah. I mean,
and
to
this
me,
whole
like
temp V thing, like why didn't they just use real V? It would have had no repercussions against them.
So that's the thing for me. It's like okay, look, caveat, you can, even with the premise of this show, you can give some or all of them Compound V and give them superpowers and have that be like a worthwhile story to tell. But I kind of view it as a fundamental betrayal of the premise of the show. To me, and apparently the comics do it, so I guess I probably wouldn't like that very much either. But to me, the idea that you have a set of guys who basically kind of principally do not believe that superheroes should exist and that they're actively working towards achieving that goal, like, and that they got to come up with inventive and clever ways of beating them, like, for them to then get superpowers just is a fundamental betrayal of that premise to me.
I agree, and the caveat I would probably give, other than there is a way to write it, I guess, but I think Butcher is the one person that it makes sense would get powers because he's the most ultimately hypocritical, right? Like, that's the idea with the character.
The thing I don't get, I guess we're kind of jumping ahead again, but I don't get Butcher's powers at all. This season, it makes sense. He gets Homelander's powers, essentially.
Makes
without
sense.
The flight, and well, yeah. It makes sense that he'd be strong because he's kind of got like Homelander's powers. When he gets the tumor is a superhero. Why does Butcher have increased strength and durability? If the tumor is yeah, but like it doesn't explain why he can tank Homelander's like eye beams.
Well, like if we're just clear, right? So the way it seems to work is V activates your. The way it works in this universe seems to be U plus V activates your superhero ability.
It activates your lolcow gene. And,
and you could be lucky, end up with super strength, flight, laser vision, all that sort of stuff. Or you could be really unlucky and end up with, like, your piss is acid. And you're like, okay, that's unfortunate, but there we go. Butcher, the guy on Earth who's got, like, the most bias against superheroes ever in this fucking whole story, ends up with laser vision and super strength. Wow.
Like the coolest powers that you would want to have, yeah.
And then, of course, they're like, nah, but it's not for free.
Embarrassing one.
Yeah, it's not
Hughie
for free, though. He's going to die if he keeps using temp V. Like, oh, okay. So does he die? Like, no, he gets even more powerful.
No.
All right, then.
It's like Ryan's going to turn into Homelander. Meanwhile, if this guy took one vial of blue shit, he literally would turn into Homelander.
Yeah. They cheat all the time, because the truth is, they think, much like many of the audience members, Butcher's awesome. Butcher having super strength and be able to take on Homelander in a fight is so fucking cool. And him lasering people to death is so fucking cool. Butcher's so fucking cool.
He's diabolical.
Sure
I can't
is.
do his fucking voice, I'm sorry. I butchered that. I'll see myself.
Oh, see what you did there.
Yeah. No, should write for the boys.
Yeah, it is. It's extremely convenient. So obviously they are borrowing heavily from the comics in the sense that it all happens in the comics. It's nominally an adaptation of the comics, and they use powers in the comics, so they use powers in the show as well. I mean, I tend to agree. I think the show was at its most interesting when they were least powerful. But if you're going to do it, be more imaginative than the way they do it, and at least be more consistent in the way that they do it. Don't obviously give the character you're interested in the interesting powers, and then the character that you're kind of saddled with because he was in season 1, have him go on like a minor side arc, I guess, with like, so he has powers and they're sort of useful, but it's really to facilitate basically the same arguments that he was having with Starlight in season 2, just in a slightly more exaggerated form. He's tired of being protected by her. He wants to be able to protect her, and she just wants him to be him. And it's like, I get it. I mean, I've heard this before. It's not like these changes in your circumstances haven't sufficiently changed your actual relationship or the things you actually argue about. And so Hughie and Starlight once again sort of kick off this season being pretty lame. But there are at least changed circumstances at the beginning. So as we pick up with the beginning of season 3, the establishment stuff is that everything's in a weird sort of uneasy status quo. Homelander has arguably never been more powerful in a corporate sense. He's Edgar will be betrayed, and he's learning to work around him and has learned to work around him. Huey's gone off to work with Newman's Bureau of Superhero Affairs, and so they do officially what the boys do unofficially, and so she's kind of in charge of all that. And he's trying to do everything nicely and the right way, and he seems happy, and people like him, respect him, and this is all done to sort of pretend that there's more growth and more of a journey for him to go on than there really is, because he tries to do all of these things nicely and rightly, doesn't really work, and then he flips on a dime and says, "No, I've realized, Butcher, you were right all along. Solve all that stuff about me being your canary. I'm now going to enable you." And that's kind of like his dramatic journey is back toward Butcher's position, to the point where, as will be established during the course of this season, using Temp V gives you powers, but it's also extremely dangerous. If you take more than 3 or 4 doses, then you're probably going to die. And there's that brief moment where you wonder, is Butcher going to tell Hughie after Starlight tells him? Because Starlight walked into a room that one time and found some pieces of paper that clued you in on how everything works. So he kind of gives him a bit of salvation. It's more of a change in Butcher's character, though, because of all the memories with Mindstorm, which we can come on to presently. But so yes, we learn, I think it's quite quickly in season 3 that the plot stuff, probably more quickly even than season 2, plot sort of starts happening quite quickly. So Hughie has this job at the beginning with the Superhero Affairs Bureau, but learns, because he follows Newman out that one time, and she meets a friend of hers who's been trying to get hold of her, and they have a fight, and then she explodes his head, and now he realizes that the person he thought represented the clean alternative is actually just as bad, because she's also a soup. She's evil. She killed lots and lots of innocent congressmen.
It felt like they gave her the head exploding power before they even knew what they were doing with that character.
Yep.
Probably, yeah.
Like, they were like, wouldn't it be so
probably
shocking if she was the one blowing up heads? And then you're like, why though? Why is she
Think of
doing
how
that?
much gore we can put in this episode if we have a guy that just fucking blows up their heads completely across the room, dude. Their heads could just like explode, and then people have like Hughie will have blood like all over him like all the time. It'll be awesome.
Radical, bro.
I don't remember.
And then in season 4, we could rip.
Yeah, man, these are great ideas. This is why I have a big house, because I come up with these great ideas.
These great ideas.
I don't remember which episode it was, but we were watching one that did a previously on to summarize. I can't remember if it was like beginning of season 3 or some shit, but it just we were talking about how Flanderized the Boys had become, how it's just this absurd show with all the most sort of juvenile and fantastical little pieces to just keep people going because there's no story left. Hit play, and it showed the scene where it's like, I will have silence in my court. That his head explodes. It's the scene with, and we just burst out laughing. It's like, this is such a fucking perfect representation of the boys. Like, look at this normal ass scene. Suddenly, explosion of flesh goes everywhere. It's like, yep, that's it.
Wow, that was really startling. You sure weren't expecting that. It's like, well, I kind of come to expect it at this point.
Yeah.
You've had the
I'm
alternate
numb to
point.
it.
I'd be surprised if you.
Yeah,
I'm literally numb to like the
None of that.
hyper violent gore, because it's just like we're just jumping from scene to scene.
Well,
The whole budget is gore.
the second time was more recently. It was like, next episode that I think someone was like, oh, hang on, I should go to the toilet or something. So it played for a second. I hit pause, and it was literally just an explosion on screen.
Yeah.
It was like an eyeball hitting the screen. I was like, yeah, of course, that's what's happening.
Yeah, that's right. That was the one where the Soldier Boy kept throwing like Seth Rogen and stuff into Sam's path. It's like, yep.
Yep.
cool.
Good
That
stuff.
was a really funny scene.
Dude, you were trying to rationalize it too. You're like, oh, he's really scared of him. It's like, no, this is just an excuse
memes.
to blow up Seth Rogen. No, you don't understand. It's worse.
I mean, any excuse, but it still would have been nice to be part of the story. I mean, it's even
sorry.
worth-
So just remember Mel when in Dark Places, where it's like he exploded too young at his funeral.
Yeah.
Darth Maragi's Dark Place. Actually, it's a Gark Place. Check it
His
out.
head on the floor. It hurts so much.
He's got a gun. Anyway,
He's got a gun. The Nayade just in the background shooting nothing with a shotgun. Oh god, good shit. Go watch that instead of The Boys. Way better.
So Newman's plan, what the fuck is it exactly? So obviously she's introduced, and she is an ambitious young congresswoman in season 2, and she's kind of leading protests against Vought, promising to investigate them on the floor of the House and all of that stuff. I think she's politically ambitious, and we know that about her. We don't know yet that she's the head popper as of season 2. She picks like the most public and dramatic moments to do her head popping. So this is like when she goes and does it. This is the part where they bring in Vogelbaum to testify, and she decides that rather than any previous moment where it would have been quiet and more surreptitious, that's the time when the assassinations need to happen. So she like explodes the head of the chair of the committee, explodes his head, explodes the heads of bunches of people in the audience, and then sort of gets whisked away because everybody thinks that she might be a target as opposed to the perpetrator. She assassinates the former director of the CIA. She's going around killing a whole bunch of people. Anyone who stands in her way, kind of, because her thing at the end of this season is that she's sort of been supposedly conspiring to get herself placed kind of in the vice president's ticket, right? So on the ticket as the vice president. She's maneuvering her way up the ranks, so she wants to get to the top for reasons all her own. That's what the show sort of tells you. I think, though, like, you could remove almost any interstitial beat in which she does anything and just keep the one at the end, or whether the Deep assassin is the vice president. You could keep a whole bunch of them or lose a whole bunch more. And it would make probably about the equivalent amount of sense in terms of explaining her actions and how they really help her in her position. She's a bit of a baffling character, at least in this stage of proceedings. Actually, she's going to be baffling forever, but which is bad because that's kind of like is an important part of the kind of the underground plot that circulates like around all of this season. This is all happening in the background. I know I shouldn't still expect this after we've just talked about how season 2 makes no sense at all, but it is frustrating when you rewatch this and you think, I know that they want me to think that there's something really clever and there's a big conspiracy happening, but every time I see any evidence of the conspiracy, it just looks dumb as fuck. Why are we exploding people's heads in all of these extremely public places? There are other things you could do. They aren't even particularly important. But hell, it establishes that she is evil-ish at this point.
Well, I have to give this show credit. I mean, I'm just thinking about what you're saying there. It's like this show is like actually truly adept at wasting your time.
A lot of TV shows are these days. It's kind of annoying.
Yeah.
Which is hilarious when they have so fewer episodes than they used to. A third of the number of episodes it used to have, like 22, 24 episodes a season. Now it's only 8, sometimes 6. Occasionally they might be daring and make it 10.
I mean, the amount of times I watch a show today, and like it's like, oh, it's an hour. God, this is gonna feel like 7.
Well, yeah.
You watch 20 minutes, like I need a break. This is my brain is melting. Like I need something to think about because this is just fucking gobbled nonsense all the time. Because a lot of times it's just like, and now this happens, and now this happens. How did we get there? It just happened. Shut up. It's like, okay. Look, he has a big ball sack or whatever. It's like, oh god, just
with
me now.
With Newman, there is sort of, especially with the fact that like the longer the show goes on, the less interested it is in pretending like it's not trying to essentially speak to like very, very, very contemporary political, events. With Newman, I get what's the angle? Like who is she meant to be in real life?
AOC. Until AOC got him.
What is? I don't get it. Like, what is he trying to say then?
Oh, I don't know. I think she just kind of looks like her.
so nothing. Like,
no, you get what I mean? It's like, what do you? I don't get. What's the commentary? What point are you trying to make?
Bad people will rise to the top by exploding other bad people's heads.
Damn it!
I wish I could explode people's heads. Damn it!
Oh, I think of so many people.
Does he have any opinions on AOC? Has he ever said anything
is
about
using her powers involving heads to get to the top?
I think in his mind, all of politics has a character in it. But there's only one character in his mind, which is why there's only one direct. Well, there's 2 direct allegories when you get to season 5. But
if Kripke believes that there is such a thing as like a politician who actually like wants to do good things. Or is he one of those boring people? It's
Can
like,
you
yes,
extend
all
that
politicians
to-
No,
suck.
there's
Does he
there's a ton
believe
of those in
every
the show.
single
They hang out
one?
with all the superheroes who love to save people.
Does he believe there are people who are good in the world?
What? Yeah, maybe just himself though. Just him.
I mean, I'd be inclined to believe he's that nihilistic that he's like, everyone is a piece of shit just like me, but there's worse pieces of shit.
Everybody's terrible like me. It's like, oh shit, all right.
Yeah, I don't see the allegorical force of any of the boys, but this character in particular, she's just a bit of a weird goober creature. But at least it's the incentive that gets Hughie to go back to the boys, and the boys have their own new mission in this season. They always have a new one. Every season likes to be complete. There's very few sort of open-ended things that they can sort of build on. So this time it's oh shit, Homelander's too powerful again. We want to stop him once and for all this time. Is there a way maybe we can look at the really, really ultra super duper famous precursor, the one who was like Homelander before Homelander, that was so big and famous that he wasn't a feature in the previous 2 seasons, really? And can we go and like learn from his death how we can stop Homelander? That's their thing. And so this is sort of introduces Soldier Boy, and you get a bunch of it's one of the things the boys does do kind of consistently well throughout the first 3 seasons. It's like the only thing it does consistently well is it uses TVs in the backdrop, or it uses TVs as establishment shots to like a bar, but it will show something which is set up on the TV at the time. Again, sounds really basic, but so many TV shows and movies just miss out these opportunities. But so it did that to introduce Newman in the first place. It did it to introduce A-Train's big event, his big race, several episodes in advance, and it does it with Soldier Boy in this as well, so that you see, watching old TV shows that he was in, or old movies he was in, or old adverts that he was in. So you have a sense of what he looks like and sounds like and is before you get to his major role in the plot. But their idea is, we need to go investigate, and How do we investigate what happened to him? Because everybody thought he died that one time in a nuclear collapse, he died preventing a nuclear apocalypse. Is the story that they sold to the world, but they learned that maybe isn't what happened. So they go to try and find out, and the investigation is questionable in terms of how it really functions, as it is all the way through. It's kind of epitomized by, we need to find the truth. The truth is in Russia. Oh, by the way, Frenchie happens to know a Russian who's just now got involved in the plot for a totally independent reason. And so luckily she can get us to go to Russia. It's like, that's so lazy though, isn't it? It's like, what if she wasn't involved? What if Frenchie's prostitute friend hadn't stolen heroin at that precise moment? Then she wouldn't have got involved in the plot. You wouldn't have known how to get into Russia, and you wouldn't have got the information.
If the prostitute friend didn't get them to Russia, they wouldn't have gotten the book that they needed to make fucking Kimiko into Soldier Boy later. Eagle-eyed viewers would see them pick up that book.
Seems to be a boys' staple anyway. It's like, what we need to do this thing. What is our clue? And then some character goes like, well, there's this one dude I know, there's this one lady I know, or there's this one character from the other season that we haven't used in 17 episodes. He might know something. And then they do, and then they win. It's just, okay. It's good writing.
Whenever they need to explain something, they're like, we have this thing from before, fuck you. What? How did you do that? It's okay, fuck you.
So there's the by one means or another. So they discover the temp V is a thing, and obviously because they're going to do business with Soups in this season, unlike all the other seasons when they were also doing that. They learn about temp V, and Butcher starts dosing himself up on it on the basis that you're going to need to be strong enough to deal with Soups if you're going to deal with Soups. It's introduced quite quickly and haphazardly. It is mentioned at the beginning of the season that it's a very unstable product. They haven't got it down yet. It's volatile, but it's just showing promise. He sort of has these conversations with it's Maeve, isn't it, who brings him a lot of the stuff that he needs for reasons. She's decided to be more involved in this season than she has been previously, having learned her mistakes in season 2, having forgotten that she learned them in season 1 anyway. So they kind of strike up a relationship over this as she kind of smuggles some information and smuggles some vials of Temv and things like that. She's a baffling character in all of this season. She's not really the same person at all, and kind of reflects on him as well in that he's not the same person at all, having just lost the wife and the love of his life at the end of season 2. Here you'll find him just shacking up with random soups for some reason. You'd think the last thing he would ever consider doing, and yet he does it because he's kind of becoming a bit wildly inconsistent as Butcher. The one consistent thing is he will stop at no limits. There's no limits. He will do anything it takes to continue his mission to get after Homelander, hence him being willing to take Temp V, get powers. But
he will
think
kill
he could do it without
countless
shagging, so-
babies.
Yes.
I mean, set
What's wrong with
precedent.
that?
I'll kill 1,000 children to make sure my motivation survives.
Dude, Butcher, you have 1,000 children strapped to a train track.
I'll
Oi,
laser them all
we
by-
gotta top Homelander. This is the only way to do it.
But he's like,
What do you mean?
Homelander, I'll
Homelander's
kill
not even
these
a-
1,000 babies unless you kill yourself. And Homelander's like, what?
And it just cuts to the scene where Huey's like, in a way, he's kind of a hero.
He's kind of a hero.
Canary.
So so they make it to Russia, and they go into Russia. They find that there is no weapon there, but Soldier Boy has been in cryosleep this entire time, and he says still alive. He's not dead, and more than that, he's actually got some new powers, and we learn he has new powers because Kimiko tries to protect Frenchie from him, and he uses them, and she gets disempowered. She loses her powers to heal, which you think is bad, but we're in the my powers are innately evil, but I'm good stage of her characterization. So she's quite overjoyed when she wakes up to find that this is the case. And they all think, well, fuck, we failed, and they head back and get back to the States. But Soldier Boy sort of finds his own way there and accidentally nukes the middle of Manhattan, as you do.
Yeah, it happens.
Remember, that's how
Can you
his
say that one
powers
again?
work.
I just heard he nuked Manhattan. I clearly I
He
misunderstood.
has PTSD, and sometimes it makes him go off like a nuclear bomb, and he happens to do it in the middle of Manhattan.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, keep in mind, the Russians gave him this ability.
Yeah.
Why? Dunno.
And you
I mean,
might
it's
even
Russia,
call
they
it
do like nukes.
quite the
I know
AoE blast. You might have called it that. Several moments in this season. Definitely an AoE, not a laser.
Mhm.
Yeah, that's why I double checked. So again, I haven't seen that season, so hearing that he just nuked the whole city, and I've seen him use his powers, and that did not happen.
Also, his powers work in this season by burning the V out of people's blood. So, by extension, if he uses it on a soup who just hypothetically is naturally born and doesn't have V in his blood, then it wouldn't do anything.
Or rather,
so
doesn't have V in his blood, has V in his everything. Because it's in his DNA.
yeah. So, either it would do nothing or it would do everything, depending on how you choose to interpret that mechanic.
Oh, right, so depending on how you could think about it, it would just vaporize the soup if they...
Hypothetically.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Wonder if that'll be relevant for some future season.
I wonder.
I wonder. So, obviously, having gone back, you would think a bomb going off, a nuclear bomb, moreover, in the middle of Manhattan, would probably have a bigger effect on the events of the season than it really does. It just kind of reprises the old super terrorist arc that they were talking about in season 2. That's kind of most people's reaction to it. It's just, oh, it's another super terrorist that they're here. Homelander's response is probably more interesting, though, because as characters take pains to tell us, because you're not allowed to infer things in The Boys anymore. This is the first time he's been scared of anything. And you do see that. And he does act extremely erratically, because not only is he kind of in charge of Vought, basically, at this point, and he's not able to do that job, but now, for the first time, there is a super round who is potentially more powerful than he is. He doesn't yet know about his ability to strip powers from people, but he knows that he's, kind of unstoppable. And it's kind of the first time that you really see Anthony Starr get to flick into that mode of character, I think. There's not really been occasions like it in the other 2 seasons, and he does that just as well as he does everything else. And it does explain as well, like, how erratically he acts in season 3 for the most part. Like, not every decision of his is explicable in the same way, but at least there's kind of there is a reason for him being quite silly at times in this season. And that reason's going to disappear in later seasons, but he is still going to be quite silly, even though that motive is gone. But it's a pretty gripping idea, I suppose. Oh shit, I know we never mentioned it before, but there is a superhero more powerful than Homelander, or as powerful as Homelander. So how's that going to work? And the answer is it kind of works a little bit like every other season of The Boys, in that Butcher kind of strikes up a deal with him, and the plan is that they just have to go and kill a bunch of soups until they reach Homelander, much like has been the case all the time. And Soldier Boy, obviously he goes along with this, but you learn over the course of the season, he's very interested in taking vengeance against his old team for reasons that you learn sort of toward the mid to late stage of this season as to why he's very motivated in this respect. That he wants to take them out in terms of vengeance. He thinks that they betrayed him in Nicaragua in the 1970s. And as you go, you sort of start to get the questions, and it's, again, the Soldier Boy probably is the best part of season 3. You start to get that sense that, okay, he's promised Butcher that after the team goes, he'll go after Homelander, but is this the kind of person who's really going to do that? Like, is he actually going to obey and honor promises, or is he not? And I would like to say that that's because he's a consistently well-written character. I don't think it is. It's just that, like, Soldier Boy he's got mannerisms and style and an affectation. But beyond his immediate vengeance motive, he gets a little bit confusing. I mean, I don't know if I'm misstating or being unfair on how he's written in subsequent seasons, but I don't think he improves a huge amount with time.
Well, most fans of the show think he's ruined in season 5.
Yes.
Which I think I agree with.
But it's Jensen Ackles' his delivery of this character makes him very, very entertaining, and it makes you realize how much of a fucking shame it is that he was locked in a season of TV that's absolute shit for 17 seasons. That's just not fair. Granted, there'll be highlights because it's a TV show running that long, but like, fucking hell, I saw clips of like the final episode of Supernatural, and we're being like, Jesus, like this
15 years,
yeah,
15 years of that show.
The idea, of course, that he could have been in other things, doing other things, like the fact that he's portraying such a script-wise worthless character for the most part, but makes him so entertaining, much like Anthony Starr. Much like, to an extent, the others in this show doing the best they can. It's really fucking sad that, like, he's just a waste of talent again.
Yes, and you do wonder, though, how The Boys would be received if it weren't for how strong the casting is. In fact, you don't even wonder. You know how The Boys would be received if the casting was not as strong as it is. People would probably think it's generally quite shit. Credit to the casting director in that case. They did a good job. Even the characters who were kind of bit part or minor, or that we generally think are worthless, which is a lot of them, the actors do a really, really great job. The scenes tend to be watchable. It's just that they're not really thinkable. They don't reward you for engaging with them, but they can be entertaining in isolation. Like Hughie trying to get one over on Soldier Boy by telling him that he knows he didn't really storm Normandy, and Soldier Boy just slaps him and walks off. That's funny. I like that scene. I don't like anything else around it, but I like the scene because he's fun.
It was just an interesting phenomenon because it would be like, I'm not enjoying this all for how it was set up, or power scaling reasons, or why is anyone doing these things, or everyone's stupid. But then Soldier Boy will say something, I'll just be like, just be like, wait a minute, I guess I'm having some fun. Okay, what's happening? And it's the same phenomenon, but with the way that Anthony Starr does expressions or surprise sort of like bits of humanity that appear in Homelander in scenes. I'm like, oh, I remember why I used to watch TV. There it is. Yeah. Anyway, bye-bye.
And they play a lot on the same trick as well, because a lot of what makes the performance engaging is like your fundamental uncertainty about the character, knowing that Homelander is increasingly unstable, knowing what he's capable of, but knowing how capricious he is, that sort of brings all of the tension you need into the scene, and obviously the performance then delivers that. But in this season, they do the same thing, at least early on with Soldier Boy after his introduction as well. They kind of just replicate it with a different reason. He's constantly hyper paranoid and has PTSD. So it's kind of like, it's deliberate. Obviously, he is pre-Homelander, but they are the same essential character. They use the same narrative tricks to make them equivalently effective as well. It tends to be like whenever they try to add anything beyond that fundamental tension that comes out of the capriciousness, whenever the stability is swapped for stability, then you realize they can't write with that. They don't know how to make that interesting. That's been the problem of every other character, is in a way you know too much about them. and you know that there's not enough left to know about them, and so they don't surprise you or they're not unpredictable. Whereas at least with Homelander and Soldier Boy in this season, there is the unpredictability about it, and you can still get that sort of base dopamine hit of shock when they do something you weren't expecting. I don't want to say that even season 3 of The Boys is totally and utterly meritless. That is a good thing that they did. They did that well. It's just a shame it's kind of like the only thing they seem to know how to do well.
Well, I mean, when you get to the end of season 3 and you have Homelander, Soldier Boy going for Homelander. Butcher and Soldier Boy going for Homelander, and there's some other elements. I was watching it like, how does this? What's going to happen here? Like, how's this going to go? Because something significant's got to happen. It can't just be that everyone's neutralized and we all go home. Like, it's neutralized in the sense of we get separated, not even that people get fucking powers taken off them or anything. Well, except for one character who becomes completely irrelevant after that scene and doesn't even die for it. But I guess point being, of course, that by the time I'd hit the end of season 3, I was like, well, there's been enough that I am actually curious how this confrontation will go, and then you're like, oh, never mind.
Yeah, why would you ever be so foolish just to sort of build expectations of this show? Ever.
That's the cruel thing that they did, is that they gave you just enough to find it entertaining in places, and then they punished you for your entertainment by giving you a lot of utter shit around it. But it would have been easier if it was shit from the beginning. I wish more shows would just commit one way or the other.
The Fell for It Again award is very accurate, yes.
So they sort of go, and it becomes like they have to take down the hit list, obviously, of Soldier Boy's former associates. So it's Crimson Countess. Importantly, the one that he was very in love with. He says that. It's very clear. He makes that very clear. He tells the audience he's sincere. He's not lying. That's the reason he feels so betrayed by her in particular. It's, that is his relationship. And I think a later season might forget that as well. But,
you're clearly wrong, because the person he was most in love with is someone else that motivates him to do everything in season 5, pretty much.
Yeah. I'm sure. Yeah, I must have just hallucinated that I heard that line a couple of hours ago. So, it doesn't really work in the long run, but they have to go and some of the boys split up because obviously there is an argument now between essentially the group led by who's having his own personal growth part of the season. As I say growth, we're learning about why he is what he is, and his sudden and apparently eternal vengeance motive against Soldier Boy that only came up now, because Soldier Boy was responsible for killing his family, and so he's doing that, and he's leading the group of people who basically think that Butcher is leading everybody down a path of destruction, and they can't do it. And the other group is obviously led by Butcher, and Hughie's with them because he's trying to feel powerful himself. So they sort of cross paths at the part where he kills Crimson Countess, and that's when Starlight and Hughie sort of fall out and go their separate ways again. And it's getting really boring to sort of repeat that plot point, but they do it again. And then they keep going around. They take out the twins, the TNT twins, at the Hero-gasm, which is the first time you see Homelander in any kind of peril.
I'm trying to show any clip, it's just boobs and dicks all the time. I'm just like, nope.
The Hero-gasm might be the difficult one to show in that case, but that was where the little plot summary was going next. Because
people were so fucking excited for this too. They were like, "Oh yes, we're gonna see Hero-gasm." It's okay.
Remember the guy in season 2 who had the huge dick? He's back. Don't you like the huge dick? Don't you like people fucking running up people's penises and exploding? Like, isn't this all this amazing? It's so clever and witty.
Well, a funny comment from chat. No. Soldier Boy really did love Crimson Countess. It's what Clara would have wanted. Yeah, I don't think this is the thing. We're making fun of how like self-contained each season is, and how people in chat don't remember some of these events taking place. Like, do you think the writers do? No.
No.
That fucking guy with the superpower has like the massive cock. When I saw him back in season 5, I was like, he's still around?
Yeah, massive cock.
I can't believe that guy lived.
I thought that guy was a meme from season 2, and then it's like in the fucking
no, dude. The audience, the test audience loves his cock, dude.
Hell yeah!
I just fucking love his cock.
They're right for it. Yeah, they're down.
I couldn't say. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, to be fair, it could have been another giant cock guy. You don't know.
Well, we have another one with a giant ball sack, so that was really funny. And
That
I
was
didn't really
great.
die
That was
at
so
all
good.
when that happened.
None
Wait,
chuck
are you actually
ballers.
done- Are you
I
actually
really
serious?
hate the show, by the way.
Is there really a guy who's got a giant ball sack? Or are you fucking
Well,
with me?
The,
No, it's
the
season 5.
nunchuck balls guy.
Yeah, and the
Yeah,
old
in
folks
season
are.
All right,
five.
you're fucking with me. You're fabricating this.
No,
You're creating
No,
a
I wish I
character.
would.
No, dead serious.
Well,
Yes,
but
It
I-
happened, and I
I thought-
paused the episode and stood up and went into the kitchen.
That's
and
episode
got-
6.
Yeah, Nick,
of
you
season
you,
5.
did. I
you
needed
saw
a
that,
moment.
didn't you, Nick? You know that guy.
You saw
Didn't
this
I watch
very
that?
recently.
I don't remember this. This was literally 2 nights ago, and I don't remember this.
Let me. I will fetch him.
No, I don't think you can. Can you fetch him?
Yeah, probably. It's
Show
goofy
his
enough. It's like
balls.
South Park
Show
levels.
His balls. Show his balls.
Gotta
And that's
find
how
him
Nick got
first.
Mahler's channel taken down.
No, not
Um,
again. We talked about this.
Oh fuck! Was it episode 6?
6, yes.
I think
It
so.
is.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, because they're getting the lady out, isn't it? All right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just gonna need a second. Carry on.
It'll
I'm
be
on the
worth
edge
it,
of
I'm
my seat.
sure.
It's important lore. Okay. we
Yeah,
need
Nick's
this.
got to see this. Nick, you'll see this and you'll be like, oh,
Oh, yeah, the testicle man. Yes. No.
quite literally, yes. This.
Yes.
I'll start with this shot, Nick. There you go.
Dude, wait. Oh.
Oh.
Oh, one of the old folks. Okay, I get it because he's old and his balls be sagging.
Yeah, so
You
you
get it?
remember now, yeah. it
Yeah,
was
yeah, no,
important
no,
that
I
we
remember.
reminded you.
Thank you.
Just think, chat, if you hit 70, that will happen to you as well. Don't get
Mhm.
old.
Can use
It's
them as
horrible.
nunchucks. It's gonna be amazing.
It would make it, yeah, it would make it worth it, I'm sure. See, the Herogasm is kind of like the big event, I suppose, of season 3. Is the sort of all of these various different, very exciting and relevant plot lines, some of which I haven't bothered to mention because they're boring. They all come together here. Everyone arrives at precisely the right place at the right time. So you have obviously Soldier Boy and Butcher and Hughie. They're on their way here because this is where the TNT twins from Payback are. A-Train is here because is it Blue Hawk, the cop guy? He's here, and A-Train needs vengeance because he disabled his brother while like shouting "White Lives Matter" or something. It's so
You're
good.
acting like his brother's a raid boss. He disabled him.
And Deep is here because he's fucking an octopus because he doesn't like his wife much anymore. And Homelander's coming here because he knows everybody else is coming here. So they all sort of meet up, and then the conflict is basically between Butcher, who just is quite happy for Soldier Boy to use his powers in the middle of all of these people and wipe them all out, and Starlight and her group, who say, no, there are lots of innocent people here and they must be saved.
Oh, is this
From-
the part where MM was like so close to killing Homelander and taking out Soldier Boy?
Maybe.
Yeah, man.
It basically is that. It's,
Dude, MM was like he was shut down. He was gonna go in there.
He was gonna
kill
fuck him up,
everybody.
yeah. He's gonna hit him with a baseball bat.
That sounds like he
Butcher
wasn't close
stops
to
him.
killing him at all.
he's maybe not. No, not so much. Because he's a normal man with some fists and a baseball bat.
Normal
And
man?
Dude, he
He's
walks in a
fighting
room with a
against
bunch of like fucking drugged out superheroes, and he's like, "I'm gonna kill Soldier Boy." He was ready. He was fucking
and
ready
his
to do
plan
it.
is to roll a gas grenade at him, as though that's going to do anything. And he just, obviously, Soldier Boy being cool, just picks it up and smokes it because he's quite cool. And yeah, MM's like response then is just, well, fuck it, I guess I'm going to die, but I'm going to punch you while I do. And it's Butcher who steps in and
All right.
stops him. And
He was willing to kill himself just to punch that man in the chest,
yeah,
and nobody even asked what happened to him.
because he threw a Mercedes into his grandfather's house and killed his family that one time.
It happens.
Was it
Yeah.
a Mercedes or a Benz?
Or both. Yeah.
Remember Bensis. That's comedy right there.
You've just got that scene where, you know, A-Train's pulling that guy and then it rips him apart. It's just funny. This guy gets a hero's end.
What do you mean he
Yeah,
gets a
couple of
hero's
them do.
end? Do you mean like, oh, you mean H? I thought you meant the guy who did that to the
yeah,
floor. I was
No,
like,
no. A-Train gets the hero's end.
well, yeah, because he spends the whole fucking show basically. They're trying to sell you that he's got some layers going on because he's a villain, but he also feels bad when he does bad things to people, but he still kind of just does them. You're like, okay,
He's an anti-hero. He's no, he's a villain. He's 100% a villain. He just feels bad. That doesn't make you an anti-hero.
No.
You will remember his name. You will say his name. Have some respect.
Yeah.
Yeah, he does indeed. After all of that goes down and all of that huge chaos and destruction and everybody lying around and dying in explosions and all of their powers have been removed except some of them for some reason. Adrian's glorious moment is that he drags the guy along the floor at super speed to take vengeance for him knocking his brother and disabling him. And then he just has a heart attack, lies down and dies. But it's fine because he's going to get Blue Hawk's heart later so he can come back. So it's all good. Some good came of this, apparently.
I fucking hate that decision. He should just be dead.
Just let him die. Yeah, like he's not pivotal.
How dare you? He is so pivotal.
Do you bleed?
But the fight between Homelander and Soldier Boy and Butcher and Hughie at least it's got some stakes going on there. It's kind of interesting. And it's also extremely relevant because it shows you how Homelander reacts when he is overcome, when he is beaten, when people are more powerful than he is. He seems to get angry and he seems to gain more power, or he seems to even fight even though he thinks he might genuinely be about to die. Because they do overpower him. He manages to avoid the huge blast because he uses the power and the rage, which, as we find out over the course of all of these seasons, is born from his deep, painful background, and he flies off.
There's so many things to consider in this scene. One of the key things I really think is that the show takes great pains to establish that Butcher's Temp V, puts him toe-to-toe with Homelander, as in they have that moment where their lasers clash and they are perfectly even, which is silly, but whatever, it's fine. It's powers, superpowers, doing cool things.
Ooh.
But it's a huge shock for Homelander to have to deal with a Butcher that now has his level of strength and lasers. That's insane. What you don't see happen is Butcher dominate the fight, with Homelander having no chance. You might be thinking, well, yeah, no, of course not. Homelander still has powers. You know, like, Homelander has equal power to Butcher.
Mm-hmm. ...
So why is it that when you watch this fight, Butcher doesn't actually beat him significantly with SAS training? It's just punching each other, grabbing each other, throwing each other, punching each other. And the thing is, like, they're both dealing damage or able to withstand damage to their appropriate level of power.
And again, not to draw to the finale too much, but like, because I think we already have, but the scene where they're both depowered, Butcher immediately catches his fist, punches him in the face, knocks him down. When they're equally powered but super strong, they're like even.
Yeah, and Homelander
How does
doesn't
that make sense?
to Platoon's sort of point. The more Homelander realizes he's on a 3-on-1, and he just gets fucking furious. He's against people who, two of them on their own, are near as powerful or powerful enough to make him bleed. But he's not going, oh, jeez. He's not going, please stop. Or like, no, you're making a mistake. He's just like, fuck all of you. Fuck you. Fuck. I'm just killing them all. And then when he's actually threatened in a moment with losing absolutely everything, the power is charging up. He's locked down. There's never even a hint of begging. He is inches from losing everything, including his life. He just screams with fury. He is just angry.
What, you
I'm
mean
seeing
to
a lot
say
of
that he
comments.
doesn't say,
I don't know why you
"I'll
brought that
fucking
up.
suck
That's-
your dick"?
He doesn't
there's a lot
offer...
of-
Never mind my
Yeah.
meme. Forget it.
Well, there's a lot of comments saying Homelander isn't a wimp, though. He's been trained since he was born to learn how to fight. Homelander would have likely received combat training. Why? Did they think there was anything even comparable to his level of strength?
The thing is, whether or not he did, they just don't portray it, really. He just mainly goes punch, punch, and
Yeah.
Butcher goes punch, punch, and that's pretty much it.
I mean, when you can just I-beam through the... not like basically everybody except the superheroes the show doesn't want him to kill, what's the point of learning how to fight?
I mean, the thing is, he knows how to.
He does kill fucking people with the I-beams, right? I'm not like going crazy. Like superheroes can die to that, right?
Yeah, I mean, that's one of the...
Kimiko, he lasers in half. I mean, obviously she doesn't die, but if, somebody else, like, it's not... when the show needs it to, they treat it like a concussive blast, kind of like Cyclops laser. Whereas, no, it's just shown to, like, split people in half. It's very powerful.
It's the fucking Biden blast. He sometimes he forgets he can kill people with it. He doesn't remember.
So, yeah, it's just pieces of character and examples they give you that they are not going to be sticking to, because Homelander's fragility / like proximity to death or weakness, the implication is that's what'll define his attitudes, but it's categorically not true in this scene. Or at least it is in the sense that it takes us to a particular way of him dealing with it, not another one. Is annoying too, because his escape is something that should just... His flight is curious. You know, the implication is like you can only launch. He has to launch from somewhere, and it's like, unfortunately, not true. Show we've seen him staying still in midair and then zooming off. If you know what I mean, he doesn't require a platform to launch from. Is what I'm saying.
No, he doesn't. I mean, I saw someone like defending the plane scene in season 1 by saying, well, he's fine when he's with Maeve, he's only hovering, so he's not having to resist any force. It's like if you don't count wind and gravity, that's true. But if you count those things, that's not true.
Gravity is the most iconic force on this planet, I would say, probably.
Yo, iconic gravity mansion, let's go.
Shout out Gravity.
Shout out Gravity.
I mean, you do see him get scared after this, obviously, and you've seen him be scared before this, and you see him get sort of scared after. Like, he doesn't, when he has obviously the conversation with the mirror, which I think is this season, when he's talking about how like he's losing control of everything, he doesn't think he can do it, and the mirror is his own self telling him his own weaknesses that he must expunge. Like that part of him that wants to be liked must be cut out of you, and all of that stuff. Like you see him when he is unguarded, when he's on his own, when he's reflecting on things that do scare him, then you see him sort of weak and terrified-ish. But what you don't see is that like he's never angry and scared at the same time, if that makes sense, or not in that way anyway. You don't see him in like a position like he's in here in the fight in the Herogasm. He's not afraid. You can see that he would be afraid, but he doesn't have the capacity to really register it in the sense that...
it's different too, because he's way more afraid with Kimiko's ability to take his power than he is Soldier Boy's, and that makes no fucking sense. Like when he sees her, he's like, oh jeez, and then he's like, oh, I gotta run away. Oh, but in this whole sequence, he only gets fucking furious whenever Soldier Boy's threatening it. Mm-hmm. It's a really curious change.
Even another one at the end of this season, before he knows what Soldier Boy's true motives really are, where again, like he's not shown to be cowering in fear. He's not like trying to avoid it at all costs. He's locked into what his current priorities happen to be, and that they're not always self-preservation. I prefer this version of the character. I'll say that. Not much of a spoiler, but this version is just more interesting because it's ultimately that is what he's known for, and it's also what makes him so threatening. It's that essential instability, but there's a certain certainty you have with him when he's angry that you don't have when he's not, and that's what makes him so much of a threat. Is that if you piss him off, if you fight him, if you lie to him, you know what you're going to get, and it's like the only time you do know what you're going to get with him. It's what defines him as a character. The tension is whether or not you've done it, whether or not he's realized it, or whether or not he knows. It's not that he might react one way or the other to this. It's a case of shit. Does he know I lied? Was he overhearing that conversation? To be fair, there's a lot of ambiguity there because sometimes he'll overhear a conversation and sometimes he'll forget he can do that. But what the show is going for is not that. The show is going for that essential uncertainty being, does he know? Not will he do it? But this fight scene overall, if you forget everything around it, forget how we get here and forget where it goes, I like the Herogasm fight scene. I don't like the rest of the Herogasm stuff, but I like the fight scene. So he flies off, and this is the bit where Starlight formalizes again a separation from the Seven. She declares herself resigned. She goes live on some streaming service and says that it was Soldier Boy. It wasn't a terrorist. It was Soldier Boy. But Homelander's worse. He does terrible things. She basically spills some of the truth, not enough of the truth, I don't think. It's a building problem across all of these seasons is that the more the boys know, the less forgivable it is that they do not share the stuff they already know to be certain. She even without the proof that they've had several times, she in this scene basically just says, no, Homelander's evil. He's done bad things, and so I'm gone. So you could be more specific than that and should have been elsewhere. And if you're prepared to do it on social media, then you should have done the press way earlier than you did. You should have done news networks way earlier than you did. You had the ability to do a lot of this stuff way before you did with roughly the same level of stakes. But nope, because we weren't quite ready for any of that stuff. But so this is the bit where Homelander sort of formalizes his control over Vought. And I think I incorrectly said he did this earlier in the season. That's because Edgar isn't really a character in this season. You learn a bit about him and his past relationships with Newman and a lie he's been telling her, but he's been protective of her and sort of acts as her father. And the reason I thought this happened earlier is because he's so powerless. There is a scene at the beginning of, I think, this season where they're in the room and the bad news is broken and the stock price is tanking. I think it's when the Nazi stuff all breaks. And his people are saying, the stock is collapsing, trading has been suspended, what do we do? What response do we give? And the camera sort of pans on him, is awaiting his decision. We cut away, and then he just kind of drops out of the show for a very long period of time. And Vought, as an agency and him being in charge of it, he's very rarely present. And again, it's a deficiency we've commented on in previous seasons as well. For as powerful as we're told he is, he just very rarely uses it. It's only on a couple of highly plot-relevant things. He appears to negotiate directly with Butcher about Ryan. He appears when he's trying to get Newman to testify against Homelander, and then Homelander has actually gone behind his back and flipped the script. And so that's how Homelander ousts Edgar. Mr. Edgar.
How sad.
I know. What a terrific character. Can't wait to see him be debased even further in subsequent seasons. They have that, because it's partly because of how disappointing he is as a character. There is a scene that should be probably one of the standouts, which is Homelander and him alone in the conference room after all of this has happened, and Homelander's bragging. And he's basically saying he's not, Edgar's pitiable to him now. He used to be afraid of him and he's not anymore. He knows he doesn't need him. And if Edgar was a character, this could be really interesting because he'd be able to have insights, he'd be able to say really, really devastating things. But he doesn't have one of those, and he doesn't have any of those. So his response is, this is the bit where he basically says, you're not even a disappointment, you're just bad product. And so I know you want me to think this is really cool and cutting and this is going to drive Homelander in some really important way, but it's that's it though? This is supposed to be the big bad of Vought, the guy who was there all the way through before season 1, the guy who called the shots, the guy who was in charge of Stillwell, and that's kind of all he's got. He's just going to fuck off for a bit, and then Homelander's going to be in charge.
That's the thing, though. The more the show progresses, the less they're interested in even maintaining the world building of Vought, so to speak, if you could even call it that. Also, I didn't realize there's such an explicit reference here in Herogasm of Homelander going from standing position to flight in, I don't know, what is that, a third of a second?
With 4 people on top of him, or 3 people on top of him?
And yet in the finale, he'll sort of get going at the speed of a fucking, like a fucking Honda Jazz. Just sort of
specifically, I don't even mean the part where he escapes, which, by the way, is a complete cop-out. I remember being annoyed when I saw this myself. I was like, that's it? He just leaves? Okay. Which, by the way, it makes sense on a character level. It's just, I guess the boys didn't account for that.
Problem, which is, this is this is the only conflict that matters, but you can't end it because if you end it, there's no more show.
Yeah,
you can't kill Homelander yet, so it just has to be a delay. But you've got that problem that a lot of stories have, which is there are only so many times that the hero and the antagonist can meet each other where it doesn't end the conflict. Where one of them dies.
And they had some restraint in the earlier seasons. They could have thrown them together more often than they do. The problem is they still throw them together slightly too often. And of course, every time they do it invites the question, wait, why doesn't Homelander just kill them? And that's a question they've never satisfactorily answered. The closest they get is at the beginning of, I think it is this season, at the beginning of this season, when Homelander shows up and asks where Ryan is. And then they have that conversation, and then he sets up something which will not be paid off properly ever when he says they basically strike a deal where it'll be both of them at the end of the world and they'll both go down in flames together. It's what he throws out at Butcher when he arrives at Herogasm. It's the first thing he's disappointed in and angered by is that Butcher kind of lied to him. He said it would be one-on-one, the two of them, and here he is turning up with allies. That sort of gets the fight going. But they could have had less restraint than they did. It's just that I almost think that the problem isn't restraint in this case. It's just like they don't really have anything to do with them. They've done everything they need to do. We've done all the Becca stuff. The Ryan stuff, I was surprised, was not more prominent in this season. It becomes more so toward the very end of it. But like for all like Homelander's actions at the end of it, well, all the way through season 2, in fact, you think like this would be the constant thing for him, not ousting the CEO of Vought, not trying to take over the company, not worrying about stocks and share prices and opinion polls. Like he's found the thing. But it's not the thing. It's a thing, which it's relevant at the end. It's not absent. It's just relevant far less than I was expecting it to be, I suppose, which is a shame because like, it's also like the most interesting part of their dynamic at this point. Having done Becca, having done the betrayal, having learned everything about what did happen and all of the lies and everything that Vought did, the thing you have left as the real source of conflict between them, the human stakes of the conflict, is this son. He's very underutilized, and he's underutilized most of the way through the subsequent seasons too. But it kind of begins here, and doesn't get much better. But we get a couple of good scenes. We get Herogasm, so that's fine, I suppose. But it's just not very much. But the plot progresses, and Soldier Boy goes through, and like he learns. So this is the part where you get Butcher's memory backstory, because they have to go after Mindstorm next. Mindstorm's power is that if you look him in the eyes, he can basically trap you in your own nightmares, which I like-ish. Is anyone a huge fan of the Butcher nightmare sequence, or is anyone just like it was okay, but we could have done more with it?
I'm gonna go ahead. I'd love to do a poll on how many people who watch this show even remember it.
Probably not many.
Probably not many.
Possibly
no.
not many. And I think the reason is that we don't really learn much at all. It's a good dramatization of information we already have. And that might be why. Like, it doesn't come as a shock, because you know everything. The basic premise is that he's trapped in his nightmares, and he's reliving like his last days with his little brother Lenny, his father's abuse, his decision to leave, and his older self is telling his younger self, no, don't leave, because he knows that Lenny will kill himself. Which again, really powerful in concept. It's just that a lot of this has already come out in dialogue. You've already had the scenes with Denethor in the earlier seasons where they've had these conversations. So what you're doing is you're seeing it. And the only like qualitatively new thing is even then not that new. It's just confirmation, because the show does a really clever thing where it shows you Lenny and briefly flashes to Hughie's face that Butcher views Hughie as Lenny. And it's like, cool. I picked up on that in subtext, but I'm glad you elevated it to text. Well done, you.
Can we do it again? I don't really get it.
I think something that bothers me is just how it's just like Mindstorm is a character and he can do this, and now it's happening. There we go. You're like, how many more are you just gonna fucking throw on the show as though they always existed, and yet feel like it would have changed the entire story if we had known they existed up till now? You just, season 5 is one of the worst for this. They're shooting characters in like a machine gun. It's insane.
Mm-hmm.
Did I don't remember. Did Bombsight get accounted for in season 3 with Soldier Boy?
He's mentioned, but I don't think he's ever. No, like they don't discuss him, because in season 3, it's Gunpowder is his junior sidekick in the backstory. So he's the first one that Butcher goes and gets the information from, and Bombsight, I think, is just mentioned. I don't think he's mentioned even in like a declarative sense. This is what the relationship was. Even it's just like a name. I might be misremembering. I just don't think he's there.
It just feels like if Bombsight were a real character who actually existed in this fucking world, that we would have seen a bit more of him up till the point we actually see him.
Yeah.
Nah.
But they just write as they go, and so many people do that. I mean, I've done it myself, but I at least try to reread what I did before I start writing the next thing. It was shocking when I was like doing the Stranger Things videos and hearing, I think it was Matt Duffer say, I don't rewatch my previous seasons before writing the new one. I was kind of shocked, because like surely everyone fucking does that. But then the more shows you watch, the more you realize that's probably the default. I don't think Kripke did either.
It might be, because a lot of these guys, it's something so bizarre when you listen to a lot of these people who work in Hollywood sort of talk about the creative process, that they almost view the seasons as if they are like independent of each other. It's like, well, it's a different production, a different production window. So you sort of enter into it fresh or something, and that, that's necessary for generating new ideas. All of this like weird rationalizations for essentially being lazy.
Yeah.
I mean, on the one hand, you should probably just remember what you wrote, but in the absence of being able to remember it, yeah, probably would help to rewatch it, because the audience sure as shit are gonna remember a lot of the time.
And if you don't want
typically
to
remember
fucking
better
do
than
it,
people.
hire a fucking guy who fucking does it for you, and then you
Yeah,
roll
Hire a
time,
nerd,
like-
any nerd. And the
Yeah,
funny thing
that
is, you
lazy
don't have to
nerd.
listen to the
Hire
nerd. You just have to go, hey, is there anything for this? And the nerd goes, yes, this. And you go, thanks, I'm not using that. It's like, okay. Like, you don't...
And then goes, okay, sure.
Yeah, just so that you can, check. But on the nightmare sequence for Butcher, it is kind of awkward to watch this after season 5 and everything in context, right? Like, there's building up this whole... He's got this incredible defensive element of parents abusing their children, right? Because there's that line in season 5 where he says the weakest thing you could do is like hurt your own children or something like that. I forget. I'm paraphrasing, but it's like you tried to explode a baby. He also used one to save his own ass in season 1. That's less
He
egregious.
uses it as a laser gun.
But like to try and do these heartfelt sort of teary moments where it's like at the core of Butcher is this man who can't stand innocence being tortured. And you're just like, yeah, you can. I'm not buying that for a second, unfortunately. You kind of ruined him.
No, I mean, it makes sense in the context of one kid in particular, and that's Ryan, and that's because he made a promise. And so that basically is where the plot leads to next, because having failed ostensibly in their mission, they have to concoct a new plan to go after Homelander. Again, they're still all in different groups, so the groups are kind of shifting in dynamic at this point. But Soldier Boy is going after him. Soldier Boy gets some information, some very important information that's whispered to him by Mindstorm just before the end of that scene. He whispers, "We don't hear what it is." He doesn't tell us what it is. I don't see really why he would tell him, but he tells him anyway. And the important information is that Homelander is his son. So he goes off, so you know where he's going, and then the boys kind of have no choice but to seemingly go together, and they concoct a plan. They have an argument as to whether or not they should allow Soldier Boy to blow up basically all of Fort Tower and all of the not at all innocent people within, which divides along lines, and it's Homelander and fucking Maeve turns up for some reason, so she's in the scene. That's good. She sides, sorry, not Homelander, Butcher. She sides with Butcher, because he's on like the 10th V rush at this point, and they lock everybody else in a safe. And the safe is very clever, because what the safe does is that it locks them out of a scene long enough for them to decide that's been long enough, and then they leave the safe and then they go to the tower themselves. It's a great way of staging your action sequence. So they have their own plan, which involves Frenchie cooking up drugs on the fly, because they know how the Russians subdued Soldier Boy with Novichok. But they eventually all break out. They do all coalesce at Fort Tower at the end for this big final battle. And there's that sort of moment of uncertainty. What is Soldier Boy going to do about Homelander? Is he going to accept him as his son? Is he going to not do that? And Homelander brings out Ryan and he says, look, you have a grandson as well. We're a family. And Soldier Boy says, basically, I wish I'd been around to help raise you, to show you what a father could be. Then you wouldn't be such a fucking disappointing pussy, basically. And then they start fighting.
You could say Soldier Boy gets given all the information he needs in this moment and makes his decision ultimately, which is that Homelander's a complete disaster and needs to be stopped. 100%.
Yeah.
Yep.
And that he's disappointed in himself for having failed as a father, technically speaking. That is his definitive position on this topic. That will
change.
Exactly what's going to happen.
It'll not only change, it will flip-flop like 5 times. It's insane.
And then after he flip-flops, he'll be punished hard for it, like he deserves, for failing me, for failing my expectations. Soldier Boy is on the up and up, and then he let me down.
And Hughie makes a really impactful decision in this scene. So while Homelander is kind of dealing with Butcher and everybody else is trying to take out Soldier Boy, Hughie is downstairs. He's in the security room and he has a choice to be made. He has a little glass of Temp V, or he can turn some lights on. And he turns some lights on, and this gives Starlight extra power, and then she can sort of temporarily overpower Soldier Boy with it. And he's made his choice. He's not going to be roided up mutant creature. He's going to accept that he is really, really quite dull. And that's his lot in life. So he makes that decision. This is called an arc, and I'm glad we had it.
Why didn't he take the fee after?
Um,
I mean, I just turned on the light earlier today. It wasn't that hard.
but he turns. They weren't on at the time, and he had to because
Oh, mine
Starlight
weren't
was going to
either.
die.
That's why I turned them on.
I know, but were you going on a moral arc when you did that?
No, I just grabbed something to drink.
There you go. You see, Hughie was on a
He
moral
defeated
arc.
his toxic masculinity and allowed
I
his
guess my
girlfriend
moral
to
arc
end the
was:
fight.
do I get a Dr. Pepper Zero or an energy drink?
Oh. See,
went for
I've
Dr. Pepper.
unironically heard Huey's problem in this season, the thing he's overcoming, described as toxic insecurity. So that's the thing he's overcoming. You
Oh.
had toxic insecurity about your Sprite or your Coke Zero, whatever the fuck it was.
Well,
It's a wonderful arc.
Dude, you know what's
that's a moral arc
insane?
that Hughie had.
There's so many things I forget because I get gaslit into thinking the show is something it's not. When Homelander's about to have all of his powers taken again, instead of sprinting off or saying, I'll suck your dick, I'll suck your dick, I'll suck your dick, he just... His son gives him a temporary reprieve and he says, Ryan, go. Get out now. Like, do you know what I mean? Nah, Homelander's... He's just a self-centered pussy, narcissist, loser who would only ever ask for dicks. It's like, why did you show me this character? And then, you know, it made some expectations, I'm just gonna say. And then, of course, mechanically, all of this stupid shit where he gets lasered, Soldier Boy, and rightfully pushes Ryan off screen, essentially, like, fuck you. And Ryan's, like, knocked out. And it's like, oh, geez, how tragic. He's gonna be fine. He's a fucking superhero. And Butch is like, did you just hurt an innocent? Like, how could you? Like, you monster. And he's like, with this, I will now take action that will mean Homelander will make it another fucking season, if not two. It's just nonsense. And you know why it has to happen, because season 3 is not the end of the show, guys. We gotta keep going.
Nope.
But Homelander has his back to all the people that are trying to kill him and can kill him because he's so concerned for someone else.
Yeah. And you can't use the excuse in, like, say, in the season 5 context. As, yeah, but Ryan had kind of, you know, forsaken him and told him he hated him and fought him. It's like, yeah, but he did that in season 2 and in season 3. He's told him he hates him a lot of times. He's punched him, he's pushed him away, he's lasered at him, he's done loads of shit, and this has not changed Homelander's view of him whatsoever. It's one of the things that makes Homelander so interesting, is that anybody else who did that, he would have killed on sight, but he doesn't do that with his son because he actually has genuine parental feelings. You could have done so much with that. Shame they didn't.
Well, and it's
But they
insane, too, because then you just move into Butcher and Homelander versus Soldier Boy, and you're like, what? What is going on? And then Maeve just randomly is like, actually, me versus Homelander, Butcher versus Soldier Boy. And you're like, okay, writers, you need to calm down. You need to sit down and rethink what the fuck is happening here. What the fuck's Maeve gonna do against Homelander?
Well, I like when she like starts hitting him and he just kind of like slaps her very lightly away and keeps saying, not now, not now. It's not, this is not the time. Like, this is true. Yeah, it's true on every level. It's not the time for that.
Did you remember they used to date?
Yes.
They did, yes.
Oh, right. Also,
He
how
stole her
awkward.
eggs.
She hasn't done anything in all this time because you were supposed to assume she can't really do anything about him, and then apparently here now she's like, I'll take him. It's like, no, you haven't done this in 10 years or decades or whatever it's been. It's like, why now? What makes you believe you have any chance to do anything right now?
Maeve went sober for 10 whole months and started training with a sword for this precise eventuality. Don't know how she thought that was going to work, but
Pretty sure the sword doesn't even work on Homelander, but
nope. No, it does not.
And by the way, Butcher being presented with all of this mechanics, even Soldier Boy lays it out for him. You're an idiot. You're weaker than he is. You're going to let all this go to shit just because of that son, which, by the way, Butcher ends up facilitating the same exact scenario in season 5 with Ryan there anyway. So I don't even know. It's all just dumb shit. But having Soldier Boy basically say, like, we're really gonna do this? You're so mad we're gonna let Homelander win? And Butcher's like, yeah. You're like, what? What's happening?
It's so stupid. So dumb.
And I'm probably going to need a little bit of help here working out precisely what they are calculating in the decisions that they make. Because I've seen season 3 a few times now. I've seen it quite recently. And I still find it a little bit baffling. So the two options on the table are, one, we take out Homelander, who has the ability to destroy the world, but at the cost of Soldier Boy destroying Vought Tower. 2, we take out Soldier Boy to stop him destroying Vought Tower in order to preserve Homelander, who can destroy the world. And they all, and the show, think that stopping Soldier Boy is the right thing to do. Or most of them think that. And
It's
I'm still
insane
confused
they
as to
all
why they
team
think
up on
that.
Soldier Boy when he's the only person who can stop Homelander.
Yep.
Dude, MM was
Yeah.
probably so fucking psyched about this.
And Soldier Boy's motivated to take out. I just like, what? We've got everything
Yeah.
we need.
Soldier Boy is the biggest threat. That's why we all forget he exists. In unison.
Yes, that's right.
It's
In
such a
season- yeah, in
bizarre
season 5.
sequence because I'm just on Soldier Boy's side this whole
Yeah,
finale,
of course. I want him to win.
and he
Not
doesn't.
that I especially care about any of the outcomes in this show because it's a Goober Clown show, but if I'm forced to, like, yeah, I want him to win, and for some reason the show has decided no, he has to lose by Maeve's hand. Like, dude, you're gonna give me an
Yeah,
aneurysm.
Just the
And then
softest boy.
to not even commit to the fact that, dude, she's dead. She's in the epicenter of the massive explosion, falling to her death. Oh no, she survived, and that's because Kripke is
the coward.
a very silly writer, yeah, who makes
Yeah.
silly decisions.
And she falls on like
when
the
it comes to
99th
stories.
floor. So the way it would have happened is that, let's say she survives the explosion, but the explosion would instantly burn all the V in her body, which means she loses her powers on the 99th floor, falls 99 stories, and hits the floor. She's dead. She can't
Yep.
survive.
Dead. It is impossible. It's so impossible that normies even realized it was impossible. Which is when you lose the normies on these sorts of things, it means you've really fucked up, like really and truly, because a lot of the time normies are very forgiving of these sorts of things.
What's even the point of keeping her alive? She's just gone from the show now, isn't she? Like she never
It-
showed
well,
up again?
it's that's the point. You know, right? You know what Kripke said about it?
I'll give it to you. Don't worry. Kripke explained in a Business Insider interview that he specifically instructed the writers that Queen Maeve would not die. He expressed a desire to avoid tropes where LGBTQ plus characters are killed off, aiming instead to give her a happy ending and a beautiful moment of heroic personal growth. Obviously, quote, we didn't want to kill her and have her fall into the tropes of gay characters and bisexual characters in shows getting killed. We want to do the opposite of that and send her off and give her a happy ending with Elena. The best way to do that was, well, take her away her powers and she's not useful in the fight anymore. One, she can get them back, so that's funny, like with Mechanic's Future. And then two, you wanted her to get a happy ending by tossing her out of a skyscraper with no powers.
Like, if you wanted the ending, you should have written a different ending. You shouldn't have written it so that you unfortunately locked yourself into a bit of a corner. Which by the way, I would say it's like, surely that is the criticism of the trope, if we're going to be appealing to tropes as an actual criticism, which they're not necessarily. You chose to write this character into a situation where she must die. You didn't have to do that. You chose to do that. But then you pussied out at the last moment from committing.
Well,
so you still committed the sin of the trope, essentially, which is that you decided that this is the fate for this character.
If barrier gaze is a true trope to the point where it motivates you to go against it, it's like, well, then inevitably it becomes protect your gays, and then everyone's stories suck because no gay people can die. No character that is gay can die.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Which denies, an important character some of the death scenes are some of the most important you can write, and so they can say more than almost any other kind of scene because it's like the ultimate sacrifice. So you're basically saying that you've foreclosed on any prospect that you will give a character the most meaningful end because you've decided that someone once told you that gay people dying in media is a trope and that tropes are bad. No stage of that reasoning is correct. Like, some tropes are really good. Gay characters are not dying is not a trope, and even if it were, it's not bad. So stop it. And anyway, it's not even consistent. Which season is it that begins with a guy crawling in another guy's penis and sneezing and then going big and then exploding?
3, isn't it?
Yeah, that seems.
I think.
He may have killed a gay guy there, but fuck it.
Well, people have
but
Frenchie. He's
funny.
he's bisexual, right? And he doesn't.
Yes, that's right.
Yeah.
And so that would count. He's the one. Well, not the one, because there's also fucking Butcher as well. But that is a bit awkward, isn't it? It's like, you did it, and like I don't know. Again, to draw it back, I'd say that like you've still done the trope just because of the fact that you wrote Maeve into a situation where either she dies or you have to get rid of her from the show, and you chose to do that for the gay character instead of doing it for a heterosexual character. Just because you know, oh, I'm not going to kill her at the last moment doesn't mean that you did it. You did it. You still did it, Mr. Kripke. Because he really is like a very cowardly storyteller, isn't he? And he thinks he's so edgy and cool. But I feel like it's just anyway. Moving on.
This part, by the way, where in the middle of the fight, she does punch him so hard he bleeds, and his reaction, because it always is,
he doesn't.
is,
yeah,
I'm so
he
fucking
doesn't get
angry.
On his knees and say, why doesn't he get on his knees and say, "I'll fucking suck your dick, please"?
But like,
your fucking shit.
Specifically,
TV.
Doesn't run from her or kill her as fast as possible to prevent the threat. He pokes at her eye and he enjoys it.
Yeah,
like what do you think this is? What did it tell you about him?
Vindictively punishing her.
Yeah,
for doing that. Yeah, because this is who he is.
Certainly gave an impression. But yeah, no, she gets a heroic moment of tackling him out of a skyscraper. You know what's so interesting is that, like, the conclusion that they have now set is that all of them on Soldier Boy, it's like, well, yeah, I guess Soldier Boy would die if you've got Homelander, Butcher superpowered, Starlight, Kimiko, fucking the whole team, everyone's gonna... It's like, yeah, I guess it would kill him. And it's like, and then what happens? Do they all... Like, what does Homelander have to think and say about that? That Butcher turned the whole team on Soldier Boy to protect Ryan, who Homelander cares about immensely. It's like, I guess that could go somewhere. That could be stories like, no, we're resetting after that. We're resetting everybody back. And you're like, oh,
also, I will say, it's a bit awkward, right? It's a bit of a challenge. It's not necessarily a problem, because there are stories that do this effectively. But when you have a whole bunch of people having to gang up on the villain, feels a bit awkward, doesn't it? You know, it's like a 6-on-1. But again, you know, because I mean, they all team up on Thanos, right? And it's
I
not
think
really
the difference here is that Soldier Boy's motivation and intention is good.
Is good. So it's really weird when all the heroes are ganging up on him to stop him from saving the world.
And the fact that they fucking put him back in the pod, you're like, oh.
Yes, in a world where the promotional material for season 5 was correct and the Homelander wiped out the world, it would all be their fault because they did the right thing and they.
Well, so you know, every death afterward, right, is on them. Every single death, and it's not a small number because Homelander, who's like Chrombopulous Michael, here he goes killing again. Constantly.
Yeah, up until the moment where we actually wanted to see him like kill a bunch of people.
To
all
be,
of a sudden he's like,
oh yeah.
Just to be clear, right? Soldier Boy is like, I ain't going back, and charges up his bomb, which the implication is it would wipe Homelander of his powers, and probably Butcher or whatever, and maybe Starlight, but it's gonna kill It'll kill like anyone who doesn't have powers, they're dead if they're in the vicinity of this.
No, you're totally off.
Worth putting a pin in that.
It only destroys like buildings and V. Flesh is unaffected by this nuclear blast.
Well, it's weird because they seem to treat it as though if he detonates here, it's going to kill everyone.
Yeah.
And then Butcher,
concrete undergarments.
Butcher looks at Ryan like, we cannot allow Ryan to die. None of this makes sense for season 5, dude.
But also, isn't this quite awkward? You've got a man who's like, I'm not going to let you essentially take my life from me. That's what Soldier Boy is doing. You're trying to rob him of his autonomy.
What about people inside those buildings that are damaged? Well, we learned here that you can fall 50 feet to the ground and survive, but only if you're part of the LGBTQ.
That's right. So when somebody's falling down, they can go, okay.
Throw the gay guy at him. By the way,
like,
look at the dude's acting here. Look at this.
Yeah. He's so desperate to not get put back.
So desperate to do the right thing and not die.
He's desperate to live, and they're taking it away from him.
And she tackles him out and just saves the day. It's like, what a shit show.
Yep. Terrible.
And of course, imagine how many people died, because I will be showing the explosion because it's so fucking relevant.
It's a big one. And the last time we'll ever see an explosion from this man's powers.
This is so funny for me to hear, because I've seen him use his powers now in season 5.
Yeah.
Like,
hey, does this look recognizable to you, Bethel? Look at this.
Yeah.
Oh
at all the glass shattering. Look at it.
You know,
Look at that.
really makes you
Jesus.
think.
Maeve is okay. Don't worry.
Maeve will
she's
be fine, yeah.
Dude, they're so high up, and she has no powers.
Yeah.
She's cooked.
Yep. She is cooked, yes.
Hey man, she
Yes,
lost
indeed.
an eye, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Oh my god.
I just
Also, yeah, this happened because remember, this is meant to be New York. I know it's obviously Toronto, but it's meant to be New York.
I guess you could say if you were a
Pretty
meter
densely
away from him when he
populated.
does this in any direction, you're probably fried, right?
Probably, yes. I mean,
Oh,
and
yeah.
the fact that it shatters the windows, I mean, that's a pretty powerful shockwave. Might be destroying some guts purely from that, let alone all of the glass that goes flying and slashing through everybody like Doc Ock's wife in Spider-Man 2.
This is what Kendrick did to Drake during the big beef because he's from Toronto.
I don't know what that means. I don't understand that reference.
But yeah, that's two much loved characters not dead and the world imperiled by
Wait,
their
so
sacrifice.
This was why I didn't watch season 4 when it came out, because I was just like, the show, the only time it's going to be worthwhile is once it's ending, and whenever that season arrives, that's when I'll probably tune back in to see what they do.
And that's
Yeah,
what
'cause
you
in
needed to
between
watch
there's
because that's
the-
where it just gets fucking. That's where it just goes off the rails.
Yeah.
Hey, we're so the train is off the tracks. We're off the planet now.
Yep.
What a fun
Yeah.
show.
It's like in Call of Duty World War II when the train just keeps crashing and it just keeps going. You think it's done and it keeps going.
And I mean, it does keep going because this isn't even like the end of the episode, right? That you move on then to the wrap ups of everyone getting all of the stuff that they've deserved and earned over the course of this season, which none of them did, and it's so cringe. Like, the worst bit is definitely the most obviously worst bit is definitely Maeve being alive because they don't even wait until the next season to reveal that. It's just it's just she's just there and like she's with Alina and say, oh yeah, we're gonna go and move to a farm or something, the gay farm where the gay people go when they don't die.
Well, man, you should genetically produce like a bunch of, because imagine the plot armor. You know, it's like the in Rick and Morty season 1 where he's got the Mortys across all of the thing getting tortured. If you just have any kind of structure, you put a bunch of gay people across all of it, they can't hurt you. An invisible shield.
So
in a
attach
way.
them and have the things poking them in the ribs.
I guess you wouldn't
so
need the
that it's-
poking, but you need to keep them alive. Well, I guess you can't kill them,
Dude,
so.
That's crazy, dude. I used to really like Rick and Morty, like a lot.
That was a really good show at some point, yeah.
Everyone's saying the
You
first
reminded me.
episode's good. Has anyone seen it?
The first
Of what,
episode.
the new, of the new season of Rick and Morty, you mean?
Yeah, it just dropped.
The problem is that it doesn't mean, like, I feel like I saw a video that was like, oh, you know, Rick and Morty fell off, and I think it included a clip, like, the image was something from, like, season 6 or 7, and it just reminded me, like, whatever the consensus is on that show, it's kind of like what happens with The Boys, you know, a lot of people will say, like, oh, well, The Boys got bad, I don't know, like, season 3 or 4, it's like, no, it's season 2, and I feel the same way, not obviously for the exact same season, but Rick and Morty, it's like, Rick and Morty got bad in like season 5, which was a while ago at this point. It's and even in season 4 was a bit sloppy.
Wait.
Yeah.
Which is the one with the sperm episode and the incest baby? That was 5 or 4?
That was season 5. That was season
towards
5,
the end of
episode
season
4.
5,
It
yeah.
was noteworthy.
I know there was
because
stuff
that
I
was-
hated in season 4. Season 5 was so bad I forgot season 4.
Season 4 is inconsistent for sure, but yeah, season 5, the premiere is pretty cool. It's the alternate universe that like runs at a different speed that Morty keeps intervening in ways that get them to hate him. And then the second one was the Decoys episode, which is one of the best. That episode is so good. And then I think it was the one with the Captain Planet lady, and then after that it was the sperm one, which was the first truly bad episode of Rick and Morty. Horrible. And then it was all down. That was it. It was over. That
There's
was
like
the
a
end of the
couple
show.
of like little episodes that bring me back into the show because I don't know. I'll enjoy some of the stuff they
I'm
do.
not- that I can understand that, but I'm not. I am
Did
not
you
that way.
have you ever seen? I assume you've seen Vat of Acid. I don't know what season
Yeah.
that was. I like
Oh,
that
Vat of
one.
Acid is season 4.
What
yeah,
about the
one of
whole
best.
episode? Did you watch the whole episode?
Yeah.
Yes, I think Mola showed me that one, and I didn't like it really.
Oh, wait, you're
Oh.
talking about the whole episode?
The one where they're in the hole, and
Yeah,
then he's like, where he thinks that Rick is like in there, and then he's not.
No, yeah, the whole
Yeah, he
episode
never
is an
actually
example
went.
of like the same I think, sensibility that gets you something like a vat of acid, but the spice is not as strong. Like the fundamentals.
It's diminished returns.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because what's interesting is Rick and Morty, as far as I'm concerned, it's like outstayed. It's told its story. It's already now. It feels in the same position that Simpsons is currently in and has been for fucking like
didn't we
2
like all
decades.
collectively got worried when we learned they have like greenlit 9
Yeah.
seasons? And I was like, oh.
Whereas Smiling Friends is like, dude, you had plenty to go. Your story was not
Friends
told.
ended so early.
Yeah.
It ended early and it ended unceremoniously to the point that I still don't really. I don't feel that it's ended in the same way that I will, like, even when The Simpsons ends, it'll be like, holy shit. You know, like, there's no closure. It's just like we kind of ended partway through, you know? And yeah, the idea that that show would run its course is, like, ridiculous. And also, the weird dichotomy of, well, it's either it ends prematurely or it's The Simpsons. Like, oh man, it could just, like, end when it needs to end. You know? Why is the dichotomy 3.2 seasons or 35 seasons? Why
Also,
is this?
someone in
the
chat
choice.
said, Friggy always wandering around. Rick and Morty, what the fuck? That was me. I did that. I brought us into Rick and Morty, not Friggy.
That's okay. And plus, welcome to EFAP. We do this. We have fun here. We go on tangents. Welcome to the show.
TikTok tangent o'clock.
Oh, is this the season where it ends with him lasering a
Yes, this
dirty
is the
gang
one where he
liberal?
lasers him, and we
So
get
it's-
another amazing meme face for Anthony Starr because he is like genuinely might be one of the best actors for delivering meme reactions. Like,
Oh, so
ever.
many.
He's a meme machine.
Yeah,
Even
because he has to do
disaster
wordless
finale,
stuff.
the fucking jumping up, dude. That's so,
I think it's
so
he
worthy.
offers a lot of very, very unique
Expressions, yeah.
Because this one's great, right? This expression is, wait a minute, this is, wait a minute, I'm getting away with this.
Yeah.
You know, it's a unique one, or like the one in the cinema where he's watching the screen and you know
That's a
it's
good
that
one.
glazed over sort of
Yeah.
expression. The walking out of the barn where he's like doing the deep breath, like, oh, you know, because he's so stressed out. Is there's
Or
so
he's
many
watching his
very
own
unique.
speech back on his phone in the hallway, and he's just kind of like, that's the very much what I've been.
Yeah.
Like, this one's good because like there's probably like 4 or 5 emotional states I think he goes to. Like the first one's like he's still pissed off, then it's oh shit, what have I done? Then it's oh wait, they're clapping, then it's oh shit, they love me. It's like
Oh shit! All right, I better lean into it. Haha! Yeah, all right. It's so good.
I mean, yeah, it's really good. It's the only part of the wrap up section for this season that is any good because the rest of it's just tragic. Like Soldier Boy gets fridged, obviously, and then the
Literally,
Deep's
yeah.
wife, who he jilted for an octopus, publishes a book about him. Great. Starlight gets rid of her uniform because she says it never made her powerful, and then she joins the boys because it's now a democracy. I don't fucking know. And that's after she chats with Maeve, obviously, who's still there, and then just has a quick chat with his daughter about like the truth. And that's kind of it. So yeah, and Butcher gets told he has cancer and that this is going to make him even more powerful in subsequent seasons.
Oh, just like real cancer.
Yeah, exactly. That's how he's so much more able to beat Homelander in season 5. Is that like he had cancer and then he got better, and so he's powerful. That's how it works. It's yeah, nothing problem, no
But yeah,
problems there.
on Kripke, I don't really get what he's going for with the fact that Ryan seems to enjoy that this guy's gotten his face blown off with a laser. It's like, what are we gonna
Especially with all
conclude
the
from that,
conflict.
Mr. Kripke?
Conflict
Ryan by
in
the end of the
season
show will be
5.
like,
It's
"Yo,
what?
Butcher, you're kind of a bad guy." It's like, so are you, Ryan.
Yeah,
Yeah.
like you're. I mean, he's got a body count, you know, like in terms of people that he's killed. Like it's not a small number either. It's what, like 10?
Yeah.
Because obviously, I mean, you know, his mother, you won't hold that one against him. The guy he throws into the wall, it's like, man, you probably could have not done that. Obviously, Mallory is like, well, that's just entirely on you, mate. And then all those guys in the when he went off to wherever he went in season 5, it's just like, well, no, you've seen me, so no more living for you. It's like, I don't think that man you know, jeez.
They play with Ryan randomly being psychotic. They just never seem to commit.
Which, you know, again, when it was what Platoon mentioned earlier, that it obviously makes sense to have it sort of be the battle for his soul, right?
Yeah.
Like the
Mhm.
maybe, you know, not necessarily that Butcher is the angel on the shoulder because he's not that, but maybe this is the thing that pushes him in that direction to actually sort of be a good moral compass. That maybe he rethinks some of the choices that he would make. in order to. I mean, he should just be like more of a main character than he actually is, rather than kind of like a recurring character that he sort of continues to be throughout the rest of the show.
I mean, you
Very
get
bizarre
that
choice.
they almost imply it because I think the final shot of this season is when obviously you get Homelander's reaction to the crowd loving the fact he lasered a protester. I think the final shot is Ryan's face and he seems to be enjoying it. So it's like, okay, so this is going to be really important going forward. And it's like, well, it's not unimportant. It's just ancillary to the main story, really. So
is there something to be said for the fact that like getting a crowd literally cheering as a dude's fucking the top of his skull is blown off and there's blood everywhere?
Ridiculous. There's no way.
You know, like they're all like, yeah, woohoo! It's like, nah, it doesn't. I don't think so.
No, I thought it was retarded.
They would run, dude.
It is, but I mean, that's what the show. It's another sign that you're not going to get anything better in subsequent seasons because the show thinks this is in perfect continuity with the fat guy who shoots the shopkeeper. It's like
exactly
embraced online populism, so people get radicalized. And so crowds within the space of 6 months, if they listen to too many podcasts, will cheer murder. I was like,
well, I guess I'm fucked.
Violent murder, very violent grisly, gnarly murder. Yeah.
Sorry, Chaswell. Butcher misheard his doctor. He had polycythemia vera. Do you know I can't not hear Boogie saying it and to follow up with like that's a rare type of blood cancer. And it's just like that's the only reason he says all of it because he's like, yeah, blood cancer. I get to say I have blood cancer.
Well, and the fact that he's so insane that he because he said it's the Animal Crossing of cancer. It's like that is a configuration of words that should never leave your mouth under any circumstances other than quoting the fact that Boogie said it because he's a piece of shit.
Yeah.
It's the cancer again. It's like what an insane thing
the cancer again.
For somebody to even imply like, yeah, man, who even gives a shit really? It's like, yeah, you wouldn't because you don't have it. You don't actually have it. So of course you don't care. God, he's so what a fat loser he is.
Ooh.
You're accurate with that one. That's fair.
The recent clip where he ran over like his dog's tail with the wheels on his chair and he doesn't even seem to be that bothered about it.
Yeah, he
really.
immediately is like, yeah, the dog, idiot dog, is
dog,
under the
he
table.
He doesn't sit on that bed over there that he's meant to. He sits here, so really it's his fault that I ran over his tail. Well, it's a bit, dude. People, come on, man. Treat your doggos nicely.
Yeah,
you know?
if you don't,
be nice.
You don't want them, fucking give them back. Or
dogs are really cool, man. They are like dogs are super cool. It's like you have to remind yourself sometimes how cool dogs and cats are because of how like common they are as animals, right? Like you might not think of them as being as wacky as some of these exotic ones, but man, dogs are cool. You can do all sorts of fun stuff with dogs. Get them to sit and roll over and play fetch and all that. And then this fat loser just like, oh, whatever, why are you even sitting here? And he said he'd done it like 3 times. It's like, dude, you've done it 3 times. Change what you're doing. Sorry. It's just change what you're doing. What the fuck is wrong with you? Anyway.
So I get the Homelander music when Fringy goes on a rant about saving animals. I think that would really make it better. Just like slightly, is he actually going to break? Is he going to go and kill the world for being mean to the creatures?
What you play the
violins?
Yeah, that's the
one. Yeah, they love that one. They love playing that more
they
and
really
more and more
do.
as time goes on. They Flanderize the Homelander unhinged violin.
Yeah, so season 3, better than 2 or worse than 2?
Well, that's the question, isn't it? I mean, it seems like more happens in season 3.
Well, so am I clear, Nick? You thought 3 was worse because I thought 3 was better.
I thought 3 was worse.
Soldier Boy saved it for me in that fight, I guess, because there's nothing I like about season 2 really at all.
That's
I don't know. I don't think if I just like one character, I think as like in totality of the season.
That's what I'm saying. That there's nothing I like about season 2, whereas there's at least something.
Season 3, if you like look at the way characters break down, like in most cases, season 3 does what season 2 does again. It just makes it a bit more concrete, and I think maybe that I think that's slightly more watchable, or at least more. It's less boring in season 3 when Hughie has Temp V to represent his change in psyche than it is in season 2 when he doesn't have that, when he's just like a boring empty, soulless vessel. Whereas now it's like the same debate happens essentially, but this time there's something that makes it a bit more dramatic. So it might be more enjoyable for that reason. But I think the plot makes about equivalently little sense.
I mean, yeah, for me, it's I think I'd say season 5 is the worst for sure, and that 4 is probably worse than 2 or 3. But between 2 and 3, it's like, you know, I don't know. I mean, they're about as bad as each other.
Yeah.
The thing is that the longer that the show goes, the more like off the rails it gets in terms of what it even wants to be. The more it becomes like Kripke's own like deranged fucking, you know, I don't know, like release essentially of all of his personal grievances and frustrations.
That became very clear to me like 10 minutes into the first episode of season 5. I was like, what am I fucking watching here? Like, you've already mentioned like all the real life things that I don't want to
Well, all the real life things, but then also certain things I guess he doesn't want to get close to that are like sort of, you know, big cultural issues of our time. There are certain conspicuous ones that's like, man, you don't want to go anywhere near that, which, you know, again, that's fine. But I mean, you know, if you're presenting this as like the edgy show that's the biting social commentary, but it's so worthless in that regard. Like whose mind is changed by like The Boys on anything? You know, how is it even effective satire? How does it make you think about anything, you know, compared to something like South Park, which is often very interesting and persuasive?
Yeah. Well, it certainly can be, but
certainly can be. Yeah. Like I love South Park, but I don't want to pretend that South Park is some kind of like major intellectual show. A lot of the time, they just fuck it around.
No, sure, but it's just that sometimes it makes you think. You know.
Yeah.
And something that's like it does what when it's at its best, it does what good satire does. Like The Boys is way more parody even than satire. Satire is about like stripping away the complicating things or the things that muddy the waters and sort of revealing what the truth of the thing happens to be. That's more what satire is, whereas parody is you add layers of almost tropes or cliche characteristics and then you blow those up so you make it larger than life. One is like, this is what life is, and the other is, this is, bigger and larger than life. The Boys is it thinks it's satire, but it's way more parody than satire, certainly after season 1 even. Because if you look at, say, season 2 and you say, well, what is Stormfront? What is she a satire of? And then she'll get up on stage and she'll like say really cringe things like, oh, the liberals and the SJWs want to expunge the white race. And it's like, yeah, I guess some nutters probably do think that, but most people don't. So you're not really satirizing anything. You're not telling me anything that's true. You're just kind of parodying something that you've seen online people say, which is not all that interesting to me.
Well, does it offer any solutions for how to navigate through like the modern political climate? Not really.
Well, it's not particularly funny
than in season
either.
5 trying to make some kind of well, yeah, not really. I mean, it's pretty boring at this point. Like, oh, here's the new like Vought slop movie that they're making that's like kind of plainly shit, like in a way that's not even good satire of like what Marvel is now.
No,
it's like it feels like it's still doing the movie trailer parodies like from the 2000s where you had the deep bassy voice guy doing the announcements. Like, we haven't done that for like 15 years. You gotta like catch up.
But some of it's like its media satire can be some of its strongest. Like at least the most satirical, or like some of the jokes that I think are funniest are the ones that they're kind of muted. But there's the bit where like Ashley's shagging the director of some shit movie in the toilet, and she's abusing him because he enjoys it, and she tells him that Tony Gilroy had to rewrite that film because it was shit. And it's like, that's kind of funny. Like, you just blink and you miss it. It's not hugely important, but that's kind of telling me something that resembles truth. We know that happens. But it's actually at its best when it is restrained like that. It's when it takes these big cultural sweeps that it kind of goes off the rails. And so I've pretty much deliberately tried to get rid of all of those, like from all the notes I was taking. So there's a lot that could be said about what The Boys is trying to satirize, but it should be possible to talk about a show, even a satirical show, without talking about the issues that it's satirizing. And the thing with The Boys is that it's kind of not. If you look at most of the discussion of it from the last several years, it's never really been like, oh, that character arc's amazing. It's more like, oh, you just hate it because you like the politician it hates. It's like, yeah, but no, I don't care. I'd rather just actually analyze what the story is trying to tell, or the comedy it's trying to do. Do the jokes land? Does it resemble it? That's what I'm more interested in. And if you can't do that with your show, then it's kind of, you've basically failed as a storyteller.
what do we do in 10 or 20 years when the cultural context of the time is forgotten?
Yeah.
Then try go back and watch it. I mean, Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
Compared to, you can watch a South Park episode from 20 years ago and there's enough context in the episode that you can still watch it and enjoy it, even if it's not like relevant anymore in terms of the thing it's talking about, right?
Yeah.
Whereas here, it's like, dude, in 20 years, is anybody going to even remember the things that it vaguely looks similar to? Or whatever the the given big sort of issues were at the time that people were talking about. Probably
what's funny
not.
too is there's this tackiness to it in the sense of take Avengers Endgame for example, right? Someone who hadn't seen it before watches it today, and then they go, "Oh, Fortnite, yeah, I still play that." It's like, even if it's still relevant, as in the thing is still happening, it's like there's a way to reference things, there's a way to use things, and that's an example of just like, oh god.
Doesn't the Bond game, because I'm going to be playing it this coming week once we've got the rest of this out of the way, but doesn't that have a bunch of like real life streamers in it?
Yes, Jacksepticeye, Shroud.
That's one of those. Yeah,
someone else, I think.
Like I barely know who those people are now.
The hands. Yeah, it's right there.
Yeah, he's there. It's like, I vaguely recognize him from something I saw a couple of years ago. But I saw someone in response to that say, "Oh, this really makes me wonder how dated Grand Theft Auto 6 is going to be, given how long it's been in development." And so the response to that is like, that isn't the thing that dates you as any product, a video game, a movie, or a TV show, is including these things to begin with. Yeah. They're so obviously time sensitive. Do you think anyone's going to know the guy in 10 years' time who makes funny hand gestures? Probably not.
Grand Theft Auto 5 isn't dated. Grand Theft Auto 5 gives you a view into like early 2010s, like, LA American culture at the time. That's what, in much the same way that San Andreas is sort of retro, as a period piece, if you want to call it, is giving you a view into early 1990s, like, Los Angeles, San Francisco, Las Vegas, Vice City, 80s, Miami.
Flash in the pan memes versus cultural touchstones, right? It's like sometimes it's more difficult to figure them out in the moment, but when everyone is sharing one particular meme one day, I can totally picture just some writer being like, "I'm going to put this in my thing. It's going to be so fucking awesome." A week goes by, they're like, no one's talking about it.
Case in point, the deep popcorn bucket. It's like, right, because that Dune one was pretty funny. It's like, that came out like 2 years ago and nobody fucking cares anymore. It's just like this weird, stupid fucking meme that you've included now.
But the fact that it does stay in is that the writer doesn't actually look back at their meme reference and say, "Oh," they just leave it in and it stays there. And then I think 99.9998% of memes are dead in a week, and then even more than that are dead in a year, and then all of them are dead in 10. So that by the time you've put anything like in your script, by the time you move it into production, it's already probably out of date. And yet you don't change the script to reflect the fact because you want to be current. But the obsession with being current makes you really, really belated.
To give you an example, right? So, and don't anyone say the year or date for a second. I just want to test something here. Something they make fun of with Firecracker in the late part of season 5 is the Nicole Kidman AMC trailer thing for theaters. Now, that's in something that came out weeks ago as a reference, as like a haha, we're making fun of that. Metal, I assume you don't know when that came out originally.
I can't remember it right now.
Just give me a guess of a year when you think it would have.
2023.
All right, Nick, do you know?
2022.
All right, Platoon, do you want to guess?
I have no clue, but proximity 2021.
Springy, I assume you may know.
I don't know, but I'm going to go ahead and guess that it's actually pre-COVID, so maybe like 2018.
So the answer is 2021. So Platoon got it.
Okay,
but still, right? Like 2021
in 2026, yeah, with a reference to a film that came out to nearly 3 years ago as well. The Dune popcorn bucket. That was like 2024.
What I'm saying, man, it's so stale.
Yeah,
popcorn.
Yep.
It's probably what will make in the long run. Like Boys season 1 will probably in the long run be more I think it's already true. Is more rewatchable than any other season because it's at least attempting to try and identify some of those like constants in culture. It's trying to be a satire of corporatism, which will never ever die and has always existed. It's trying to identify like hero worship and the dangers of hero worship, and it's trying to sort of play with these things which have been with us for decades. And that is the best way to be current, is that actually you identify stuff that's timeless because you'll have a new perspective.
a little bit more serious about its own universe and engages with it instead of let me get this from the real world in here and comment on it briefly, but cringy and not very worthwhile to remember it for. And then I'm gonna ruin all my characters for it. I make movies.
Yeah, and no one will ever watch it again. But
Mhm.
that brings us to the close of this episode. We're doing the streaming thing where there's a huge gap between seasons. So actually, for us, it's not so bad because it's only a week. We'll be doing seasons 4 and 5 with an honorable mention for Gen V this time next week. But for now, that's all you're going to get. So I hope
just,
you enjoyed it so far.
I just also want to ask is like, why are there cartoon characters talking about God with Black Noir? It's like, there's some stuff you just don't need to know about.
I thought about including it, and I thought, what does it fucking matter?
Yeah, it doesn't matter. We kind of we'll mention it when we get to Black Noir 2.0 probably next week. So yeah.
There's a huge amount. Like for seasons 1 to 3, I think like the notes I took run it's like 104 pages, and it's like I looked back over them while trying to sort them out into any kind of manageable form and realized like so much of this just it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Like, if it's plot relevant, fine, but like. That stuff. You watch that sequence of Black Noir and you think, oh, they've put effort into it, so this must say something. Nope. So, fuck it.
Knowing this show, this was probably just wasted talent.
Yes. That is usually a reliable sort of thing. Right. Well, so that means I just want to get to this first because I think people they need to know. We've got another victim ready to go on mixtape. I don't know if you guys knew that. Someone.
I'm streaming it right fucking now. Right
Oh my
fucking
God.
now.
What are you live now?
No, I'm not live yet.
Because
I was gonna wait until the stream ends, then I'll pop over there.
well,
But I'm all set up, dude. I even downloaded it ahead of time.
I was gonna say you should just go and get because by the time that you've even said hello to people, we'll be wrapped up here and we'll just send everyone over because everyone in chat wants to see you play this. Okay.
Dude, I have literally no idea how I'm going to fucking survive the next couple hours. Would you say this thing is like 4 or 5 hours?
I did it in 6.5.
You can do it quicker than that.
I'm doing it all. I am doing it all tonight. I will not sleep until this game has been thoroughly defeated.
You will definitely finish
Drinker
it.
did it in 2.5, so you're all good. You're all good.
Rapid though.
Jesus.
That is rapid. To be
Dude,
fair.
that should be illegal.
Can I just
game.
say, doing this randomly on my channel, being the first one of us who plays this might be the best thing I've ever done.
You're patient 0. You are responsible for this.
You're patient 0. I keep getting the blame. It's cruel. It's cruel.
It's because everybody's used to it's like
it.
the Simpsons meme. Bart, no! I'm right here. Sorry, force a habit.
Yeah.
Lisa, no. Sad, but switch out the names.
What you get for setting a goal and then passing it. The torture.
And then Joe Danger just kept annoying people into it. And then you did the same thing that I did on the same day, I think.
You understand? Nick's just the next in line. People want more. Like he's just you know gonna be more corpses for the fire or something. But yeah, like I said, it's completely up to you. But if you get started now, we'll wrap up on the episodes and stuff, and then I can just send people.
I got
over.
a link. I have a Premiere link set up. Well, not a Premiere link, but like a stream link. I gotta chug my monster, bro. I'm dead.
Chug.
I'm gonna snort this monster within the next 30 seconds.
Can you rate a thing that's like a live stream that's not started yet? Does it let you do that? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well then, we can sort that out. Metal, why don't you tell everybody what you're up to and stuff?
I'm up to all the stuff, you know. Well, I already played mixtape, so I'm in the green for that one.
You're in the red for something else.
I'm in the red. Well, we're currently streaming the Bond game. That's been... Well, it's been fun, but not for the reason the game thinks it is.
Well, I will say, you can't find streams on that game anywhere else on the internet, apparently, because that game is quite enjoyed. But hey, if you were looking for, potentially different perspective, Metal is definitely streaming some James Bond here and there.
Yeah, I'm probably gonna
quickly grab that screenshot I posted from the chat of the fucking watch. I need them to see this.
Okay.
It's right above us. You have to see. This is the watch in the game, but real life. Like if you've played the game, you've seen this. I tried it on today. This should be illegal, bro. This is like.
Well, explain to the audience why this is bad.
No, not that one. Not that one. The other screenshot where it's on my wrist. That's the actual watch. That looks great, dude. That's the problem. Look at that shit.
So thick.
That's outrageous. Look at, dude, my poor fucking sleeve. Your sleeve is supposed to be able to like slide over the watch, dude. What the fuck is that?
Does it at least have like a laser gun in it or a Bond gadget or
No!
anything?
No, not
It's
even
got
a
a
laser gun.
chronograph feature. Like, dude,
Well,
are
it's
you
really
tiny?
expensive,
No,
isn't
I'm
it?
not a tiny person. No, dude.
It's, how much does it cost?
9,400.
Fucking hell.
$9,400.
for a watch that comes on a fucking strap. Like it doesn't
can
even
buy-
come with a bracelet.
You
can
can
buy
buy
a
a
car for
motorcycle
that.
for that.
And it'll be smaller.
But dude, tell me, apparently you said some negative things about motorcycles.
I mean, I agree with the South Park episode.
To
I
be
think
fair
Harley-
though, that
Yeah,
is
Harley
in
gives
line
right
with
to
Harley.
efforts.
That's Harley specifically.
Motorbikes
in line
generally
with,
just like all they do is get you to the same place with a markedly increased risk of death.
Yeah, I mean, sure, but is that the reason why you massively dislike them?
I don't tend to go outside looking to maximize my risk of death, so yeah, it's one of them. They're loud.
Oh, well, sure,
And-
but that would only describe specifically why you wouldn't want to use them, right? Not whether or not you would have any frustration with other people using them or them being very loud.
Oh,
which
they
they're not
annoy
even
me
all
as
of them.
well,
They're not
'cause,
all
like,
loud.
When I was at school and people got their mopeds when they hit
is like
16.
the fucking South Park episode where he's like,
No, it's a great episode. But that's very specifically describing a certain kind of rider on a certain kind of vehicle.
And they go too fast. They make you jump when you're waiting at traffic lights. They're really loud. And you have to wear helmets, which
They're not
suck.
really loud. Not all of them. Heaps of them aren't very loud. And they're only, people might make them louder if they put on a different exhaust, but like a lot of stock ones aren't very loud.
Lots of people around where I live are chavs, and they do put on different exhausts because they like it being
Well,
loud.
sure, but that would be a critique of them specifically getting those exhausts, not
What you're
the-
saying
not
is that
the
I should
bikes
oppose
themselves.
motorcyclists.
Not all of them.
Hashtag
Only the ones
not
that
all.
specifically- not all, exactly. Only the ones that specifically bother you. That I understand.
Anyway, I haven't been called out on the motorcycle thing before. The only person I pissed off was my take on skateboarding. I think I pissed a few people off with that one.
What's your take on skateboarding?
I just said I have productive hobbies.
Jesus. I recently watched a cool Red Bull video, which was it was like they had to navigate their skateboard across like an almost Wipeout-esque obstacle course over a pool of water, where like it got harder and harder to move across. And I thought, man, that's really cool. Skateboards are cool. They're not my thing, but they're cool. I'm reminded of the 2000s when I think that's what skateboards feel like to me. It's like yes, the good times
I had a scooter,
when everything was fun.
and the scooter hit my
Well-
shins regularly, and it was horrible.
Yep.
Yeah, but now the scooter thing is because of e-scooters and the fact that they can go really fast. Except that's illegal.
Back in my day, we had analog
yeah.
scooters that required.
I think
you
you're
to-
only allowed. They're only allowed to go 25 kilometers per hour, but some people like modify them to go 100 kilometers per hour, which sounds pretty crazy. But
Yeah.
Well, we've
So
learned
anyway,
a
I
lot
was
today.
streaming the Bond game.
Yeah, he's streaming the Bond game. And there's
I'm
a
gonna
super cutout, right, of your pain. The author of all your pain, Joe Danger, made a super cut.
I would have gotten to that, of course. So Bond game probably Monday. Gonna do more of that. Tomorrow we'll do a forge on The Spy Who Loved Me, Bond movie, classic one. Last week we did From Russia with Love. That was a bunch of fun. So this one is probably gonna be good as well. I hope. But I heard that the classic ones are pretty darn good. And I really liked From Russia with Love. I think it was pretty fun. Joe Danger did the big supercut of me playing Dustborn and Forspoken. 6 hours, 20 minutes about. Big old supercut. All me. So if you like me being in pain, there's 6 hours of it as a supercut. So go check that out. It turned out very good. Give it a look-see. And I think that's it. I guess next week we'll do Backrooms on the Forge. But I'll probably be here next week to tell you about that anyway, because we're doing more of this. Which also means I didn't need to finish Season 5 this week. I could have...
Well,
up
we've
the
referenced it a bunch. It helps then analyze in retrospect when you've seen it.
Oh,
all,
yeah,
you
yeah.
know? It's all good. It's all good.
But yeah, other things on the way, just working on stuff, and I'll probably I'm very inclined on doing something with the Bond game because that game needs to be put in place.
Well, all right.
Okay, that's it. Thank you.
Beautiful. Platoon, Fringy, anything you guys want to mention?
I will also be streaming the Bond game at some point this week. And Mando and Grogu video took a backseat for this, so I have to get back on that. That should be out soon. It's not hugely long by my standards. So Mando and Grogu, and then Bond, and then something else. I can't remember what the other thing is, but something else.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just working, but I'm also streaming that Bond game as well. I've played Mixtape. Wow,
On YouTube.
what an adventure!
Finally.
But yeah, more streaming on YouTube this week.
And yes, you should turn on your rate thingy so we can.
It is.
It's
okay. Sorted.
Good,
yeah, it is.
good.
But yeah, continuing with that game that I had so much fun with, that 4-hour tutorial, it was great. I sure did love when the game opened up, that being never, at least not for as long as I played it.
Yeah, I checked out the beginning of your stream, and you were very impressed with it.
Yeah, no, it's great. It was really a great introduction, a great tutorial level.
Well, there's more tutorial to come.
Well, yeah, and then I'm definitely streaming more Bond. It's a kind of a fascinating game to me, somewhat, especially with how people are rationalizing everything that goes wrong in it now. It's kind of like my feed has been filled with people demanding it to be celebrated. It's hyper successful. It's awesome. It's a sign of gaming just being in the healthiest state you could imagine. And I genuinely struggle to find the difference between this in any kind of significant way. With something like Star Wars Outlaws, I'm a little confused. It's more functional? Question mark. I did end up with a pretty hilarious freeze. I've been disconnecting from the Bond verse too often for me to have a completely You know what? Fine, we're gonna do this another time. We can talk about the Bond game another time. Don't worry about it.
I get it. I want to just fucking shit on that game so relentlessly.
So yeah, more streams I guess coming up for everyone in the Bond land. It'll be wonderful. There is I've alluded to it before. There's something that's being worked on that me and Fringy more so than it would be an announcement that's I'd say relatively pretty cool and big, but it's just not close enough yet. I really want to get it somewhere further. Initially it was going to be you guys may have noticed that big slate of announcements I had. It actually 90% of them came out, but some didn't, and it's just because we've had some bits and bobs getting in the way. Don't worry about it. We're going to be just fine, and things will be done. And I almost want to say what it is because it's somewhat exciting, but it's not done yet. Okay, and it's not even not done yet. It's just it's not in a position where we can absolutely guarantee that it's coming. Once it is, oh boy, ooh, haha, hee hee, definitely gonna mention it. Okay, but as it is for now. Yeah, you got some streams on the way. Videos are being made. Oh boy, the second half of this boys' insanity will be coming to you next week, and more than likely at some point we may just be talking about a certain Bond game. But other than that, I suppose just have yourselves a good night. Have some fun, and if you wanna, you can go check out a certain Nicholas Diorio who's streaming right now because he's about to get into Mixtape. Other than that, we'll see you around, folks. Doodle pip.
See you later.
Bye.
Bye.
Cheerio.